attendance online, Forum Europe's 7th annual Future of Transport Conference. Although Forum Europe has organised hybrid events for around 20 or so partners since October last year, and I think throughout the pandemic, over 200 virtual events, this is a bit of a landmark event for us because it's the first one that's under Forum Europe's own initiative since the pandemic, and I think the event that we held, the last event we held previous to the pandemic was actually this conference, so a bit of a landmark. The other landmark today is also my daughter's 5th birthday, so happy birthday, Els, and if she is watching this, it means that she's late for school, so... but anyway, you're all very welcome. Thank you for being with us. And yeah, we really appreciate your attendance, as I say, both online and in person. We're still on a bit of a journey, constantly optimizing how we do these things. And the amazing Forum Europe team, some of which are here today, Jerry, Rebecca, Annalise, Luke and James are all working very hard to make sure that everything works, along with the technical team. Yeah, just to make sure that your time with us is as productive and pleasant as possible. So, just some practical details. We're not distributing printed delegate packs. However, you should have all received an email this morning which provides details of the program, the speakers, the sponsors, and other info electronically. If anyone hasn't had this, then let us know. Let one of the team know, and we can make sure that you've got it and we can resend it. For those online, you will have received this information also, but it's also on the platform in front of you. And again, any problems, you can use the chat tool, which is on the right-hand side of your of your screen, and we can respond quickly to any queries that you may have. The Wi-Fi network is TON Hotel, and I don't believe there's a password. The hashtag for the event is FutureTransportEU, so do get involved in the conversation there. For those of you in the room, we do want to hear from you, and if you have a question or a short comment, please stick your hand in the air and we'll bring a microphone to you. There's an exhibition stand in the lobby area as well, and there's some expos also on the virtual platform. For those attending online, again, you can use the chat function for your questions and comments, and these will be passed to Paul or any of the other moderators during the day, during the respective sessions. Before I kick over Paul, before I kick off and hand over to Paul, I'd like to restate our sincere thanks to and appreciation to our sponsors, without whose support this event would not have been possible. So to Autostrade per Italia, to Fuels Europe, to Huawei, Intel, Nokia, and Savannah Resources, and also Bolt EU, and last but not least, de Havilland, thank you very much. And also to note that de Havilland are also sponsoring the cocktail at the end of the day, which you're all very welcome to attend. So with that, I'll close and I'll hand over to Paul Adamson, Forum Europe's chairman, who will moderate this first session. So Paul, over to you.
Thank you, James. Let me welcome you also on my part. It's great to see you all here. People have very busy schedules. There are many commitments elsewhere to comply with, so we're very happy to see you today. And welcome to all of you watching and listening online. Let me give a very brief event overview before we start with our keynote addresses. As we all know, over the past 2 years, the European transport sector has been impacted significantly by the COVID-19 pandemic. Passenger and freight transport has been severely disrupted. Supply chains have been moved to breaking point, while at the same time, the demand and necessity for the sector to reorientate towards more digital, efficient, and sustainable practices has only increased. These ambitions for greener, more intelligent, safer, and efficient transport systems remain at the forefront of the European Commission's priorities. And our conference today will once again gather senior executives from the transport and technology sectors, as well as key European and national policymakers, to discuss and debate the most pressing issues facing the European transport sector and how these can be tackled to ensure the sector continues to contribute to green innovation and economic development. And as is tradition, we'll have a couple of keynote addresses to start off with, and is certainly tradition. We have great pleasure in welcoming, this time through a pre-recorded message, Henrik Hololai, who, as we all know in this room and online, is Director General of DG Move at the European Commission. So without further ado, I hand over to Henrik. Over to you, Henrik.
Ladies and gentlemen, in times of crisis, a concerted, effective and timely response at EU level is absolutely necessary. I think we all agree that this was clear throughout the COVID crisis, but even more so today, following Russia's unlawful and unprovoked aggression towards Ukraine. I know it's not the topic of today's discussions, but allow me to say a few words on the ongoing war in Ukraine. I think this is something that we all need to focus on at this moment. Russia's illegal and unprovoked invasion of Ukraine has brought death and destruction back to Europe in a way that none of us could have imagined. It has overshadowed everything else in politics and in our daily lives. The murderous Russian regime is targeting hospitals, schools, civilian targets, making people flee the country as part of its scare tactics. The brave Ukrainians have stood against the aggressor, and we are all with them. The Commission condemns this invasion in the strongest possible terms. Aside from the unacceptable violation of the territory of a sovereign country with a democratically elected leadership, the invasion has serious consequences also on our entire transport and mobility system. Since February 23, we have adopted a steady stream of sanctions against Russia in the transport sector. These sanctions are having a significant impact on the Russian regime, which is the least we can do to respond to this unlawful and unprovoked aggression. While the sanctions seek to impede mobility within, to and from Russia, I'm extremely happy that transport is playing a huge role in helping the victims of this conflict. The actions of the transport sector itself have made me particularly proud. There are too many operators to list here, but countless companies across Europe are offering free travel to those in need. These shows of solidarity make me extremely proud, both as a European, but also as a Director General for Mobility and Transport in the European Commission. Now, turning to today's topic, the EU and its member states must do their utmost to continue to preserve the integrity and enhance the functioning of the single European transport area. Well-functioning single European transport area is the key for our economy, future growth, and also mobility. That is why our sustainable and smart mobility strategy was very timely and important. The success of this strategy depends on a solid and well-functioning single market, where competition is the norm and bottlenecks, missing links, and unsubstantiated barriers are removed. The strategy, as you know, has key objectives: making transport more sustainable, smarter, and resilient. The last objective, resilience, could not be more relevant in the context of the ongoing war in Ukraine. We learn every day more about our potential weaknesses and also challenges we are facing. We have a variety of policy instruments at our disposal at EU, national, and local level. These range from research funding to technical standards to EU directives to investment support. We need to pull all levers in order to make the transformation happen, in order to make the transformation accelerated. The strategy has a comprehensive action plan of 82 concrete EU policy measures structured around 10 key areas for action or flagships. It also sets out 14 milestones to illustrate the level of ambition that we have for the European transport system for the next 10 to 30 years. There are 3 pillars to our action on sustainability. We need to make all transport modes more sustainable, make sustainable alternatives widely available in a well-functioning multimodal transport system, and put in place the right incentives to drive the transition. Let me be clear. Our intention is to reduce emissions, not mobility. Greening mobility must be the new license for the transport sector to grow. But we need more transport and mobility for our businesses. But this is also a demand from our citizens. In order to support the actions above, significant public and private investment is equally needed. I think you can all agree with that. Ladies and gentlemen, the first 2 years have been extremely busy with 2 major policy packages that drive further sustainable and smart mobility in the EU. The Fit for 55 policy package is a massive package with 12 policy initiatives. As part of the package, the Commission proposes an ambition revision also of the CO2 standards for the cars and vans, and there is also a review of the CO2 standards for heavy-duty vehicles foreseen still this year. This is complemented by our proposal for the alternative fuels infrastructure. We proposed a set of binding targets for member states, ensure that efficient, publicly accessible infrastructure is in place for zero-emission vehicle uptake. Such a push for vehicles and infrastructure is flanked by measures to address user behavior and incentivize the uptake of such vehicles. Following up in December, we have published another major transport policy package, including, among others, our proposal for the revision of the TEN-T guidelines and for the revision of the ITS directive. On the TEN-T guidelines, we are trying to make sure that what needs to be delivered by 2030 will also be delivered, and that we have sufficient measures in place in order to make it happen. The Commission also proposes a revision of the Energy Performance of Buildings Directive, helping to push charging points in certain parts of the building stock. Smart mobility is a key buzzword, and rightly so. We need to take full advantage of smart digital solutions and intelligent transport systems and make connected and automated multimodality a reality. Cooperative and automated systems have enormous potential to fundamentally improve the functioning of the whole transport system and contribute more to sustainability, but also to safety goals. We need to focus on delivering a commercial market for unmanned aerial vehicles and integrate them to the urban mobility and logistics chains. This work is led by the European Drone Leaders Forum, and I hope we can present the Drone Strategy 2.0 before summer. One other important element in the context of smart mobility, of course, is data. Therefore, we have proposed a revision of the ITS directive to increase the deployment and operational use of intelligent transport system services, and to create better conditions for the collection and use of crucial data. In 2022, we will work to transform the legal framework to support multimodal travel information, booking and ticketing services, new possibilities for selling tickets or mobility services, as well as enabling smart, interoperable payment services. This comes on top of and complements a revision of the delegated regulation on multimodal travel information services. We are active in all modes to increase digitalization. This year, we will finalize the implementation framework on electronic freight transport information, with the aim to have paperless freight transport by 2030. I'd also like to see more progress, of course, on updating the Single European Sky, which has a real potential to reduce aviation CO2 emissions by 10% with having more efficient flight paths. But unfortunately, it has been stuck in interinstitutional negotiations for too long. It is more than a shame. We need to ensure consistency between all these different strands of action and the broader Commission initiatives in this area. This is why the Commission has put forward the idea of a common European mobility data space. It will seek to facilitate access, pooling and sharing of data from existing and future transport and mobility databases. Ladies and gentlemen, to conclude, we have already delivered on many key actions from the strategy. Nevertheless, we will not rest on laurels. Several other actions are scheduled for the coming years, and multiple proposals are still with the co-legislators. Once adopted, we will collectively need to ensure a smooth entry into force and effective as well as consistent implementation, so we can be proud of the current progress. At the same time, we will not rest until all actions have been properly implemented, until we can confidently say that transport has really become more sustainable and smarter and has laid down the process for that in the next years and decades to come. Let me finish with what I started. While delivering the objectives of our strategy, we are there also to constantly support Ukraine and help them in multiple ways. They are fighting for our freedom, and we need to do anything to help them now and in the future. Glory to Ukraine. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Henrik, and we look forward to welcoming you back in person at next year's conference. As Henrik said at the beginning, it's difficult to ignore the issue of the Ukraine situation, even though that is not the theme of today's conference, but clearly I think it's all in our thoughts as we progress through today's conference. Now we have an intervention which is virtual, but it is live, and it is from Roberto Tomasi, who is the CEO of Autostrada per Italia. Welcome, buongiorno Roberto, come va? Hope you can hear me.
I can hear you. Good morning to everybody, and thank you, Paul. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning, and it is really a pleasure for me to be here today with many representatives of the institution and many representatives of the transport and mobility sector and industry. It is even a great pleasure for me to share what is our view of Autostrada per Italia. Remember that Autostrada per Italia is one of the major players that manage toll roads in Europe with more than 3,000 kilometers of network managed directly by us. And to try to share with you what is our view to the challenge of creating a safer, a greener, and more intelligent and efficient transport system. We have prepared some chart in order to share with you, and if it is possible, I ask to put this chart and to share with the chart with others. The title of my intervention is linked with the integrated approach that we think it is strategic that we have to implement in order to reach the target explained by Eric Holloway. I go to the first chart to give what is our view. Specifically in Italy, in the last decades, we have spent less to what was needed in terms of investment in infrastructure. If we look to the Italian figures, we spent half of the investment, and we made half of the investment compared to the other countries. The 0.2% of the GDP was the total investment cost for the infrastructure. If we compare with Europe, the average in Europe was 0.4% of the GDP. We are also looking at an important increase in the expenditure on the digital infrastructure. Digital infrastructure could be and should be one of the key enablers to implement the new vision of the mobility. But we are looking at an important volume of expenditure in the next 3-4 years. We are speaking more than 500 billion euros that are foreseen in the next year. If we look to the habits of the population, we expect an increase of the use of the private car in the next years. Probably this is also due to the pandemic impact, but this is a part of the life, and so we have to take in consideration that we will increase the use of the private car. We have also see a different way to move, and especially to the smart working, change the habits of the population, specifically for the activities in the big city. We are also foreseeing, and in this case are very important, how we will spend to implement the new digital infrastructure and the infrastructure to support the green fuels. The example is the fast charge infrastructure for the electrical vehicles in the next 10 years. And this is another crucial aspect that we have to address very clearly in order to support the implementation of the sustainable mobility. Finally, if we look to the situation of these last years, we have seen an important increase of the freight traffic in our motorways. Just to give you some numbers, in the pandemic period, we have seen an increase of the freight traffic in between 5-6% higher respect to the 2019. So what does it mean? It means that we will increase, specifically with the e-commerce, some way to move the goods in the country. If we move to the next chart, I think it is important to understand where we are, and specifically in Italy. But this number, believe me, are comparable also with other European countries. Today, the 77% of the private traffic is made through the road transport. If we look to the freight traffic, and so for the goods, we are more or less close to the 73% of the total volume of the traffic. If we make the ratio between the road transportation with the transportation, the railway transportation, we are a multiple of 10 if we consider the goods, and a multiple of 3 if we consider the passengers. What does it mean? It means that even if I multiply and I invest on the railway transportation, there is not the possibility to shift or in an important way the private traffic and the freight traffic from roads to train. And so these are important numbers. If we consider the total numbers specifically, it means that we are 12 times more, specifically with goods, in the traffic, in the freight traffic, compared to the railway transportation. Which are, in our view, the 3 priorities that we have to address. If we go to the next chart, we have 3 points that we have to underline. The first one is linked with the modernization, the needs to modernize the network. We have almost an old infrastructure. The average of our infrastructure in Italy, I think that also in this case is comparable. The situation in Europe is between 50 years. And so we need to implement important investment activities to modernize the infrastructure. We need to verify which are the priority in order to address the vulnerability and the strategic of our network, in order to understand if we need a specific investment to develop part of our infrastructure. And obviously the third priority is the new redesign of the mobility. If we look only at one of these priorities, and if we address only one of these priorities, in our view, we are not able to solve the problem. We need to have a clear view about all these 3 priorities and to address in a medium-long term the strategy for each of them. Looking at the first priority, let me give the opportunity to give. So if we go to the next slide, what is the situation of our infrastructure in Italy? The 50% of bridge and viaducts was built before the 1970. And so it means that the 50%, the age of this infrastructure is higher to 15 years. And so this infrastructure get old. And the design, the original design approach that was used at the time, it was correct that this was the original design, today is not yet aligned with the needs of the transport that we have today in our road. the 35% of our tunnels was built before the 1917. I remember that in Italy we have the 50% of the tunnels of the entire Europe, and I think that Italy is the country in which there are more tunnels. Probably only China has more tunnels than Italy, because we have a geography that is quite complex. But what does it mean? It means that we need an important effort of investment in the next year to try to modernize our infrastructure. And to modernize this infrastructure, we have to take also into consideration the impact that we will have in terms of traffic congestion during the work activities. If we look to the need of the network development, and so if we go to the next chart, we have made a simple exercise. The first exercise look to what is the vulnerability of the network, and so which are the geographical area in which we could expect some vulnerability in terms of criticalities, geographical criticalities in the area. And as you can see, there are some part of our country in which there are some part of the network that could be vulnerability, the vulnerability of this part of the network could be very high. If we make another analysis regarding how the part of this network is strategic for the country, you can see we have colored with the red mark. You can see which are the part of the network that is strategic from a traffic point of view, from an economical point of view, from the view that is the only network that you can use to reach this specific area. If we make the sum of the two analyses, these are the part of the network in which we have to understand which are the development project that we have to implement. This is just to try to have a network more resilient in terms of risk of vulnerability and in terms of strategic view for the growth of the country. If we go through the last priority is what was underlined by Eric Holloway in his speech, is what is linked with the new way and the new infrastructure that we need to support the so-called smart mobility. There are two types of infrastructure. The one is linked with the digital infrastructure. The other one is linked with the need to infrastructure also to support the sustainability of the mobility. And so I'm speaking about network for the recharging station, network for the green fuels, and so on. For that, we have decided to launch in Autostrade per l'Italia an important program. If you go to the next slide, that we have called Mercury. The name Mercury is linked with the project that was launched in the 17 in America for the program for the space. Why we have called Mercury? Because we think that it is similar, is the revolution of the mobility. For that reason, we have called Mercury. What we are addressing with this specific project, we are addressing five topics. The 5 topics are the intelligent roads, how we manage the flexible pricing on the tolling, on our tolling roads, because with the flexible pricing we can change the use of the infrastructure. What all is linked with the need to have green solution, and so green infrastructure. And the other step that we have made is the connection. We cannot think only to what happened in our network, but we have to look also to the mobility as a service. The mobility not only in the network, but the mobility also in the human mobility is completely linked without distinction between roads or network and urban mobility. The last one is what is linked with the connected infrastructure, and so the relation with the cars, with the truck, and the infrastructure itself. Why we are looking all these projects together? Because we think that the only way to reach the target is to develop all these specific aspects in the same way and in an integrated approach. Finally, for that, if you look at the next slide, we have worked a lot in order to support this view, creating with our subsidiaries inside the group all the competence in order to cover the different aspects, from the engineering competence, to the construction competence, up to the intelligent transportation system competence, and to the services competence inside the company. Finally, I go to the conclusion of my speech. We have another 4 points that we have clearly to address. The governance, which are the regulations that we have to consider in order to support our view. The view to have an integrated approach. We cannot think to think about smart mobility without having a clear idea of the investment that we need to modernize our infrastructure. And finally, let me say, the skill and the competence and the variety of the competence that we need to support this investment are very important. We have to implement as industry a stronger relation with the universities and in general with the school in order to have the clear competence to support this big investment that we need. Finally, and I complete my intervention, we need to be very fast. If we want to reach the target that we have declared to reduce the CO2, the only need is to be faster to implement these activities. And to be faster, we need rules that help the industry to be aligned with the target that we have received. Thank you to everybody. I hope that was enough clear, and thank you again.
Very much, Roberto. A very exciting and visionary overview of things to come in Italy. Thank you for your time, and we look forward to seeing you hopefully in person in Brussels, maybe at our next year's conference. Thank you again, Roberto.
Thank you very much.
Now we move to our first panel discussion. And as this is a hybrid conference, this will be a hybrid panel. Before I introduce our panelists and invite the one in person to come and join me on stage, let me give you a brief overview, because it is rather a complicated topic. As you know, this session is called Bumps in the Road, Tackling the Supply Chain Challenges Facing the Transport Sector. At a time when Europe's transport sector is undergoing a transformation in terms of sustainability and digitalization, the global pandemic has exposed Europe's reliance on global supply chains for raw materials and components such as semiconductors, essential in the production of modern vehicles. The combination of COVID-19 and high demand for these chips meant the disruption to the European auto sector included the shuttering of production plants and thousands of job losses. Welcome, David. As part of its ambitions for increased European strategic autonomy, the European Commission has recently released the EU Chips Act, which includes the repositioning of its role in the production of semiconductors. In this context, this session will look at the necessary considerations relevant for the auto and indeed transport sector more broadly. Can Europe source the materials necessary to deliver on the electrification of the transport system, and how can it develop and utilize materials that have a reduced social and environmental impact. And as demand for electric car vehicles continue to rise, so has demand for e-vehicle batteries. Europe has started to build up its capacity to reproduce batteries on the continent while also developing a new generation of batteries that are less dependent on the lithium-ion technology. Our panel this morning will discuss what is being done to boost the production of these e-vehicle batteries, including the supply of less polluting raw materials in Europe in order to reduce its external dependencies. And as the global economic and health outlook continues to present significant uncertainties in the drive for a green and sustainable transport future, how can Europe's auto sector answer the main challenges it faces? There you are. The scene has now been set. I'd like to welcome, first of all, in order of their speaking positions on the panel, virtually Philippe Negriano-Aboriano, who is a Deputy Head of Cabinet for Commissioner Aldina Vallillon, the Commissioner for Transport. Welcome, Philippe. Thank you for being with us. Dr. Patrick Schroeder, who is a Senior Research Fellow, Environment Society Programme at Chatham House in London. Good morning, Patrick. Excellent, you're there. With me, physically keeping me company on stage, David Archer, CEO of Savannah Resources. Welcome, David.
Thank you.
And last but not least, Petra Doleshti. I'm sure I mispronounced your last name, Peter, forgive me. Director Mobility and Sustainable Transport at ASEA. So we're going to kick off in this order of presentation, and I'm going to invite Philippe, first of all, to give us your opening remarks. Over to you, Philippe.
Thank you very much for inviting me, and thank you very much for choosing such an important topic. I hope you can hear me well. The supply chain disruptions and sourcing of materials that we need for our new technologies that we're trying to deploy in order to reach our decarbonization targets have been present with us for at least 1 year. It's kind of obvious to say that supply chain disruptions were first caused by the pandemic, which disrupted our normal way of moving goods around the world. And of course, there are subsequent or additional challenges in what regards the smooth production of our components that need to be shipped around the world in those areas where we have localized our main production capacities. From a transport perspective, the supply chain disruptions are clearly a need that we need to, are clearly a problem that we need to overcome. Even if our sustainable and smart mobility strategy that we have proposed at the European Commission ahead of the COVID-19 pandemic, we quickly realized that during the preparation work for this strategy, we needed to increase the resilience of the transport sector. Now, transport functions right now in a global way with different modes that are essential, all of them, to move around persons and goods. They're also essential to enable services and globalized services around the world, since people need to travel to be able to provide these services. That is why in the Sustainable and Smart Mobility Strategy, we chose to embed resilience in each and every proposal that we have showcased under our 10 flagships and over 90 sector-specific proposals that will be defining our policy throughout these years. We have countless examples of how important it is to maintain and boost, for example, the intermodality of the transport sector. Because if supply chain disruptions occur in one area or one sector, the system as a whole needs to be able to quickly adapt and move the flows from the targeted area or sector to other ones that should be able to substitute what is not functioning very quickly and usually without preparation. transitioning from the COVID pandemic, where we've seen how heavy the long-term impacts has been, for example, on aviation, which is still 30 or 35% down compared to pre-pandemic levels. When we have seen during the pandemic how easy it is to block everything if border measures or sanitary measures are not coordinated, and if transport workers are not exempted from quarantine and border measures in order to be able to continue doing their jobs. Now, all of that has been solved via hard work by all stakeholders, but also hard work in coordinating at EU level what member states envisage to do, just to be able to keep the wheels turning and the trucks and trains going across borders, even during the severe lockdowns. Now, transitioning from all of that into a recovery phase, which is, of course, boosted by huge investments, which we have made available for multimodality, for sustainability enhancement in all transport modes, for infrastructure, with the Connecting Europe facility, where, for example, we have 1.5 billion just for more recharging stations. Transitioning and adding on top the huge amount of investment in the Recovery and Resilience Facility gave some kind of an outlook for an accelerated recovery in terms of both infrastructure and services, but also an accelerated drive towards sustainability. All of this increases the resilience of supply chains. But history is sometimes cruel. While the recovery was picking up, we are now faced with a new crisis. With a crisis which has a human decision at its core. It's not created by nature. It's not a climate crisis. It's not a health crisis. It's simply a war, an aggression that changes the way transport works, at least in parts of Europe. Again, during this crisis, which is still ongoing, we should be able, and we are able, to use the lessons learned in the pandemic to make sure that transport flows continue. Actually, this war also shows that transport is essential in any situation, regardless how hard the situation is, because regardless of the degree of the aggression, the violence, the bombings, transport still needs to function. Humanitarian aid needs to flow into Ukraine, and refugees need to be transferred outside of Ukraine and distributed among member states. Now, at the Commission level, we have rapidly activated the coordination mechanisms that were set up for the COVID crisis, and now we're able to match demands by frontline member states with the offers of stakeholders in the transport sector, the private sector, but also with offers by other member states ready to chip in and help. So what this crisis has shown again after the COVID crisis is that transport is key to maintain the economy working, and for transport it is key to make it resilient. Of course, the subject we are focusing today, chips, raw materials, sourcing, location of production, and supply chains towards the final markets. This is also impacted by what we're witnessing today. That is why at the Commission we are now working on a contingency plan for the transport sector, which will create a framework that is easily to activate whenever a crisis strikes, and that identifies or pre-identifies measures and coordination mechanisms that can be activated in order to make sure that flows keep flowing regardless of the nature of a crisis, and regardless of the fact that we will never be able to foresee a crisis or prepare for a specific crisis in advance. More specifically on the chips, it's quite clear from the CHIPS Act that the Commission has taken important steps in preparing Europe for its strategic independence on chips manufacturing and on creating an ecosystem for that. we were among the first ones to be asked for help, and we offered immediately that help. Part of the CHIPS initiative is being financed with funds that are stemming from the Connecting Europe facility. And we will keep doing that and keep facilitating growth within the transport sector and for the transport ecosystem, because what we need to maintain besides a resilient transport operation is to maintain a resilient industrial ecosystem for transport. And this is another key takeaway from all these crises. We need to make sure that all modes are developed and keep growing and keep enhancing connectivity to be able to make those supply chains more modern and more resilient. And when I say that as a part of our Green Deal strategy to change the industrial growth in the transport sector by making it more sustainable. Now, of course, the energy prices have a huge impact on how transport sees its sustainability quest. But nevertheless, since the energy sector and the transport sector are in some kind of a competition for the same scarce resources, which are represented by clean energy sources, we need to make sure that the choices that the transport sector makes are safe in terms of supply for new fuels, for new infrastructure, and to make sure that the basket of measures for sustainable alternative fuels and the sources of those fuels are kept flexible and open, just to make sure that we don't end up in a scenario where we depend on the needs of other sectors to be able to supply the transport sector with the fuel it needs. So here, this crisis and our strategy also maintains a technology neutral approach, where we see a place for each and every fuel except for the most polluting ones, where we see global markets for alternative fuels being the key answer to the scarcity of clean alternatives in Europe because of the needs for the electricity sector. So we see a world where, to put it simply, where the oil tankers that transport oil today, or sometimes even Russian oil, can be used in the future to transport e-fuels created with the use of solar and wind in areas where this is a vast resource. And embedding e-fuels in our energy mix will then also mean that we can have a huge advantage of scale by being able to use the existing infrastructure that we have. So in a nutshell, to sum up, I would say that resilience, change, sustainability, and flexible alternatives are what we need to make sure that from a transport perspective, the supply chains are maintained and extended, and that we have access to the raw materials, chips, and services that we need to drive our decarbonization and market agenda further. Of course, I'm open to receive questions, and thank you for allowing me to present today.
Thank you very much, Philippe. Well, I certainly have many questions for you, but I'll wait till we've heard from all our panel, and also invite the audience, obviously, to pose questions to you, like to all the panelists. So if you bear with us, Philippe, we'll move on to our next speaker. Patrick, over to you. Let's hear your opening remarks, please.
Yes, good morning. I hope you can hear me okay. Thank you for inviting me to join the panel today. My name is Patrick Schroeder. I'm a senior research fellow at Chatham House, where I lead the research on circular economy. And earlier this year, we've tried thinking through the potentials if a circular economy approach can be useful to address the semiconductor supply shortages, and which has, as was mentioned, and as probably everyone is well aware of, has impacted the automotive industry quite heavily. Some of the data I saw was that about 200 billion US dollars were lost in revenues just in 2021. And the shortage is quite relevant also for the transition to a net zero transport system, especially when it comes to EVs. So the average electric vehicle needs about 2,000 chips, and that's about double the number of semiconductors that's needed for a non-electric car. And as we know, as was mentioned also, as a solution to this and to reduce the reliance on semiconductor manufacturing, which is mainly concentrated in Taiwan and Korea, so the EU and member states announced the European Chips Act, and then subsequently mobilized billions to invest in new manufacturing facilities in Europe. And yeah, the aim, as you will know, is to double the share of global microchips production to about 20%. And so that was the situation before the Russian invasion, the war in Ukraine, which has now actually put new potential impacts on supply chains for semiconductors. So there might be additional disruptions coming. One reason is that Ukraine provides about half the world's supply of neon, which is a gas that's needed for high precision laser equipment. That is then in turn used to manufacture microchips. Then Russia supplies about 25 to 30% of the world's palladium, also a metal that's used by car manufacturers for exhaust systems, and it's also used in semiconductors. We've also seen that nickel markets have been severely disrupted, which is nickel being used in stainless steel for electric vehicle batteries. This price skyrocketed, and it was actually that caused the London Metal Exchange to stop trading for about a week. So although what we've seen, even if we bring manufacturing to Europe with the CHIPS Act, so if we have these other further upstream supply chain issues, so this is now potentially really becoming a choke point for the clean energy transition and decarbonized transport systems. And it also can hamper efforts of European countries to reduce their energy dependence on Russia. So, and I mean, even if the war ends soon, and hopefully it will, it's quite unlikely that supply chains will go back to normal. And now this is where we try to bring in the circular economy thinking, because the circular economy is very much about changing the way supply chains or value chains have operated. And it's a shift more from single value chains to something called value networks, to, as also mentioned, not only to address environmental issues, but also to bring in more resilience into those various industries and value networks. So one area that we think could be useful in the semiconductor context now is to align the European Chips Act more closely with the push in the EU towards the EU Green Deal and the Circular Economy Action Plan and other parallel policy developments that are taking place, such as the Circular Electronics Initiative. And that's maybe also an opportunity to turn a crisis into an advantage. So as Europe is now building up manufacturing, maybe aligning that with circularity principles could lead to a new innovation in semiconductors by embedding those principles into semiconductor design. And how it links to electronics, there's already a number of very good initiatives going on towards the push for design for repair and extending lifetimes of devices. And maybe for the automotive industry, there's an opportunity really to start creating transparent and reliable secondary markets for reused electronics and microchips that are used in EVs especially. And then just to finish my remarks, but when we need to also to think more broadly about sustainable mobility systems. So the circular economy is not only about reusing of components and recycling of materials from batteries or used vehicles, but it's, as also was mentioned before, it's really about a multimodal mobility structure that incorporates public transportation in combination with on-demand cars as flexible last-mile solutions. But it's also circularity principles also being extended to urban design. So we do need to reconsider our car-centric designs of cities and create cities where active mobility practices such as walking and cycling is possible to really achieve net zero targets in the transport sector. Okay, I'll stop here. Happy to answer any questions and engage further in the discussions.
Right. Yes, thank you very much, Patrick. Again, many questions for you, but we'll wait till the end of the panel and we'll come back to you for the Q&A bit. Now turn to David, my friend here on stage. Over to you. I hope you tell us also something about the company that you lead. David, over to you.
Sure. Thanks, Paul, and very good to be presenting here this morning in Brussels. I will take the opportunity to introduce myself. My name is David Archer. I'm the CEO of Savannah Resources, which is headquartered in London, and we're developing the Barossa lithium project in northern Portugal. This is actually Europe's largest conventional lithium development. And we believe that it will be ideally located to provide lithium for Europe's fast-growing lithium battery value chain. We're talking about transport. Lithium and metals like it, nickel, will be extremely important in terms of being enablers for renewables. That's both really in storage and in our case, transportation. It's an enabler. It means that renewables from wind, hydro or solar can effectively be employed in transportation. So it's that sort of critical bridge, I suppose, that enables electric mobility. So that's really the significance of it all. I might just put a slide up. And I think it has to be also sort of seen in a global context. At the moment, I think these critical raw materials really do have a geostrategic and geoeconomic significance. The major producing regions of the world actually happen to be in the global south, in South America, and from the country in which I was born, Australia. Interestingly enough, the sort of major refining centre globally is in China and broadly in East Asia. But the major centres of consumption are really China and Europe, and really in North America itself. China looks like it will be sort of the major consumer, if you're not producer, of electric vehicles by 2030. Europe will probably be in second place. And I think that sort of really sort of illustrates the importance of Europe, I suppose, sort of transforming itself from not only being a major consuming region, but to be a major refining region and a major consuming region of, if you like, electric vehicles and these sort of key strategic minerals. And of course, this very much sort of plays to the European Commission's actually very sort of far-seeing policy initiatives, which date from as early as 2016, 2017, with the incorporation of the European Battery Alliance. And Europe has, I suppose, been sort of talking politely about strategic autonomy. But I think Europe, having been visited by yet another horseman of the apocalypse in the last few weeks, has really only sort of underscored the good sense of that, and really means that we really should, we as in Europeans, the European Commission, governments of the member states, really have to look to accelerate the initiatives underway at the moment to sort of build resilience in terms of, particularly sort of the build out of renewable power generation. I think that's an extraordinarily important strategic initiative for Europe. I think it advantages Europe. I think it will provide more independence for Europe. I think it will advantage European products, particularly electric vehicles. I think consumers will be looking for products that are responsibly developed, contain raw material inputs that sort of come from appropriate jurisdictions. In our case, sort of clearly with our project in Portugal, we believe it is a very appropriate raw material input for European manufacturers. The raw material itself will be sort of produced in strict accordance with both European and Portuguese environmental legislation and regulations. Sort of clearly, labour regulations in Europe are tier one, sort of removes any issues around inappropriate labour relationships. And of course, Portugal is a member country of the European Union, and of course enjoys first-class sort of governance frameworks and structures. And in our case, for example, we're really looking to very much match those requirements. We're listed on the London Stock Exchange. We work to sort of a tight set of adopted governance principles. And what we're really looking at doing is producing raw material which is sort of very consistent with the sustainability goals of the European Commission and the European Union. We're making a very big initiative in terms of the decarbonisation of our project, and we believe that our project could be the example of, I suppose, first application of the use of electrically powered mining equipment in Europe. And we'd really like to be sort of the showcase for European innovation in terms of this important sector. One of our key objectives is to actually make this project carbon neutral. Not at a point in the future. What we wish to build is a project which actually is carbon neutral life of mine. I think that certainly will be a stretch target. We believe it's achievable, but I think that's going to be the requirement for not only new mines, but I think it will be the requirement for projects that are developed in other industries as well. It's no good continuing to sort of pump out carbon in the early years of a project and really not making up for that in the latter years of a project. I think one of the other sort of the key elements to particularly what we're doing is sort of looking at the social implications of the energy transition. We're part of that transition. We're very sort of conscious of the social and environmental impacts. In our case, we've designed a development in which there are something like 238 individual initiatives to either eliminate or mitigate environmental impacts. I'm quick to say that resource production has a physical manifestation. There is no getting away from that. This is material that's not produced by the gods or by the fairies. It is a physical enterprise. But there are things that we can do to minimise or eliminate the impacts, and we're very conscious of that, including the decarbonisation strategy that we have. But we're also looking to communities where we've got a series of initiatives that are specifically designed to sort of benefit communities, a benefit sharing plan in which we'll form a foundation that will be endowed with money from the profits of our operation, and that money will then be used and to go into community initiatives, and the community will be the sort of leaders in terms of deciding, what are the best projects that can go into. We're looking at quite an innovative program around developing community-owned service provision companies. We want to ensure that the community will enjoy long-term benefits long after our project goes out of production. So we would like to sort of have a long-term sort of benefit for those local communities. I won't say very much more, but certainly I think Ukraine has really sort of presented and underscored the nature of the problem a little bit like what I describe as Russian nesting dolls. I mean, there are so many elements associated with the energy transition. Clearly it's all about fighting global climate change. In our case, we'll be eliminating something like 100 million tonnes of CO2 from the atmosphere in terms of the EVs that will be powered by our lithium. That's something equivalent to something like 36% of France's CO2 emissions in 2020. It goes to geoeconomics, it goes to the comparative industrial advantage of European countries. It goes to social impacts. It goes to indeed the balancing of positions of narrow sectional interests, and I think it also goes to the health of Europeans as well. I think one factor that is oftentimes forgotten in the move to decarbonisation is that the introduction of electric mobility, will have a transformational impact on the quality of life for Europeans in cities and towns, both in terms of noise, but particularly in terms of particulate emissions, and having 2 grandchildren and 2 further grandchildren on the way, very conscious of the health impacts of particulate emissions on the health of children. So on that note, I'd like to conclude and thank you for the opportunity of presenting.
Thank you very much, David. Again, many questions, but I'll wait and be patient. And talking about questions, I see from my trusty tablet that we're already getting questions online. So prepare yourselves also you in the room to put questions to the panel after our last speaker, who is Peter. Peter, you've been very patient. And now I turn to you for your opening remarks. Over to you, Peter.
Thank you very much. And I hope you hear me well. Of course, not easy always to be the last on the panel, so I will try to let me just highlight a few of the points that were mentioned and that are critical for our sector. I represent ACEA, European Car Manufacturers Association, and I'm in charge of the sustainable transport. The first point that was mentioned here, I think that both crisis, COVID, and now Russia, Ukraine show how complex the whole supply and value chain is. And in principle, we took that as granted, that everything is working smoothly. And suddenly we had a closure of the borders in Europe. I have to say that for my kids, they have seen that for the first time in their life, which was really surprising. And suddenly from day to day, we completely stopped the transportation. Then we have seen a small accident in Suez, which completely shaked the global transportation and the delivery of goods in Europe. And of course, without comments now, going to Ukraine and showing that really the value chain is huge. It's enormously vulnerable. And of course, we need to, let's say, see that from a little bit global perspective. I liked one slide that was already here in the first introductory remarks. It shows that I think it is not only about the CHIPS Act or any particular piece of legislation. This is really about integrated approach. This is really about a number of policy measures that really need to, let's say, change what David nicely showed in his slides. We are one of the biggest consumers, but we don't produce the things, and this is probably wrong. And we need to reflect to change that into really strategic independency of Europe and production. So from that angle, I think that we need to have a look on industrial policy that was very often forgotten, but really without supportive measures to reinstall the industrial base, we cannot move ahead, and we cannot help to protect our welfare and our production here. This also means that, as I mentioned, this is not only about the CHIPS Act. It's just one small piece that, of course, it has huge implications. We started with the batteries. This is another element. But what will be else? You know, if you have a look on a conventional car, we are talking roughly about 5,000 different components. And all of that, or vast majority, is, of course, imported from the third parties. So we can think about what might be the next critical point. Neon was mentioned here, lasers, maybe solar panels that we are importing mostly from China, etc. So really, all that needs to be revisited, and we need to work on that. What is also important for us is the timing, because maybe David is better placed than me, but talking to his competitors and opening or just getting permissions for starting new mining sites, they were lucky. Just took them 13 years, one fee, okay? And they haven't started yet. So of course, this also shows how complex the issue is. And I'm afraid that we are having nice wishes with respect to 2030, but in reality, it will probably take a longer time. And I'm saying that also with respect to the, let's say, a very complex perspective on the whole legislative act, because really we need to ensure that what we are requiring in one is feasible from the perspective of the other. And we show these discrepancies already within the Fit for 55 package, which of course was nicely drafted by the Commission, and really big compliments. But on the other hand, we already see now that when you go into negotiations, you have different perspectives. And definitely it will not be such a coherent package. And that would be applicable also to the question how to, let's say, reinstall the supply and value chain in Europe. Because it will take time. It will take time for permitting, for construction. And really, we need to be sure that all the policy incentives and measures will really fit together. We have mentioned here circular economy. All that is not a question of a couple of days, and it must be some kind of a coherent approach to that. And with that, I will leave it here, and of course, happy to reply to possible questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Peter. Okay, right. We're going to start a panel discussion now. Before I invite the audience here in the room and online to pitch in with their question, I want to ask a couple of questions of the panel. First of all, for my own maybe clarification, something you mentioned, first of all, obviously, Philippe, this issue of resilience. I'm not going to ask you maybe to define what resilience means in this context, but how do we know, what are the targets? How do we know when the EU is approaching or has reached resilience? Because it's a word which is bandied about a lot. It's like sustainability. But what do we actually mean in practice when we say the EU has to be more resilient? Philippe.
Thank you for the question. It's I'll try to give two examples to show what resilience means from a Commission action perspective. During the pandemic, we were confronted with the blockades on all transport modes, but we were also confronted with the fact that because of the health measures, operators could not function in the boundaries of the existing operation rules for transport. In aviation, it's been largely discussed, it's still present in the press, the slots rule, which obliges airlines to fly 80% of their flights to maintain the slots that they have negotiated with airports. Now, during the pandemic, the Commission has came up with successive with an initial amending proposal to lift the 80-20 rule and to give certain flexibilities. The member states have accepted that, and this has been going on until today with a modulation of these percentages and with the use of a specific clause for emergency situations where you can even go beyond the percentages that have been established during the pandemic for each season in aviation. So this is one example where resilience means flexibility and being able to adapt immediately to a situation that occurs, which goes beyond the framework where operators can change what they're doing. In another domain, we had the truck drivers who were stuck at borders for testing, for border checks, for vaccination certificates. This had a huge impact on their requirement to remain inside a very technical and complex framework for driving and rest times. So what we did was to create a framework where member states could lift temporarily these driving and rest times while maintaining road safety, of course, in order to keep the trucks going even in conditions where some member states decided to check everybody for tests or for vaccination. So these are two examples where regulatory resilience is needed or regulatory flexibility is needed in order to make sure that whenever something occurs, you're able to act in a moment to make sure things go on. Now, let's take the current crisis with the war. Let's imagine a scenario where gas deliveries to Europe from Russia are stopped by one side or the other. I'm not going to explore the options there. What happens if in a future where all transport is based on one fuel only, be it electric, hydrogen, e-fuels, biofuels? So if there's not enough flexibility embedded in the supply chain for fuels, for example, we risk having a situation where a major disruption for one fuel determines a huge supply chain crisis or a stop of transport. So this is why the Fit for 55, I saw my predecessors mentioning it, in the part that comes from us, from the transport part of the Commission, we are just proposing technology neutral developments for infrastructure, for electricity charging, for hydrogen charging, for alternative fuels blending in aviation, for all kinds of fuels that can reduce the carbon intensity in maritime. So there you go. And we even maintain targets that follow market developments on the road sector for gas and LNG. So there you have it. We already tried to factor in, because COVID was already happening, this kind of technology neutrality as a way to maintain flexibility and resilience, to make sure that whatever happens to a source of fuel or to a source of disruption in regulation, we are able to contain it and to maintain the transport flows. So here you go. I hope the three examples provide some clarity on how we see this resilience embedded into the transport system.
Thank you, Philip. Really, really useful to hear that. Thank you very much. I'd like to turn to Patrick briefly, because one of the comments you made was the opportunity, even in these dire circumstances, of making sure that if I'm not misquoting you, the EU Chips Act works more in sort of in coherence with the new Green Deal and the Circular Economy Initiative. Could you maybe you didn't have much time in your opening remarks, could you develop that thought, please, so we can see what is your thesis, how these three different initiatives could be more coherently working together?
Yes, yeah, thanks for the questions. And I mean, overall, from my perspective, we see actually the European Green Deal as kind of the center of future European industrial development, and also linked to the other large-scale challenges that we're facing in terms of climate disruption and environmental crisis. So and then as part of the European Green Deal, obviously the Circular Economy Action Plan is one of the key elements. And so the European Chips Act, for instance, has not yet been, as far as I can tell, hasn't been directly connected to these larger and more long-term trends. So that's what I wanted to highlight as the opportunity to do this. because, for instance, just looking at the European Chips Act, it doesn't seem, well, it's about boosting manufacturing capacity, which is obviously important also in terms of building resilience and providing stable supply. But there's, I think, a few things that a circular economy approach can bring in addition. And when we look at semiconductors, for example, I think it's directly linked to the issues around sustainable use of electronics. There's a number of practices and approaches that are now being applied. For instance, I mean, it's linked not only to tackling global e-waste crisis, but it's also linked to issues around, again, critical metals, etc. So we see there's shifts towards right to repair movements. There's what's happening in the EU is also the Sustainable Products Initiative, which is looking at new design criteria for many products. When it comes to electronics, obviously these are then relevant also for the automotive industry. And what we also see are investments into new e-waste recycling facilities in Europe. Just there was in Wales a recent announcement these last few days, new investments to recover critical materials from e-waste that's going to be collected locally. So these are all trends which are happening, and I think if we connect them in a smarter way on policy level, we can build in overall resilience into the system.
Okay, thank you, Patrick. I have a couple of lithium-related questions, so I'll address them in the first instance to David on my left, but obviously anybody in the panel can chip in afterwards, and then afterwards I'll turn to the audience here in the room. The first question is from a gentleman called Bernard Moore. He doesn't give his affiliation. If you want to write in again, Bernard, and tell us what your affiliation is, you're very welcome. Your question is as follows. Europe effectively produces 0% of its own lithium, David, says Bernard. At the same time, announcements of new battery gigafactories are weekly, if not daily. What more could the EU do to encourage member states to start mining their resources and get through the local licensing hurdles faced by mining companies such as Savannah? And the second question, so take note, David, from Stefano Proietti, who's a senior researcher at ICINOVA, and his question is as follows. Lithium is often considered as the new white gold in comparison to the well-known black gold. When shaping new scenarios where lithium and other strategic materials will play an important role, is it possible to consider the different side effects to avoid all negative impact, environmental, social, political, military, we experience with the oil economy in the last 100 years? So tackle those questions as you wish, David.
Okay, all right, just in terms of how I suppose the European Commission can sort of help to, I suppose, accelerate production in Europe. I think one of the sort of the key factors has been the relatively slow sort of licensing regimes that mineral producers have to face. I think that's not an experience which is unique to Europe. I think it really is something of a global phenomenon. But I think there's obviously sort of a key requirement to have real rigour around environmental licensing. I think member states want to see responsible production of the materials. I think that having a need for speed is not necessarily inconsistent with first-class sort of licensing practices on the part of regulators. So I would encourage a need for speed. I think as well that one of the challenges, of course, is that there have been very few modern mine developments that have been licensed or a small number that have been licensed in Europe over the last few decades. So I think there's probably a need to sort of bring in external expertise into and make that available to governments to sort of accelerate the evaluation process, to accelerate the licensing process itself. I think there was also a need for more real funding to be directed, particularly at the upstream end of the lithium value chain. There's been an enormous amount of investment at the downstream end in terms of retooling of vehicle manufacturers to deal with electric vehicles. Everyone is aware of the extraordinary build-out of gigafactories here in Europe to produce lithium-ion batteries, but there hasn't been really a matching sort of build-out of processing industries to process the lithium raw materials, or indeed mining itself. So I think the European Commission could certainly look at how it might be able to encourage that, particularly around grants. Australia, for example, just allocated 243 million Australian dollars in straight grants to encourage the development of processing industry in Australia. Insofar as I am aware, there's been very little to nil grants actually delivered to the mining industry here in Europe or to processing itself. So I see that there have been a number of initiatives announced by the Biden administration on the 22nd of February, and very much focused on directing sort of capital and grants to the North American industry. So I think that is something that could be replicated here in Europe. Just in terms of the second question, in terms of how we, I suppose, sort of build social license and community buy-in. I think what we've really tried to do is sort of build a project that really meets very much best practice internationally in terms of the way the project is actually sort of framed up. But I think one of the things that we can do is really sort of talk about mineral production and talk about it a little bit more openly. I think the mineral production industry has perhaps not been its best advocate, and I'll certainly be talking to some groups here in Brussels today about how we as an industry can get out there and talk about what we can do and what the opportunities are. I'm sort of rather minded by ancient history. I think one of the sort of major sources of wealth for Rome was actually the development of resources in the Iberian Peninsula. The Iberian Peninsula was a very sort of popular or in-demand governorate for Roman generals. So I think there's an equivalent opportunity here. And finally, I think Europe really should look to maximise the benefits from its resources endowment. I think exploration should be encouraged in Europe. I think we've really only sort of touched the surface in terms of the mineral potential of the country, and I think a more favourable sort of licensing environment, I think, would encourage industry investment in exploration to sort of increase the overall published resource endowment of Europe.
Thank you, David. Anybody on the panel like to respond to those questions on lithium before I move on? Now's your opportunity. Anybody at all? No? Okay. In that, I'm going to turn to the people in the room, see if anybody here would like to ask a question. This gentleman here, those of you sort of hiding over there, make sure you wave your hands very obviously, because you're almost invisible to my peripheral vision. Give your name. I know who you are because you said hi at the beginning, but your name and your organization.
My name is Henk Zwartouw. I'm president of the European Cyclist Federation here in Brussels. Is there a camera I should speak to? No, eh?
We can see you, sir. You can see yourself. Okay. A side view.
Wonderful. Patrick Schroeder referred to it a couple of times. And with the present disruptions to the supply chains, we all know that the rollout of the electrification of our vehicle fleet will be too slow to reach particularly our emissions objectives in 2030, 40, 50. More than 90% of cars being sold now is powered by fossil fuels, and those cars will remain on the roads for another 20 or 30 years. The transport sector is the only one which is not reducing its emissions yet. This was recognized at COP26 in Glasgow in the Transport Declaration, which stated that active mobility, walking, cycling, public transport have a contribution to make to reach those goals, particularly as 50% of car trips in Europe presently is still shorter than 5 kilometers. So that's why I would very much welcome indeed Patrick's comments that active mobility, cycling, walking, public transport be included in the future of transport. So I'm looking forward to the further discussion at this conference on.
Thank you very much. We'll
How
take
we'll
that
achieve
more
this.
as a comment than a question, but I just wonder whether Peter, on behalf of the Car Industry Association, would like to engage in this exchange with the Cycle Federation. Peter, what do you think, what you just heard?
Well, I think that this is not too much about the discussion between the two associations, but that this is a personal attitude. I think that's the responsibility of all of us, how to choose the mode of transport, and of course from the policymakers to disincentivize the abuse of certain modes of transport or cycling or walking. That's clear. For me, maybe something in between that is very often forgotten. That's the role of the public transport. And this is something that definitely we see a huge room for clean mobility within the cities and towns. And okay, we all know being in Brussels, this is probably not the best example. But really there we see a huge gain for the future, which can bring a very quick and good solutions for our citizens.
Okay, thank you, Peter. Anybody else in the audience? Right, sorry, yes, you, Eric, and then the gentleman behind you, because I saw him first. Please give your name, Eric, even though I know who you are.
Yeah, Erik Jan Aert, now with Fipra Consultants. We talked a lot about lithium as an important raw material for batteries right now and in the near future. But there are a whole range, of course, of critical raw materials when we talk about the move to battery electric vehicles. We talk about cadmium, we talk about nickel. There are a lot of good initiatives underway, like the one described and presented by Silvana. However, given the deadlines which are there, and they were mentioned, in order to deliver zero-emission vehicles, and they are behind the door, as it were, we need this access to this strategically relevant raw materials for batteries now. And we heard about where these are right now in South Asia and in Latin America. So the question is in fact addressed to the Commission. What is the Commission doing to ensure that easy access can be ensured to manufacturers to this strategically relevant raw materials for batteries? Not in 5 or 10 years, but now. So what are the strategic, because this requires obviously also a trade dimension. So what are we doing? What are the negotiations going on with those countries where we could source those raw materials from?
Thank you, Eric. I'm sure you all know that for many years, Eric was the boss of ASEA, so I think he knows what he's talking about. I think the question was certainly directed to you, Philippe, but also I suspect David may want to intervene as well. Philippe, you go first. How do you respond to Eric's question?
Thank you, Eric, for the question. Of course, this is a question that is addressed to the Commission at large, but that can be replied to by the trade colleagues. Of course, facilitating access to these raw materials is key, and what we actually need is to enhance the link between our internal EU policies and our foreign policies and trade policies in order to make sure that the ambition level that we set for our economy inside the EU is matched by initiatives to as you rightly pointed out, secure access to the materials and raw materials we need to accomplish those goals. And what we see now is exactly this disruption in access for our raw materials for batteries. That is why I was raising earlier the solution of maintaining the mix of clean fuels that would enable us to maintain a strategic independence from any of the fuels, be it electricity / batteries, reducing fossil fuels more and more, and substituting the fossil fuels with a broader range of alternatives. Thank you.
Thank you, Philip. David?
Yeah, I think the question is a very important one, and just talking from an industry point of view, it's been fascinating for me, having been involved in the industry now for about 4 or 5 years, to really sort of see extreme interest, shall we say, from the European OEMs around what we're doing and the availability of raw materials. It used to be that we would call them 3 or 4 years ago, and the answer was, don't worry, we'll call you when we're ready. And it's not like that now. It's them calling us, and I think that sort of illustrates the point. There is an urgent, present need for these materials, and the urgency, I think, also should be sort of framed up around the urgency of the European car manufacturers to start producing at volume. And sort of clearly, producing at volume means you've got to have the raw materials. Why is it important to produce at volume? Because we want to sort of bring the capital cost of EVs down. We want to make EVs and sort of electric mobility devices as cheap as possible. I mean, they're a bit expensive at the moment, and it's the European consumers are otherwise faced with an extreme dilemma. They're either faced with the dilemma of sticking with internal combustion engine vehicles, which are fueled by very high-priced hydrocarbons, or have to pay quite high prices for electric vehicles. So somehow or other that problem, that wicked problem, has to be solved, and it's all about urgency. And I think the European Commission just really has to sort of crack the whip on a lot of these things that is announced, but make sure that these things do happen fast.
Peter or Patrick, would you like to come in before I move to the next question? Either of you? No? Yes? No? No.
Well, maybe shortly on that, of course, we're more than happy to do that and sell it in huge quantities. But of course, we all know that the issue is, of course, that someone has to buy it. And there, unfortunately, we see the limits. And it's okay, if we have a look what is happening around, it will be enormously difficult to convince the consumers to buy. So again, it will be about really a package of different policymakers, how to convince the consumers to move and to buy and really move ahead. Because yes, we are in a certain corner, I have to say.
Thank you. Patrick, yes, no? Before I move on, now's your chance.
Just a very brief, how to highlighting again the other side of the value chain can be maybe not a very short-term solution, but we should already start planning for it now to put in place urban mining solutions, including for lithium batteries. Once they come at a large quantity, there's the need to have the facilities in place for recycling and recovering the lithium and other critical metals. So by doing this, we can shave off, in a way, some of the demand that we need from primary sourcing, also reducing the pressures that might emerge out of geopolitical changing circumstances, etc.
Okay, thank you. The gentleman over there, you have a microphone, sir, don't you? Yeah, right.
Yeah, thank you. Is it working? Yeah, Steve Phillips, Conference European Directors of Roads, representing the Road Administration. So maybe I can slightly broaden this discussion because we've been fairly vehicular focused. Just a point of reference first. I mean, my members are facing huge challenges right now, because of the price of raw materials and the, asphalt and bitumen, steel, etc., huge increases in prices. Also, in some countries, a labour crisis because a lot of the workers have unfortunately gone back to fight in their home country. So there's a big challenge there facing the sector. We're seeing companies go out of work. Now, these are the things that we need, whether it be for a cycleway, a road, or a railway. So many of the big infrastructure projects are getting a hit, as they did during COVID, because people couldn't move around. So I'm interested in the comments now about resilience and flexibility, and when we're talking about the transport system as a whole. So I think there's two things. One of which is, how do we balance that certainty with the flexibility that we heard is important for resilience? Because I think that they're two sides of the same coin. We hear that very often. So how do we balance those? How do we have the certainty that we know going forward to invest in these things? So as I say, if road authorities are facing challenges just to maintain the roads now, and on top of that we have to electrify the road, we also have to make it connected, and we can't get the chips for the roadside units. We have to have a clear roadmap of when we should be doing these things. We need to have the backup plans to know what might slip, both from the industry, both from the Commission. And at the moment, what we see is a series of different packages. We try to understand what the automotive sector is doing, but they are governed in a very different way. And so, yeah, that's my main point to Philip, and I guess also to Peter, is how do we balance that flexibility and certainty in the system?
Thank you very much. Who would like to respond to the issue of flexibility and certainty? Anybody in the panel want to chip in? Or you just take it as a comment? I think what he was asking about how do you balance certainty and flexibility. Philippe, do you have any brief comments before I move on from the European Commission perspective?
Yes, thank you. Well, certainty is balanced by giving the outlook for investments. And what we do and did is to propose a very clear timeline for mandatory deployment of recharging stations, for example, across the core corridors of the EU. Now it's up to the Parliament and member states to decide if that roadmap is ambitious enough or if it needs fine-tuning. Some say we don't need all these things, we need more flexibility, but we care to underline that without infrastructure deployment, the car manufacturers will not be able to maintain their ambitious levels of producing e-vehicles. So financing is there. The targets, the mandatory targets for infrastructure are there. And this, if deployed, will create the market support or the infrastructure support for the car manufacturers to drive onwards. So I guess...
Could I interrupt you, Philippe? Is it also
yes.
part, you mentioned in your opening remarks, forgive me if interrupting you, this contingency, it may be early days, you talked about a contingency plan for the transport sector. Is that part of that debate as well?
The contingency plan is, as I said, it's a plan to make sure that regulatory intervention can be put forward immediately as disruptions occur. Long-term investments and long-term deployment plans are, of course, also affected by crisis, but I don't think it's up for a contingency plan to modulate investment levels during a crisis.
Okay, all right. Anybody else like to respond to that last question before I move on? Okay. Any more questions in the audience? I have a question online. You, madam, yes, please. Yes, God, I just about saw you in time.
Hello.
Yeah.
Hi, Sarah Walker from the European Climate Foundation, and I think I'm the first woman to speak today at 11:35, so I hope we can do a bit better throughout the rest of the conference. So there was quite a lot of comments there on the need for cooperation between different sectors, so I wanted to just drill down more about how much cooperation is going on between the transport section of the Commission and others, including energy and trade, because that seems like that would be a better way to get to the root of some of the permitting issues. And I also wanted to highlight, I think, Philippe from Commissioner Vallion's cabinet, you talked at the beginning about the need for more sustainable fuels and a basket of measures going towards net zero. But in your basket of measures, you referenced gas and LNG, even as a solution to help us avoid problems arising from Russia stopping gas. So I just wanted to understand more kind of what the Valiant Cabinet actually considers zero emission. Because it's the European Climate Foundation, I think gas and LNG is very much not on our zero emission list. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Sarah. As you know, Sarah, we can see that the room is full of women, but I have zero power over how to make them ask questions. Unfortunately, I'd like to have that power. Anybody respond? Sarah made a very good point, basically about joined-up policy making, right? Making sure the different parts of the Commission actually talk to each other, which Patrick kind of hinted at in his opening remarks. Philip, I think it's back to you. I mean, do you take Sarah's fundamental point that, or maybe challenge it, that different parts of the Commission need to raise their game in terms of coordinated thinking on this, or is that an unfair comment that Sarah's making, Sarah? How do you respond?
I would say we're quite coordinated. And to respond to the gas and LNG question, let's face it, the first hydrogen plane will come in 2035 or 40. It will be only for short haul distances. There's nothing coming for long haul distances in aviation. So blending of alternative clean fuels is the only solution to decarbonize aviation. And our proposals scale up the blending up to 2050, where we get to about 80%, to be continued beyond. In maritime, switching now from heavy fuel oil to LNG would reduce emissions by double-digit percentage points. It's the same question for coal, because we were speaking about the decisions that we're taking regarding transporting COP. The same COP could not issue a statement to phase out coal. So I believe that in energy, we need to stop coal now, and we need to substitute it immediately with something else, which is gas, because renewables are intermittent, and we should stop Russian gas now in order to stop financing a war that's killing women and children. So it's quite clear we need gas, biogas, hydrogen in the future, and that's the way to go. And it will become carbon neutral by 2050. But if we want to reduce emissions now, we have to take actions now. And in some transport modes, there is no electric action possible now, like maritime and aviation. I think everybody can agree to that as well.
Thank you. If there are no more questions in the room, I have one last question online, then we have to conclude because the coffee break beckons. It's a question from Takis Lefkaritis, who's the general manager of Petrolina Electric Limited. And I'll read this as clearly and as slowly as I need to. For EU countries to reach their environmental targets, we are dependent on the supply chain of technologies such as PV. The price and availability of PV is now outside the control of the EU as we host very limited production. It is very naive, says Takis, to believe that China will continue to supply PV that offers a levelized cost of energy at 0.03 euro per kilowatt. With the current prices of electricity, how can we plan around this supply chain issue? Pretty specific question, but anybody on the panel want to attempt to respond to Takis before we conclude? We haven't mentioned China the last hour and a quarter, so it's a good time to talk about China briefly. Anybody want to respond, or has Takis stunned you all into silence? Takis, I'm sorry, Takis, you have stunned the panel into silence, so maybe you can take the discussion offline and we can give you the email addresses if they agree of the panel. Maybe they can respond to you if they so choose via email. It is now exactly 11:35 and the program says that we break here for coffee. I'd like to, before we do that, thank my panel. It's not easy to be on a panel and certainly to moderate a panel which is hybrid, virtual and physical. I think we just about pulled it off, David, you and I here. And thank you to Philip, to Patrick, to Peter, and to you, Sir Patrick, David, for being with me and this morning. And let's have a coffee break and come back in about 20 minutes or so. Thank you very much.
The world is facing fundamental challenges. The planet under pressure, productivity stalling, opportunity stubbornly unequal. Technology is central to the answer. With our customers, we create the critical networks that bring together the world's people, machines, and devices, using and reusing the world's resources more efficiently to be more productive, inclusive, and open. Bringing digital to the world's heavy industries, connecting families and colleagues at unprecedented scale, enabling access to work, healthcare, markets, and education. Sensing and acting in real time, helping the world act together.
Okay. Right. I believe everyone is back in the room now after the coffee break and the session this morning. So welcome everyone, welcome back to the second panel of today's conference on the future of transport. The topic of this session is now about multimodality and interconnectivity, achieving an efficient and greener transport sector. My name is Claire-Marie Healy. I'm actually working for SARE. It's an independent think tank in Brussels, and we are looking into how we can better improve regulation of network industries such as mobility, tech, media, and technology. And I'm the senior project manager for this practice. Today's session is very much about the current changes happening in mobility, but also a bit forward-looking. And we are delighted to have, for this panel discussion, a lot of experts from different fields. So I think it will be very providing you a very good overview of a different point of view on this topic. And I'm delighted to have, as well as people from the European Commission online with us right now, but also people from, experts from member states, as well as expert from the user, providing a user perspective. And of course, what is also very important for today's topic is the industry perspective, the technology and the innovation. So I'm delighted to have experts as well coming to represent the technology and innovating services in mobility. So that's it for kind of the intro to my short intro. I will pass the floor to each of you for a quick opening remarks first, letting first Christian from the Commission, of course, but I would also like to remind everyone that you're all invited to already think of the questions you'd like to ask, maybe on some of those topics already, which will cover, the ITS revised directive, also autonomous driving, multimodality, and also data, which I think is an exciting topic. So please already think of your question. You can ask them online. I will make sure I don't forget about this tablet here I was given and those questions coming online, but also if you have questions, you can raise your hand, and after the opening remarks, we can have the first round of questions maybe. So I'll pass now the floor to you, Christian, for your opening remark.
Okay, many thanks, Claire. Good afternoon, everyone. Well, as good as can be in the present circumstances, with a tragedy playing out in Ukraine, I'm sure that's weighing on all of us on some of these discussions that we have under the Brussels sun. may seem a bit second rank priority. Nevertheless, these are important issues for the future of European society, and I'm very grateful for the invitation, also for the Commission to be invited into this discussion. So I see in the billing for this session that it covers a very broad range of issues. I will try to set the scene a little bit with a few contextual remarks. The starting point for everything that the Commission does these days, or at least much of what we do, is of course the European Green Deal, the objectives of which include to reduce the transport-related greenhouse gas emissions by 90% by 2050. And to this end, the Commission adopted, as I'm sure many participants are well aware, in December 2020, a comprehensive strategy on sustainable and smart mobility. And in that strategy, we specifically foresee a twin green and digital transformation to ensure that the EU transport sector is fit for future. Put simply, greening is the license for the transport sector to continue to grow. No greening, no growth. And to achieve this, we need to work on several strands, increasing the uptake of zero-emission vehicles, certainly, but we also need to increase the efficiency of our transport system. And in this context, we need to make sustainable alternative solutions available to the public and businesses, both for passenger transportation and for freight. In terms of passenger transportation, we need to provide real alternatives to the use of the private car. And the way forward, we believe, is multimodality. The premise is pretty simple and compelling. We should have a transport system which allows us to use the most efficient, sustainable mode for each leg of a journey. Difficult to argue with that, but easier said than done. There has been no lack of talk on the matter. We even designated 2018 the year of multimodality. But for all the talk, the customer or user experience remains often underwhelming and even unattractive. And this has a detrimental impact on our ability to deliver on the Green Deal objectives that we just referred to earlier on. So for that reason, we're making a real effort for a step-level change. Enhancing multimodality requires working on different pillars: infrastructure, passenger rights, but very centrally, digitalization. And digital tools, such as the multimodal digital mobility services, help passengers compare different travel options and prices. They can facilitate the sale and resale of mobility products from different operators by facilitating the access to information, booking, payment of mobility services. These services, we hope, should help to overcome the fragmentation that presently characterizes the offer in the EU. Many issues remain, such as difficult cooperation between mobility operators and multimodal digital mobility services, the lack of common standards and interfaces, and the lack of solutions concerning revenue sharing. In some cases, those distribution agreements between operators, both public and private, and digital service providers are unbalanced due to inequality of bargaining power in favor of the incumbent operators. To address this issue and support the deployment of digital mobility platforms that can help nudge behavior towards the more sustainable or the most sustainable transport modes, the Commission is in the process of preparing a new initiative on multimodal digital mobility services, MDMS. The impact assessment support study has started, and we have organized the first public workshop on the topic in February this year to help us confirm identified problems, drivers, and the root causes of the problems. The next step will be to assess the impact of potential policy measures, which will be discussed in more detail in the context of the Multimodal Passenger Mobility Forum, MPMF, not to be confused with MDMS. And this forum gathers all relevant actors in the field. All this work builds on the recent proposal on the revised ITS directive, on which I'm looking forward to hearing views of the other panelists today. Just to say that the ITS directive is a framework proposal, and in it we have been looking at enhancing the coordinated development of services for the benefit of the user, and making sure that that legislation is fit for future technological development. Some of you will remember the old directive dated from 2010. Not a lot of talk about MAS or CCAM back in 2010, so it was certainly necessary to have a look and update the directive. In particular, in the proposed revision of the ITS directive, specific policy measures have been looking at increasing interoperability and cross-border continuity of applications and systems, and perhaps most importantly, and the chair already referred to data, we need to ensure improved data availability, access, and quality standards. All these initiatives are developed with the objective to promote data sharing within the entire transport ecosystem, which we believe is essential to make mobility more efficient, greener, and safer. Let me finish by just noting how multimodality also links very well with our action on supporting zero-emission mobility. For seamless zero-emission travel across the Union, we need to massively increase our alternative fuels infrastructure, especially electric charging. Therefore, as part of the Fit for 55 package, we have proposed a revised alternative fuels infrastructure regulation, and in it, we're mandating member states to put up the required public charging points next to the major roads and across the Union. We're not directly regulating the charging infrastructure deployment for private premises. We understand that charging needs of private fleet operators are very different from the needs of private customers and consumers because of different use patterns and special requirements, such as rental hubs near airports. But captive fleets and shared mobility operators can lead in the transition to zero emissions, as they have on average very quick fleet turnovers, and they're very conscious of operating costs. But in the transition period, they can be hindered by infrastructure deployment. And in order to facilitate discussion and try to connect public authorities with fleet operators and other mobility providers, we have established a dedicated task force under the Sustainable Transport Forum. So, Chair, these were just a few elements I wanted to put out there to preempt a hopefully interesting discussion. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Very insightful opening remarks, Christian, and a lot of topics that we will be going back to in follow-up panel discussion. So moving on to our second panelist today, and to provide us with opening remarks from a member state, I'd like to invite Leonard now. Thank you, Leonard.
Thank you very much. Is my microphone working? It seems like it's working. And thank you very much, actually, for the invitation to be here and to be one of the speakers in this panel. Actually, you just asked me, did you do many panels already in this capacity? And I said, actually, no, because I started this position on the 1st of March 2020, and of course, 2 weeks later, the COVID crisis broke out. So actually, in the beginning, I was also head of the department that had to solve the COVID measures in the Netherlands for the Ministry of Infrastructure. But I'm very happy now, actually, that we are able to travel again and meet each other, and actually also learn to have our own digital revolution, which is that of course we now have hybrid meetings, which is a huge opportunity, I think, for future conferences as well. I am, as I said, I'm head of the Smart Mobility Department in the Netherlands, and the Dutch are always a bit blunt, of course, so our statement is that we'd like to be the #1 in the world, and if we don't succeed there, then we want to be the #1 in Europe. But actually what we're trying to say is we very much believe in the opportunities and the possibilities that digitalization and smart mobility has for us, for all of us in Europe, and that we need cooperation, a lot of cooperation, public-private sector, but also with other member states and the European Union in order to achieve that. So we try to be ambitious ourselves and thereby seeking as much cooperation as possible in order to achieve our goals. Many of those goals actually have been mentioned by Christian, of course, who was unfortunately not able to be here, but I was very happy actually with his introduction. The importance of multimodality, the importance of road safety is a very important topic in the Netherlands as well. We still have 600 traffic casualties every year, and we very much hope and believe that a digital solution should be a part of the solution actually for the problem as well. And key to smart mobility, as we see it in the Netherlands as well, is testing. So when it comes to autonomous driving, we have actually two major laws now. One is the exemptional law, where you can test ADS systems in the Netherlands with a driver, so you can gather the data to see what happens actually with the ADS systems and can they cope with the Dutch road network. And we also have the experimental law, and there actually you can even test remotely in order to see if vehicles will be able to succeed on the Dutch roads. And when it comes to autonomous driving, we very much believe that 2022 will be a game changer. Of course, we will be asked actually to do type approval for ALKS, actually the first self-driving system that we will see in the European Union on a major scale. Of course, that is a very exciting moment for all of us. I think there are still many questions about road safety and how can we guarantee that technology will help actually humans in order to make better choices. But it is very exciting actually that we are finally there. I can remember when I first started working at the Ministry of Infrastructure. At the time, the Minister of Infrastructure was Melanie Schultz. She was sitting next to the King of the Netherlands in a car, both holding their hands up like this car is self-driving, and one day you don't have to steer it yourself anymore, it will do it itself. So in the Netherlands also the King very much believes in the opportunities, and now actually is the moment to realize it. So our slogan is Smart Mobility, Dutch Reality, and this is an important moment. And we are very happy actually also that KPMG still ranks us very high actually in the Netherlands. We are number 2 in the world now, not number 1 anymore. Singapore is number 1 when it comes to the readiness for self-driving. So last month actually also able to travel again. I went to Singapore to learn from their experiences and how they are so successful actually and what we can learn from them. And actually a few things are crucial for being successful when it comes to smart mobility. The first one, it has been mentioned already, is public-private partnership. The second one is reaping benefits for digitalization. And the third one is focusing on creating a flexible and multimodal transport system. It has been mentioned already as well. And when it comes to public-private partnerships, we believe it's very much key to success. We as governments are not the innovators, the private companies are the innovators, and we can work together. We can subsidize, we can make exemption laws, we can create places where you can try. And also, if we work together, we can also see what kind of legislation might be helpful in the future. We can also see what kind of regulations might be helpful in the future in order to benefit from that. So one of the projects actually that we just initiated this month in the Netherlands, actually we will do it next week. So it's a little bit of a scoop, so we're not able to mention the company yet, but one of the major car manufacturers in Europe, we will start a project Road Monitor, and with that project actually we will gather the data from 800,000 vehicles in the Netherlands for our road operators. So we now will get the information about whether a car sees that there are damages on the road, so road operators can fix it. Road markings are, for example, sometimes unreadable. We will now know where it is, so that ADAS and ADS systems can work better. But we also know now where roads may become icy, so that we will be in time to make sure to prevent any accidents in the future. It's a very impressive cooperation actually that we will announce next week. So we will get the data now with all privacy guarantees from next month on. Also, this month we initiated a project together with 6 service providers, including Kia, Hyundai, and TomTom, and 3 others in the Netherlands, to make sure that 20% of all road users in the Netherlands will now get safety warnings in their car, for example, for roadblocks, but also for traffic jams, so we can prevent accidents from happening. We invest in 12 million euros in that together with those companies in order to make sure that we can improve road safety in the Netherlands. And of course, road safety, digitalization and the gathering of data is not a goal itself. It is something that should be helpful to achieve our policy goals. And therefore, we need, of course, also the legislation and regulations. As I say, of course, also as a member state perspective. As part of our obligations of the ITS directive, we, of course, massively invested in our national access point. And also there, we try to be the best in Europe. I'm not sure if we are. Probably there are much other examples of great national access points as well. We try to connect as much sources as possible. Also to support multimodal traveling. So it's not only road information that's being shared, public transport is being shared. Even in the Netherlands, we have information on how much bikes are parked in a biking garage, because that's an important thing in the Netherlands for multimodal traveling. You go with your bike to a train station. You need to make sure that there's a place available so you can switch to a train, actually. But also for multimodal traveling, I think maybe the data that is important for Bolt actually to do business. It is important that we have that at certain places so you can give multimodal advices. And therefore, we very much believe in the value of the national access point and invested an additional €2.5 million this year in that project in the Netherlands. Therefore, we also very much welcome actually the initiative of the European Commission on the ITS directive, the revised ITS directive, and the data space mobility, and also reap the benefits of digitalization Europe-wide. Because together, I think we can set the setters as member states with the European Union, but also together with the private sector. I'm almost wrapping up, but a few important things I'd like to mention is mobility as a service, also one of the projects in the Netherlands that we are proud of. Mobility as a service, of course, is actually the idea that when you book something on your mobile phone and you have a certain idea about where you want to go, but not yet what kind of modality you'd like to use, that you can just book your trip, whether it's partly by bike, partly by bus, partly by metro, partly by anything that you can probably imagine, and make sure that you have one app where you can pay and where you can book your trip and make sure that there is a place available in the train, for example, in advance, but also make sure you can have your connecting transfer somewhere. We have now 8 apps available in the App Store in the Netherlands with 8 different regions. Also, that is something where the public sector, the private sector, and different regions work together. And it's actually a kind of test. And we'd like to do this together, of course, with the private sector, because I very much believe that also other apps like Felix in the Netherlands, or maybe Google Maps one day, or Bolt should step in so that we can very much stimulate multimodal traveling. And this is one of the projects where we, as Dutch government, use the subsidies, but also use like the standardization. The TOMP API in the Netherlands is now the standard for mobility as a service, and we believe that this kind of projects can help us to see what kind of investments and what kind of legislation will be helpful in the future in order to achieve this. Because now I'm almost wrapping up. I think the most challenges for the 5 next years will be urbanization. In many countries, also in the Netherlands, cities are growing, and on the other side, the major challenge for the future is sustainability, which actually means that most governments try to push out cars from the city centers, and on the other hand, the city centers are growing, and that means that there actually is only one solution, except of staying home, which is smart mobility. It means that you need to have a flexible system in which you can transfer from different modalities, and that there actually, we believe that smart mobility and data sharing is key to achieve that, and that we therefore need public sector and private sector cooperation. So wrapping up very briefly, mobility will change, in our belief, in the 5 next years more than over the past 2 decades. We now have the self-driving systems available, and we now have the mobility as a service apps available in the App Store. Digitalization and smart mobility is not a goal itself. It's a way to achieve our policy goals when it comes to the flexibility because of urbanization, but also because of road safety. We still have the 600 casualties every year in the Netherlands, and therefore we need public-private partnership. We are very proud of the road monitor, as I mentioned. We are very proud of mobility as a service, and also the agreements with the service providers in the Netherlands. And we need a very strong European Union, a very strong legislator, in order to protect the public interest when it is about privacy, road safety, or sustainability in city centers. And therefore, we are a strong supporter of the standardization, but also the ITS directive, type approval standards within the European Union, national access point, and for example, the Data Act. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Leonard. It's impressive what you've been doing in your country, and I believe you're really showing, your role model and impressive. So I think it's challenging for many countries to really modernize transport and mobility. It's cost, and there are many challenges, but you've really managed using different approaches to tackle some of them, and we'll look forward to to seeing that in the world. I will move on to our next panelist today, to give us another point of view on this topic. This time, the point of view from the mobility user and the end user. So over to you, Lauriane, for your opening remarks.
Thanks a lot. Thanks everybody for being here, and thanks a lot for getting me into that panel last minute where I felt I fit better. So my name is Lauriane Krudde. I represent the FIA Region 1. So in the Netherlands, it's ANWB. So these are mobility clubs. Mobility is in our DNA since the beginning, and most of our members, like the ANWB, were created around the bike, which was basically the first means of transportation that there was around 1900. So our members have been really working around a means of transportation and shifting now to the user. Indeed, that's really what we see in a lot of the clubs like ANWB, but ADAC as well. I know some are in the room. We're really focusing now on the user and how to get the user from A to B more than in the past focusing on the vehicle. So we work on mobility because we're convinced mobility brings benefits to society, and our mission statement is not to be the first in the world, although it's very appealing, is that mobility should be efficient, safe, clean and affordable. What seems like a very simple mission statement today is a bundle of contradictions somehow. So obviously we support the ambition to reach the EU climate neutrality. We know that transport has and must play an important role. However, we also know that transport has added value. So what we want to work towards is to focus making this transition acceptable and bearable for the citizens in the long term. So today, as mentioned by Christian as well, we experience an increase in pricing of fuels, which makes it challenging for users to keep their daily mobility as needed. And again, the statement that maybe some short trips can be replaced, I'm sure people will think about it right now. The question is really for the trips that are unavoidable, for small businesses bringing things. And of course, the pandemic has taught us that we don't move quite as much. I mean, it's actually the first in-person event since a while. But we make things move to us, and that's also a challenge for the transportation system altogether. What we see, and we've been working with our members intensely on the Fit for 55 package, it does contain many elements which somehow will have an impact on the price of mobility, generally. Transport in ETS, alternative fuel infrastructure, CO2 targets for new vehicles. And looking back, you look at today, roughly 13 to 15% of the revenues available to Europeans are spent on transport. That's really the baseline we're coming from. So when there is a stress on the prices of energy cost will be a key in the transition, because obviously transport is one sector. We'll all be competing for that energy altogether. And there will be, of course, a need to beef up the green energy. So, of course, more efficient and available means of transport is key. The challenges for us when it comes to connectivity and multimodality are greatly different when it comes to the urban setting or the rural setting. And we, of course, are many in the urban areas, but we shouldn't forget about the rural parts. And, of course, the challenges are very different depending on the countries. We had a very good example with the Netherlands, but Europe is very diverse. So I will focus really on 2 points. The first one is multimodality, that was part of it, and the second one is mobility as a service, no big surprise. And on the ITS itself and the directive from 2010 and what is brought to the users, from a user's perspective, there are still a lot of challenges. A lot of challenges in being geographically available in the same way, in being interoperable between different member states. The availability of data remains a key point, a key pain point, let's say. So when it comes to the future and when it comes to the new directive, we would welcome mandating additional data sets made available to drivers on real time in digital machine readable format. So we should know what type of urban vehicle access restrictions is happening in a city or another. That's a huge patchwork. It's quite difficult for people to know what's there. Of course, add the new means of transportations as well to make sure that we can interconnect all the possible options to move from A to B. Cross-border is key, so investigate the possibility to standardize with other regions to also diminish the cost of implementation of production. Raise people awareness. At the end of the day, this is about their safety, their benefits also for efficiency, and I'm sure we're all very concerned about our impact globally. So make sure that it's known what can the technology achieve for me as a user. And of course, focus on every road user, especially on urban traffic, especially with the increase of automation, which I believe probably urban will be the last part of the transport to be automated because of the challenges it raises and the extremely complex situation we encounter there. So the second point is really about the acceptance and the change of habits. It is very important to empower the user. MaaS, Mobility as a Service, is a user-friendly tool, but we've talked about it a lot in the recent years. And more and more, we don't believe that this is the only single silver bullet that will solve it all. The key issues are around sharing data from public transport. That is very often the responsibility of the member states. And frankly, for many around the table, the business model. Where does the revenue come from? From a company, whichever it is, that try to bundle this offer for people. I was at an event, a virtual one yesterday, where we also wondered how far MaaS would contribute to greening transport altogether, whether or not it could have a number of unintended consequences in having more trips that are usually done by other means or by freeing traffic and getting more people into their cars. So it's not entirely sure what the impact on the greening will be. On the user side, obviously, we have the technology to tell people, I want to get from A to B. This is the greenest, this is the cheapest, this is the most efficient way to go from A to B. That's something that's available, and people will expect that to happen, also with public data from public transport. But when it comes to of course I will close on that, access to data, and the car is a part of this ecosystem. There as well, we see that we're not there yet. We are creating a lot of data by moving around. It is very important to have all bits of the puzzle also in ITS, so that the car talks to the infrastructure talks back. But on the current business models of the vehicle manufacturers, we see that the users are actually not in power of their data. They don't understand necessarily. They don't get told the right information, even when they ask for it. And we're really sitting at a crossroad where we need the Data Act to be, let's say, further developed into specific legislation on access to in-vehicle data that empowers the users. I will stop here to make it very short and hopefully provocative enough so that we will get a discussion afterwards.
Yeah, thank you so much, Lauriane, for that point. Then moving on to other panelists today, this time to give us an opening remark on his view on how technology is helping mobility, achieving an efficient and greener transport sector. I'll pass the floor now to Tom for his opening remarks. Thank you, Tom.
Okay. Thank you. I thought we'd have Bolt first, but no, thank you very much. I'm happy to be here. I'm speaking for Huawei in a way because I've asked to work with them, and it's rather new. So for those of you who know me, so I've been preparing on a bit of a short notice and coming after Lauriane, who's obviously done this before. It's a bit of a challenge, no. But it's nice to be here. It's definitely nice to be back also with Forum Europe, because I truly appreciate their conferences and also the in-person aspect. And yeah, too bad Christian couldn't join us. So what I've done as a few opening remarks and hopefully trying to bring a bit of another view is I came up with a few things that I was thinking about as myself, let's say. Then I've also looked at what Huawei has been doing and how this fits. And I hope this is a good start of a debate. So firstly, I wanted to say, when we talk about multimodality, this is about connections between all the modes of transport. And I think what Christian also said was very interesting about the user friendliness, and you can feel that there is a bit of frustration ever since also the ITS directive that I know well from 2010 and the action plan in 2008, I believe. So, we've moved on over 10 years further, and there is this feeling that the user friendliness, the user experience could be better. And this is, I think, where technology companies actually come in. It's also, I worked a lot on logistics, goods transport. The problem with multimodality there is that every time you need to move freight from one mode to another, you add cost, you add time, you add potential risks and difficulties. And overall, it's a lot easier to just put freight on one mode of transport from A to B, and that's it. And as a freight owner, this is what would be the easiest. I'm not saying the best for society. When you then look at passengers, it's a bit the same thing. You have to look at why is it still not so easy or user-friendly to change between different modes of transport to get from A to B or A to Z, for that matter, and why are indeed people a lot still very much clinging on to their private car. And why is this not better integrated into a multimodal transport system? So I think, and I hope this is what we can work on as well. So also to stimulate, let's say, the individual users to adopt this multimodal mindset, so to say, and provide technology that actually makes this easier. This is where we come from. So what do you need? It's data. We heard it before. The access to the data, the machine-readable formats, and so on. You need to oblige everyone to make this data available, so to say, or at least stimulate them. And then we need to be able to share this. And then one problem there is still the trust issue. And you all know where I would be coming from on that. But in a sense, if you want to create trust in Europe, as opposed to maybe United States, but citizens still trust their public bodies, the governments, the authorities, rank the highest for trust, and after that would be the private sector. So again, we would look at the public sector to build this trust and to create the framework and the technical aspects to allow for this trust. Now, we also heard it when you look at transport. I mean, it's not just one transport. I mean, you have urban, you have highway, you have short distance, you have long distance. So these are all different scenarios, different ways of people to tackle it. And this also from a technology perspective, you need to be able to break them down and harmonize them so that everyone knows what scenario are we talking about, what scenario are we supposed to develop solutions to. Same with mobility as a service. I like to say, if you look at it wider, you look at transport as a system or transport as a service, and I would urge everyone to also look at ways to involve private vehicle use into an overall mobility as a service. Again, not making sure they feel welcome and that they are able to switch between modes. One of them being the private vehicle. And then the last point on general, we look a lot also with Huawei, but in general, I've looked a lot at both physical and digital infrastructure, PDI for short, and it's really nice to see this being combined. And we support very much the CCAM partnership and the association. And then I'm looking at you, Steve, the whole idea of road authorities becoming, I think you call it digital road operators. I really appreciate that. And then there's also this notion about, well, we call it ISAT. It comes from an EU-funded project called Infrastructure Support Levels for Automated Driving. We need, again, to have this system where you could categorize roads and the road system according to their readiness level for automated driving. I mean, I heard what you said about the Netherlands being number 2. Singapore, it's smaller, right? They can move quicker, but I'm sure you can catch up. But this is exactly what we need. This kind, and sorry to say, not just KPMG should do this. It should be an overall system, globally recognized, that we know what we're talking about. Then to wrap up, what I learned about Huawei, and it's actually pretty interesting. They have a document called Intelligent Automotive Solutions 2030, and I think the conference organizers will make it available to everyone. I mean, it's 50 pages, but you can read it pretty quickly, and it gives an amazing view on how Huawei sees how private vehicles will develop, so cars, but also vans, shuttles, and so on. And they talk a lot about the intelligent cockpit concept, which is where if you know the environment of your smartphone, you would bring the same environment to your car and amplify it like crazy, using everything in a car, sensors, windows, and so on, to become a whole multimedia experience, not multimodal. So there were 3 keywords, and I'll stop there. The keywords I took, or the key concept from this Huawei paper, but overall what I've been learning, it's that they very much support cooperation among all the stakeholders, public, private, but among everyone, not leaving anyone outside, so to say. Then, of course, the role of technology, and this is obvious, but in there you have all the buzzwords, AI, cloud, edge, IoT, 5G, obviously, and it's all about connectivity between the different modes and within the mode of transport. And the last point, and we might come back to that, standardization is extremely important. So the EU is very strong on standardization. They become global trendsetters. And this has to continue. I know there's initiatives on that. And again, their public and private sector should work together. Voilà. I'll leave it at that.
Great. Thank you so much. We'll come back to some of those points, especially the standardization one that you just mentioned. in your final remarks. So moving on to our final, last panelist for today, you're actually representing a European innovating mobility service, a new one that is just, well, new, a few years old now, but it's exciting to see there's innovative services coming from Europe as well. So I'll let the floor to you, Velmot, to give us your opening remarks.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Velmut Nijmeijer. I'm head of licensing and head of public policy for rentals at Bolt. For those of you who don't know Bolt yet, we're an Estonian company that was founded approximately 8 years ago, initially as a ride-hailing company, so providing taxi services for people via an online platform. By now, the company has largely increased its mobility portfolio, so we can proudly say that we're a real multimodal mobility provider at the moment. We offer e-scooters, e-bikes, car sharing, but also food and grocery delivery services. And what I would like to talk to you about today is what multimodal trips are actually happening already in the street these days. And maybe just to give you a brief highlight of what we've been doing over the past summer, because we realized at a certain point having all these different mobility services is fantastic. There's interesting synergies having these all on one platform, in one app. Users are immediately exposed to a new service once we launch it in a new market. But we could perhaps do a bit more with that. And we started playing around with the way we present different mobility options in the app. So what we did over the last summer in 10 European cities was when a ride-hailing user tried to book a trip of approximately 3 kilometers, instead of offering them different ride-hailing options, different categories with each a different price, we made the second option an e-scooter. And we tried to see, hey, what does that do with people when they suddenly see an e-scooter popping up there? The results were very, very interesting. And I'll share some of these with you because I think these have a wider significance, especially also when we're talking about mass and the potential this could have in the future. In all cities, we've seen that nudged users, because that's what it is, just a nudge. We didn't offer an extra discount or something. So the nudge users were significantly more likely to take an e-scooter than a ride-hailing trip than they would have been if we wouldn't have presented this option to them. Lisbon was the absolute top there. We saw a 200% increase in the number of nudged users that used an e-scooter. Now that is fantastic to see, but it also begs the question, why do people make that change? Is that because some of the users actually never really considered an e-scooter as an option? That could be. We didn't do in-depth user research. That's something for this year, for the subsequent program. But these are the kind of questions we would really love to dig into a bit deeper to really understand what drives people when they change their behavior. It also became apparent during the research that the density of e-scooters in the city is very relevant. We only suggested e-scooters to a user if they were available within 300 meters of that user. Now what we've seen is that when an e-scooter was available approximately 50 or 100 meters, people were very likely to make that switch to an e-scooter. But once you got past 100 meters, closer to the 300 meters, there was a steep decline in the number of users that made the switch. Now that could be because the users didn't physically see the scooter on the street, perhaps, and were wondering, is it really there? Am I going to, find it when I walk those 300 meters? Or maybe they thought 300 meters were too far. But this is very significant information for us to be aware about. We're all ultimately lazy, right? So if we don't make mobility options available very close to the user, people are less inclined to make that behavioral change. The other thing I would want to highlight is a more long-term effect that we saw, and we still need to do further research in how long that effect will last. But we've seen that users that were once nudged were much more likely to subsequently take an e-scooter trip. So many users, once they took an e-scooter, they would get online on the platform a day later, a few days later, and took an e-scooter trip where they had previously been only using ride-hailing services. Now, this is very interesting. As I mentioned, we want to dig into this a little bit more, but it gives the indication that long-term behavioral changes could potentially be induced by these simple nudges in a multimodal platform. And that is just a wonderful finding in itself. And I hope that not only us, but many more parties will start exploring the potential of this in the coming years. Now, I wanted to leave it at this because I think time is running fast. Maybe just to give you a bit of an idea of what's next, right? Because we want to do further research in this field. This is only the beginning of a journey for Bolt to really explore what is possible out there and what we can do with the mobility services on our platform, but also how we can start playing around between mobility services on our platform and of other operators or of public transport operators. We really hope to be able to investigate that much more deeply in the coming years. Doesn't end there. We also offer e-bike services. We would love to start playing around with how can we nudge people to bikes from different modes, or maybe even include walking. Because we all see the need for people to be more active. So these are more questions will be addressed and will be researched in the coming years. And yes, if there's partners here that would like to partner with us, we're very open to suggestions. So please, reach out to me. Finally, I already briefly touched upon this. Why is this relevant? Why am I sharing this with you now? These findings are not just relevant for Bolt, but these findings show that there is a lot of potential for mobility as a service solutions in trying to see how they can start playing around with the different mobility services on their app and how you can help people make the switch to a more sustainable mode of transport, or maybe a safer mode of transport, right? Perhaps someone that has been drinking at night, you would like to suggest them taking a ride-hailing trip or a metro ride rather than an e-scooter or a shared car. There's endless possibilities, and I really look forward to where this is going in the coming years. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mahmoud. And we'll move on now to the topic, more diving into specific topic, I would say. And we heard from Christian that there's now on the table a new proposal for a revision of the ITS directive. The first one was from 2010, I believe. So we've seen obviously massive changes in the way we use mobility today and new innovative services coming in. So we need to integrate that into our new rules in Europe. If possible. So I'd like to ask Leonard first, and also Lauriane maybe to intervene on that topic here, to provide us your view on this revision of the ITS directive when it comes to member states and all member states. You, of course, but also what do you think other member states are thinking about this revision? Is it welcome? What is it going to help them with? And also for the user perspective, Lauriane, what do you think this new revision here is providing to the user? So if you can make it very quite short, sorry.
I'll keep it short, no problem. We are very happy with the revision of the ITS directive, also knowing it's not a magical solution for everything, but it is very important that we start standardizing data standards, as has been mentioned by the private sector as well. But we as government should take our part in this as well. And the ITS directive set actually the standards for this types of data should be gathered by different governments, and it should be gathered by this standard. We also know that we in the Netherlands, even though we are a bit blunt in our statements, but we aren't perfect yet, so we are very much using actually this new ITS directive to make new agreements with local governments as well. We have 350 municipalities in the Netherlands using actually the ITS directive to make sure that we have a new framework of agreements with our local road authorities in order to gather the data. To give you an example, in the past, we had the data top 15. We tried to gather as much data as possible, but for most municipalities that were a bit smaller, it was actually kind of tough to gather all the traffic data that we asked for, like the school areas and stuff like that. And therefore, actually, we hired private companies to make pictures of all the traffic signs in the Netherlands and put that in a database. That's of course a start, but it's a bit odd that the local government is able and actually obliged to have to put traffic signs throughout the streets, of course, but is not able or willing or whatsoever to put it in a database so we can use it for digital solutions as well. So that is actually, therefore it very much helps, I believe. And it also helps us actually, I think, in something we call it in the Netherlands sometimes, it's the new seatbelt. You have to raise the standards. Seatbelts were once a day an innovation that a few car companies had, and it was very important actually that a few companies had that kind of innovation. But at a certain level, it's like a no-brainer that every car driver should use a seatbelt, and then is of course obliged to use one. And when it comes to school areas, you don't want to have a lot of traffic around a school area between 8:30 and 9:30 in the morning. That eventually will become the next seatbelt, so to say. So it set the standards for what kind of data is necessary, and it also set the standards for what kind of data is being used in the future. So the ITS Directive revision, we are very happy with it. We will fully cooperate, and I think we should also keep testing about what kind of data and what kind of standards we need in the future as well. Not just as governments, but together with the private sector.
Thank you. Then Lauriane, passing on to you.
Yeah, I will be very brief indeed. We very much welcome it. The situation has changed since 2010. We do see the need for additional data sets to tackle the new reality. We do see the need to have a minimum standards across European countries as well, and it should be clear that the member states are able to share this data. And we see a relatively big number of low-hanging fruit. One of them for us is the urban vehicle access restrictions, where basically every municipality can have its own system, and there's currently no information available across Europe about these restrictions for users. So we see there's an opportunity for providing information on various issues that are relevant for users today in real time, that would help them embrace, let's say, the sharing of the data, because we do know as well that on ITS there's a need to share a minimum amount of data from as many vehicles as possible to make the system actually the most efficient. So we need to get users on board as well, and we do hope that, yeah, standards, interoperability, all of this was said already. So.
Thank you. Kristen, I'd like to pass now over to you, perhaps for the second main topic of today's discussion, which is a bit very much forward-looking, or not for at least for in the Netherlands, but autonomous driving. And we see, you know, do you think that autonomous driving is something that is needing, you know, further regulation at European level, and, you know, what is the Commission planning to do on this topic? I believe you're on mute.
Are we? Still.
It should be okay now. Sorry.
Yes, perfect.
After 2 years of practice, still the reflexes are not always there. Starting maybe first with the top level, we are quite upbeat and confident in the Commission that connected automated driving has great potential to improve road safety, traffic efficiency, road safety along the lines that Lennart has mentioned earlier on. Safety is fundamental, and that's probably the one aspect that most people associate with these technologies. And because it's developed quite a bit, I'll skip on that one and maybe move over to another aspect which we feel very strongly about, but which is perhaps less capturing the public imagination and sometimes also the imagination of the policymakers and decision makers, is the contribution to economic efficiency that these technologies may entail and bring about. If in the future we have to be a little bit modest, not putting a year on it when all of this will happen. A few years ago, many were quite gung-ho and expected that by today we will all be going around in highly assisted or even fully automated vehicles. Now we know that the challenges were a little bit bigger, and continued innovation, testing, and development of the regulatory framework will be needed. But with that, we are very much motivated by the potential payoffs. We believe that the technologies may be helpful in tackling, if not doing entirely away with, but at least tackling a big economic waste in Europe in the form of congestion. in places such as Lennart's home country and where we're being hosted now, congestion costs up to 2% of GDP. On the level of the European Union, it costs up to 1% of GDP. And you do the maths very easily. In a 15 trillion euro economy, such as the European Union, 1-2 percentage points, and you're quickly talking about hundreds of billions in potential efficiency gains, cost savings. So we certainly have an interest in getting the full benefit of these technologies for our society, both in terms of the safety improvements, but also the contribution to economic efficiency. To what extent regulation is needed? We're sometimes asked whether whether regulation is keeping pace with the technological development. I think so. I don't feel too defensive about this. I very much align myself with what Lennart was saying about the necessity of collaboration between public sector and private operators. This will only happen as teamwork between the authorities, between the OEMs, between the road infrastructure users, operators, between the authorities at the local level. Collaboration. And there, of course, the kind of testing that Lennart was also referring to, that ongoing testing at the moment is feeding to the process where the regulation is subjected to the appropriate and necessary adaptations and development. So I think regulation is keeping pace as long as we are all mindful of doing it together. Alone, none of us will get anywhere. So I leave it there in the interest of time.
Thank you, Christian. Just maybe I'll jump now to Tom, perhaps on this topic as well of autonomous driving, because it's a massive change in terms of technology within cars, but and requirement not only for adapting the legislative framework perhaps, but also standardization you've mentioned is here. It's a massive, quite a key element here. So what's your thought on this topic?
No, thank you very much. And I mean, if you ask why aren't autonomous vehicles on the roads yet, well, I think in large part it's because of regulation or lack of it, and not being the technology is there. You go to any car show and you will see it, or any technology show for that matter. But what I've learned, and again from Huawei, is that in some of the discussions they had with DG Move, with DG Grow, so there's 3 recommendations on that, and I will repeat again indeed the importance of setting standards. So this is there is a whole process, but you have to know, and let me add, we're talking about voluntary standards. The whole point of standardization is you have legislation that says to anyone, public and private, that has to adhere to it, that this is what you have to adhere to, and then you can opt to go use standards, voluntary standards, to say, well, I'm using this standard, which means I am following the legislation. So this is how we see the standardization process. So in Europe, it's been very well developed, and I should add that there is now an initiative to look indeed at further the standardization strategy in Europe, and we feel it's going maybe a bit the wrong way, because there it's saying, well, of course Europe should develop its own standards. Whether they're then taken up at global level, maybe that's then a bit put aside, but the more worrying is to say we should only allow the public sector to set the standards, and not so much the industry, the private sector, or some of the industry, not all of them. And this will actually mean you're shooting yourself in the foot, because it's already taking a long time to set legislation and standards, and if you develop it that way, I think it will take even longer. Now, the other 2 recommendations next to standardization are again about, if you want a technology provider to develop a solution, you need to define the problem. And in order to define it, and we've seen it also in legislation by DG Grow, they're talking about putting together a catalog of use cases for autonomous driving. A first catalog, it will eventually evolve, but this is exactly what is needed, but without, again, stopping, because you need to have these use cases type approved, not just the vehicles, but also the use case. And you should not stop this process of further allowing new use cases, but very clearly categorizing, let's say, the use cases in a catalog. And then also the traffic scenarios, driving scenarios. So you have the use case, but then you have okay, how is this in practice? Also this you need to formatize it, you need to standardize it. So again, that we all know what we're talking about. And again, I mean, Christian, we know how at the Commission, you know, well, in transport, you try to say we shouldn't think in silos, meaning different transport modes. The same in the Commission. Commission shouldn't think in silos, meaning different DGs doing different things and even different units. And the little story I wanted to add here, and it's not per se Huawei, but I know about it. It's about intelligent speed assist. You know, one of these, and the seatbelt issue it's a great example about how an innovation becomes standard through legislation. So now you have this intelligent speed assist with traffic sign recognition that says, okay, you know, this is the speed limit. And your car will tell you, without forcing you just yet, but will tell you, don't forget, this is the speed limit where you're driving. So DG GROW has mandated this, I think from this year on, other experts know this better, for totally new models, and for next year on, for any new vehicles put on the market. Now the problem is, when you have a car and you drive onto the highway, it will say, and this is just one use case, but it will say 70 kilometers an hour to drive on the highway. So if you have a mandatory intelligent speed assist, your car would not go faster than 70 kilometers. When you're on the highway, you should go faster, because otherwise you really become a danger to the rest. But there are no traffic signs, there's no speed sign that says, okay, here you can go faster again. So the car, programmed as such, will continue driving 70 unless it shows either, for example, through a digital map, knowing, okay, where we are now, this is then again 120. So the point is here, this is another type of legislation, currently making it through DG Move in the road safety unit, not even the ITS unit. And here we see member states saying, oh, but you know, you're just trying to tell us we need to put more money in our roads. Steve said nobody has any money. It's everywhere. But why you want us to put more traffic signs, or you want us to put all our data into digital maps and so on, and you want us to put, you know, put more money down, and it's not about that. It's about road safety, it's about the interoperability, the integration of these systems. I mean, otherwise the technology will simply not work, so you need the legislation for that.
Right. Then Lorraine, you wanted to react as well.
Yeah, just very briefly, indeed, I mean, these systems rely on infrastructure, digital and physical, that's very clear. I just wanted to add a bit of nuance when you say it's there and we need use cases. I mean, from a user's perspective, if this is to deliver what Christian was saying, like more efficiency, we gain time, that means hands off. That means I don't have to intervene at any point. I don't have any driving skills at any point. And I can just tell my car, bring my kid to school, potentially, which I don't because I walk, but okay, fine, just for the example. We're far from here, and we're far from here also, and car companies are also advertising system as hands-off and autonomous and whatever, and we see the acceptance is lowering with each accident. So what we've done with Euro NCAP, we've gone into this assistance system. We've clearly mapped out what can they do and what can't they do, partially because of lack of digital or physical infrastructure. But I think we need to be realistic as well on what people expect. When you tell them automated driving, when I want to have an automated car, if it can drive instead of me, if I have to intervene and I get 30 seconds to get into a dramatic condition and I need to steer my car back to safety, I'm not willing to give up control, because as much as drivers have faults and are not perfect, there are still many situations in which a human driver is more efficient, in the fog, in the snow, in the complex urban environment with a car and an e-scooter and everything going around it, and everybody looking at their smartphones already, because distraction is also key. So I think we need to be clear to where we're going and what we expect. And what we're expecting is deployment on certain stretches of road that are probably the less complicated today, on the certain parts of highways and so on. So step-by-step deployment, but we should be clear to users about what the systems can and cannot do, and this is currently not the case. I'm not accusing the Commission or the Member States or anybody, but there are this conception that autonomous is coming, and autonomous for many people, autonomous driving means hands off, I have nothing to do, I don't need any skill, I can just jump into a vehicle. And to get there, we need a good 5 to 10 years probably.
Tom, you wanted to react, and then I'll give the floor to Lennart perhaps as well.
Just very briefly, because Royan, we're actually talking about the same thing. Just that's the point that well, now everyone talks about taxonomy. So this is the point. What we're saying, we need to know that we're talking about the same thing. So driving your kid to school, it's not a use case. But for example, driving onto a single road with left turning traffic, that's a use case. So you really need to define this at the technical level. But the point I wanted to make, it's from Euro NCAP and doing a great job on vehicles. And this is what we want to see the same for roads. So this system, and I mentioned the ISAT as an example, but a system that shows the readiness levels of the roads themselves for automated driving, because just a vehicle that can do it without the infrastructure around it, this will eventually cause accidents.
Thank you. I think the question that you're raising here is the key question for 2022, actually. If we need to do type approval and see how autonomous driving, where you still have to intervene as a human being, is being allowed on the European roads by this year, it's a huge change and a huge challenge. Actually, I tried it myself 2 weeks ago. We had a car with that kind of capacities available at the ministry, and we're trying to drive it ourselves. And it was actually a lot of fun. I mean, when you're on the highway, it feels like you don't have to intervene actually yourself. It's driving by 100 or 130 kilometers per hour. It feels amazing. Until actually the car started to make minor mistakes, like doing a lane change. No, not a lane change. It was actually making too much speed, so the other car was on the left side, which is not allowed in the Netherlands. So there was mistake number one. Mistake number two actually was it recognizes the white lines, but it doesn't recognize the yellow lines if there's construction work going on. So actually with 100 kilometers per hour, it was driving into the construction work. So I had to intervene myself, which is, of course, something that we very much have to educate those users of that vehicles in order to make sure that it is not a self-driving car, but a car with self-driving features that need human intervention in order to be safe, actually. And that is very much the phase we are now. I'm not sure if it takes 15 years before we are at self-driving cars or fully self-driving cars at certain places. One member of my team, it's very much fun working in my team. He's now in California for 6 months, and he was there experiencing the self-driving taxis that Waymo currently has in Phoenix. Of course, it's a very isolated place. It's not the most crowded city in the world. But there actually you ordered like you order a Bolt taxi, but then just a Waymo taxi, and there was no driver inside there. So the pilots and the practicing is already going on. How fast it is going, my personal belief is it's going to be faster than we currently believe. On the other hand, this is the major issue, the human factor. When do you intervene? And can we expect actually all human beings to intervene? I think car driving the coming years will become more complex rather than easier for many people. Or you must be a very much practice driver or very much into digitalization yourself. But for the average driver, I think it will be more challenging right now.
Especially because, I mean, it's an anecdote, but it's not. Distraction is a key problem for all road users across the board. And if you're in a car where you basically are asked to be less active than usual, your distraction levels are going to shoot through the roof, basically. And then basically you get asked in a situation which is already critical in a way. And you're not that used to it anymore. So it is a key. I mean, we calculated at one point, it was Ariadne study, that it was about 30 seconds at least to get back to it.
Maybe one short last, it will be
short because
less than a minute.
We haven't got that much time left. I'm sorry for it.
We also public-private sector in the Netherlands, actually, we start the Smart on the Road commercials the coming month, where we warn actually car users, but also car sellers, tell what kind of ADAS and ADS systems are in the car and how can you use it. Also that we do something with in the Dutch polder model with as much parts as possible. So we have 42 stakeholders on the table, and together create this Smart on the Road initiative. But it is very much the game changer for 2022.
Yeah, I'll just use the last 5-10 minutes that we have just to cover and ask you all kind of the question about, okay, multimodality, and you have a lot of experience with that, of course, with Bolt, but also data, because this is a key issue as well with multimodality. Access to data, how do you coordinate for the collection and the use of the mobility data? And, it's a pain point, you've said. So I was wondering if all of you can also tell us what you think in terms of the partnership between private and public sector here, and who should coordinate this, and anything you think we need to do at European level as well on this topic. So I'll start perhaps with you, Velmoed, and then going down here.
Yeah, sure. Thank you so much. I think what we need to keep in the back of our minds is why are we sharing this data? Why are we looking into mass? And ultimately, it's about solving that mobility problem and encouraging people to take more sustainable transport modes. And that often requires cooperation still at a very, very local level, at the city level, unfortunately or fortunately. And there's particular problems, I think, that we see there that we need to solve before any kind of technical solutions or mass services can really have an impact. And the first one is we need to make sure that our streets are safe, right? Ask people that live in Brussels if they're cycling here. Many of them will tell you no. Why is that the case? Many of them will then subsequently tell you that they feel suicidal if they take a bike. That's a shame. It's a fantastic city to cycle in once you get used to it, right? But it just shows that people think they cannot safely cycle, they cannot safely take a new scooter, and in some cases they feel not safe when walking. And that is a big, big problem. And we can talk all we want about digital solutions to nudge people to take a car, to take a scooter or bike or walk instead of a car. But ultimately, if we don't make our streets safe, they won't. So we need to invest in that. And that needs to happen at the local level. And many cities will need support, especially the smaller and the mid-sized cities who do not have the funds to avail of like larger cities. Like Brussels, that's where we really need to make an effort. Secondly, and I'll be very brief, we also see massive capacity issues when we look at data sharing, particularly with cities, because cities deal with more and more mobility services that generate lots of data and that could provide interesting insights to them, like the project you mentioned on the state of the road, for example. There's a lot to still be won there, I think, when you start using micromobility services or bike services. But cities at the moment, most cities are incapable of receiving that data and processing it because they do not have the IT infrastructure or they do not have the capacity and the skills in the team to deal with that. And I think these are two very basic problems. If we don't solve these, I don't think mobility as a service and similar initiatives will create the results that we are expecting.
Thank you. Tom, very briefly, what's your view on how we can...
Very brief.
Very brief. No, I won't start by saying that Christian doesn't like when we say data is the new oil or the new gold, and because it's not finite, it's actually it's the opposite, is going to increase. No, data, I mean, we need data. We need data to fuel algorithms, artificial intelligence, going into machine learning, going into deep learning. So you need this data, it needs to be made available, the formats need to be agreed, and again, they should be usable, updatable, and so on. I found it interesting, Leonard, what you said about the autonomous vehicle, not getting the whole roadworks thing. Then I would have two questions, remarks. One, I don't think it was uploaded in a digital map that there were actually roadworks there, because the vehicle would have known it. And two, it's not that they don't recognize yellow as a lane marking. It's about which one has priorities. And for example, this is not standardized at the EU level for roadworks. What kind of lane markings do you use? So automatically the vehicle would follow the white lines. And so again, there is still a lot of work necessary. And this data and harmonization is key to it.
Thank you. Perfect.
Yeah. Maybe just to bounce back, indeed, in cities especially, we have a competition for space and for money. So that's the riddle that everybody will have to solve. And obviously, the infrastructure have been built in a dedicated time, and it takes time and some smart thinking to kind of optimize all modes. When it comes to data sharing, that's key as well, and that's what you were saying. Adding value to society, adding value to the user, and for us, then the key part is enable choice, free choice, and enable innovation. And that means sharing, but that means for us empowering the user to actually go there. And that would lead to increased European leadership in these technologies, which is something we want to export in the future.
Thank you. And Leonard, for you, the last word.
Yeah, well, I think I very much recognize actually what Tom says. It's true indeed. It can recognize the yellow, of course, but it's very much part of an ecosystem that you need a digital twin, that also the self-driving car or the semi-self-driving car knows how to behave. And therefore, I very much believe in the value of the National Access Point, the ITS directive, as I've mentioned. The digital twins, the data standards, and the fact that we are pushed as governments to make our public interest data available also for the private sector is very much part of development, in which we can also make sure that semi-self-driving cars will be entered the road safely. Yeah.
Thank you. And then Christian, maybe I'll give you the last word on this topic, important topic, data.
Well, on data, of course, the Commission has made its case that increasing amounts of critical data should be mandatorily created and be made available. Now let us see what the co-legislative process leads us to. We hope very much that the member states and the European Parliament see the merit of this and stay with the proposal. It is an entirely legitimate discussion to be had, where some are questioning about the cost and practical hassle of this. So whilst all participants, member states in the European Parliament, nobody is arguing against the vision and the importance of data, but then on the second layer, they very understandably see the practical implications. What is this going to cost? How am I going to organize myself so that all of this data is generated on the level of, in some member states, hundreds, even thousands, in some member states, tens of thousands of municipalities. So it's a legitimate discussion to be had. We hope that in the end there's enough flexibility in the proposal, which leaves it for the member states to organize it themselves on how this data should be generated and be made available, but that we stick with that proposal, because it's not good enough for us to say that the 2010 directive remains meaningful. Yes, we think in light of our assessment that it is still a meaningful framework, but the updates are necessary. We have put our finger on data, sticking with the previous practice of not mandating the data is unlikely to lead us to the step level change that we advocate. So we hope very much that Lennart and his peers from the member states, but also the co-legislator in the European Parliament, stay committed with this approach to increase the availability of good quality data for the benefit of European society.
Thank you so much, Christian, for this. So we are now at the end of our session. It's been a lot of topic to cover in such a short time, but thank you so much for coming, for your input. I hope you enjoyed the discussion. We couldn't take questions from the floor. I didn't get any from the audience online, but from the floor, I apologize. But I hope this now is just, we're starting the lunch, I believe, so plenty of time for you to meet our panelists and ask their question directly to them during the lunch. I believe we'll reconvene at 2:05 in this room here, and we will have, after that break, this afternoon, the keynote address from Winfried Herrmann, Minister of Transport of Baden-Württemberg, Germany. So, yeah, thank you, everyone. Again, thank you, Christian, for joining online. I hope we'll meet in person very soon. And for those online, thank you also for your attendance. You can stay also online. There's, I believe, some exhibition area, an expo area online where you can see the sponsors exhibition, and also some exhibition in the lobby near to the lunch, I believe. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The world is facing fundamental challenges. The planet under pressure, productivity stalling, opportunity stubbornly unequal. Technology is central to the answer. With our customers, we create the critical networks that bring together the world's people, machines, and devices. Using and reusing the world's resources more efficiently to be more productive, inclusive, and open. Bringing digital to the world's heavy industries. Connecting families and colleagues at unprecedented scale. Enabling access to work, healthcare, markets, and education. Sensing and acting in real time. Helping the world act together.
Welcome back to the second part of the Future of Transport conference. I'm Dagmara Wrzesińska from WIAS Institute, and I will have the pleasure to moderate first session in today's agenda. However, before that, I invite you to the speech by the afternoon keynote speaker, Winfried Herrmann, the Minister of Transport of Baden-Württemberg, Germany, who could have not joined us here today, but has provided a pre-recorded message.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, I'm delighted to be part of today's event and welcome everyone who will be attending in person or digitally. Allow me to start by addressing the dominant topic of the past weeks. The terrible war in Ukraine and the fate of the Ukrainian population are deeply affecting us. We see the suffering people in the bunkers and on the run. However, we also see the courage of the Ukrainians who stay in their country to defend it. The refugee movements from the Ukraine have also been reaching our country, and we see a great willingness to help. As the Minister of Transport of Baden-Württemberg, we want to make our contribution as well. We have therefore decided that people from Ukraine may use local transport free of charge. In addition, the driving ban on Sundays and public holidays for aid transports to the Polish-Ukrainian border has been lifted. We have to stand together in this situation, and we do what is necessary and what is possible to care for the people affected and provide security. However, the war and the sanctions against Russia also show us our dependence on natural gas and crude oil imports. It shows us how important it is to accelerate the energy transition and shift our focus on renewable energy sources. Thereby, we reduce our geopolitical dependence and support emission reductions efforts. The recently published sixth assessment report of the IPCC also shows us what serious effects a continued increase of CO2 emissions in our atmosphere would have for us all. The report makes it clear climate change is one of the greatest challenges of our time. We have to take urgent actions to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees to avoid catastrophic consequences for us all. In Baden-Württemberg, we show our ambition to contribute to climate protection in the Baden-Württemberg Climate Protection Act. Our federal states aims to lower emissions by 65% by 2030 and achieve climate neutrality by 2040. On the national level, the German Climate Change Act sets the same goal for 2030, and Germany wants to become climate neutral 2045. So you can say Baden-Württemberg's climate goal for 2040 is more ambitious than our national climate goal. On the European level, the European climate law sets the climate goals for 2030 and 2040. By 2030, emissions shall be reduced by 55%, and by 2050, Europe aims to be climate neutral is 2050. These goals are also described in the European Green Deal and Fit for 55 package. With our ambitious regional climate goals, Baden-Württemberg hopes to become a national and European pioneer for climate protection. To live up with our claim and achieve the regional climate goals, the transport sector plays a crucial role. Baden-Württemberg's transport emissions account for a third of total carbon dioxide emissions. Overall, transport emissions have been stagnating on a high level for years. As the home of Mercedes-Benz, Porsche, Audi, and famous suppliers like Bosch, Baden-Württemberg is called Autoland. Furthermore, many goods in Baden-Württemberg are being transported on the road. In the transport sector, commercial vehicles cause around 1/3 of the emissions. Around 2/3 of them stem from long-distance transport. To pave the way for modern and sustainable mobility and the achievement of our regional climate goals, we need to intensify our efforts and accelerate the transition of transport sector. Importantly, the transition of the transport sector is not just about replacing internal combustion engines with electric motors. It is about lowering energy use and covering the remaining demand with carbon neutral energy. It is about reducing the number of kilometers traveled and the number of motorized vehicles on the road, while increasing the journeys made by public transport, bike, and foot. Thus, the transport transition involves a change in mobility and a change in the energy used. For a successful transport transition, we need both a mobility transition and an energy transition. In Baden-Württemberg, we have formulated 5 goals to achieve the energy and the mobility transition of the transport sector by 2030. 1/3 fewer cars in towns and cities. The doubling of public transport. Half of all Germans are made by foot or by bike. 1 in 3 cars is climate neutral. Every 3rd ton is transported climate neutral. To achieve these 5 goals, concrete measures are necessary. We are already implementing a wide range of initiatives and projects to translate our goals from a vision to reality. Amongst others, we are revising the Climate Protection Act in Baden-Württemberg, developing a subordinate mobility concept and mobility act for our federal state, piloting a mobility pass and a mobility warranty to make public transport more reliable and attractive in urban and rural areas, developing a comprehensive parking strategy, including the reduction of parking space and the abolition of the free parking, implementing traffic calm city centers, expanding our region's biking network for everyday cyclists to make journeys by foot and by bike more attractive, funding human resources on the creation of structures for sustainable mobility, for example, for the coordination of mobility stations and bike traffics in cities, funding local concepts for sustainable mobility, such as the concepts for multimodal nodes for parking management, expanding the public and the private charging infrastructure for electric vehicles. Now I have touched upon some important, but not all of our initiatives and projects to realize the transport transition in Baden-Württemberg. In the following, I want to highlight 4 important areas of activities for a smart and sustainable future transport system into some more details. Strategic long-term climate-friendly mobility planning, electromobility and renewable energy fuels, a strategic dialogue for the automotive sector in Baden-Württemberg, a pilot project called eWay BW. Let me start with the strategic long-term climate-friendly mobility planning. The past has shown us that isolated individual measures are not sufficient to effectively reduce transport emissions. Instead, we need a holistic understanding of different measures in their interactions. We need a strategic and long-term planning of mobility to effectively reduce emissions and satisfy mobility needs as well. In Baden-Württemberg, we introduced the so-called Climate Mobility Plan as an instrument that fosters holistic, strategic, long-term and climate-friendly mobility planning on the city level. The Climate Mobility Plan complies with the Sustainable Urban Mobility Plan, the SUMP, which is a central concept of the European Urban Mobility Policy. SUMPs are also an integral part of the new EU Urban Mobility Framework and the revision of the TEN-T regulation, which were proposed by the Commission in December 2021. We consider SUMPs as a key instrument to foster sustainable urban mobility and support the proposition to make the development on a SUMP a requirement not only for the urban nodes of the European transport network, but as well for other cities. Electric mobility and e-fuels. In recent years, we have already made the state a pioneer for modern and sustainable mobility. We have promoted climate-neutral drive systems in the state, for example, as part of state's electric mobility initiative, number 3, from e-bikes to e-cars to e-trucks. Already, we are preparing the initiative number 4. With our bus subsidy program, we want to further increase the share of hybrid and electric buses, while climate protection demands a doubling of public transport passenger numbers by 2030. In principle, the state is pursuing an approach to transformation that is open to all technologies and is promoting battery electric mobility, fuel cell propulsion, and renewable energy fuels. However, that does not mean that we are technology blind and do not focus depending on the application. For example, according to current trends, battery electric vehicles will account for the largest share of passenger cars in future. With the Fit for 55 package, the European Commission currently has a comprehensive series of coherent proposals on the table. This is good and important because climate protection is a challenge that affects society as whole and transcends national border. In the upcoming legislative process in Brussels, it will be important to support the legislative act to avoid weakening it. The level of ambition is to be maintained or even increased. Within the Fit for 55 package, the EU Commission has also proposed a mandatory quota of renewable fuels for aviation in the new ReFuel EU aviation regulation. Jet fuel suppliers must guarantee and blend off at least 2% sustainable aviation fuel in 2025. Sustainable aviation fuels is defined by the Renewable Energy Directive, RED, as advanced biofuels from waste or residues materials. In 2030, the quota increases to 5%, includes a sub-quota for synthetic fuels, so-called e-fuels, or we call it refuels. In 2050, the quota further rises to 63 sustainable aviation fuels, with a minimum of 28 e-fuels. Ladies and gentlemen, we support the gradual admixture, but would like a faster ramp up of power to liquid kerosene. Strategic dialogue for automotive sector. I want to continue by elaborating on the so-called strategic dialogue for the automotive sector in Baden-Württemberg. This is a new format of institutionalized collaboration. It follows a comprehensive approach with the intention of opening innovation and potential across industries. A close alliance of politics, industry, economy, universities, employee associations, consumer organizations, environmental associations, and civil society. Together, we will develop projects, policies, and concepts to successfully shape the transformation process of the automotive sector. The economic importance of the automotive industry in Baden-Württemberg is based on its outstanding performance. We support OEMs and suppliers. And it is our goal that the car of the future will also come from Baden-Württemberg. The fast implementation of new solution is an important competitive factor for Baden-Württemberg automotive industry and success of its company. We need innovative solutions for intelligent, digital, automated, and emission-free mobility. In this context, the topic of digitalization plays a central role for digital infrastructure, connecting mobility services, and traffic systems. It would be beneficial to have a similar format in institutionalized collaboration of dialogue with the relevant stakeholders of the automotive sector on the European level. Now, the strategic dialogue of Baden-Württemberg could be a role model for the European Union. Next, E-Way BW. As I mentioned earlier, commercial vehicles and long-distance transport cause a great amount of transport emissions in Baden-Württemberg. For this reason, to reduce transport emissions, the energy transition in the transport sector is relevant for heavy commercial vehicles. For the energy supply of these vehicles are recharging and refueling infrastructure for the electricity and hydrogen supply, but be set up throughout Europe. Another option are overhead line trucks that we are currently exploring in E-Way BW. This is the name of the project. It is a pilot project to research electrically powered overhead line hybrid trucks until 2024. And a selected public test route on a main road south of Karlsruhe. 2 sections will be electrified with overhead lines. The technology for climate neutral drive technologies for road-free transport that will be tested under real conditions is our pilot project E-Way BW, and this is known as E-Way project. Besides the overhead line hybrid trucks, other alternative forms of propulsions are investigated and on the test route too. While the overhead line hybrid trucks are equipped with a diesel and electric drive, a pure electric truck and a hydrogen fuel cell truck will be tested as well. In addition, synthetic fuels are temporarily used in an overhead line hybrid truck. This allows us to compare the various alternative forms and technologies of drive for trucks under real conditions. I come to the end and to the closing. Ladies and gentlemen, to meet regional, national, and European climate goals, we must take urgent action now and move forward with courage and openness for new approaches and changes. For us and future generations, it is vital that we are coordinate actions to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees. The transport transition plays a crucial role in achieving our climate goals. To reduce emissions more rapidly and effectively, we must support and accelerate both mobility transition and energy transition of the transport sector. In Baden-Württemberg, we want to become a role model for climate protection in transport sector and a pioneer for sustainable modern mobility. We are doing everything we can to reduce emissions to the transport sector and to put our climate goals into practice. Thank you very much.
And now I have the great pleasure to invite on the stage 4 fantastic speakers who will join me today in the discussion on reimagining the safety of transportation. I would also very warmly welcome Adria, who is joining us online today. Hello, Adria.
Hello.
Great to
Hello
see
to
you.
everybody.
Great to have you with us.
Hello.
So we are going to discuss today that the innovation that goes the distance, and road safety still remains a major concern in Europe, but also it's very high priority. We see a range of technologies being developed and deployed or awaiting the deployment for the necessary regulation to be implemented. A lot has been said today about the integrated approach, and I believe that the structure of this panel very well reflects that approach, as we're gonna hear the point of view of the regulators, the industry enablers, and also the cities who are more and more becoming living labs that are preparing for the arrival of the future of transportation. And I would like to start with the opening remarks from Mark Niklas, the head of unit for mobility, DG Grow.
Thank you, Dagmara. Good afternoon, everybody. It's a pleasure to speak to real people after 2 years of speaking to screens only. And first of all, I would like to say, because road safety, of course, is a very priority topic, but we always need to take also into account that actually in Europe, we have the world's safest road transport, the safest roads. The fatalities per inhabitant are, I think, half of what they are in the US. So we've made a lot of progress, and the number of fatalities have been reduced by half over the last 20 years. But nevertheless, as you say, it remains an issue because, of course, the still 20,000 people who lose their lives per year and more than 100,000 serious injuries are more than necessary. We can reduce them. And in particular, while the overall trend in the last years has really been a very positive development, what is worrying is the increasing share of vulnerable road users among the fatalities. So pedestrians, cyclists account actually for 30% of the fatalities last year on the roads. So to address this, I mean, we have a road safety framework from the Commission that aims at half the number of fatalities by 2030 and the Vision Zero towards 2050. And this needs an integrated approach in a way, as you mentioned. Where I'm coming from the vehicle regulation, I think a major milestone has been the General Safety Regulation in 2019, which mandates a number of advanced driving assistance systems. So these are things like automated braking, intelligent speed assistance, pedestrian detection systems, the direct vision, which is important in the trucks or buses to actually detect the pedestrians. So all of these technologies actually can save lives. And this is where then our regulatory framework can really contribute a lot in combination with the technology for road safety. And at the same time, thinking about what Minister Hermann from Baden-Württemberg said, the innovative solutions give us a competitive advantage if we are the first ones to implement them. A second point I would like to make is that, of course, looking forward to in the future, more automation. We know that most of the accidents are caused by human error. So, of course, this then leads to thinking about more automation and automated vehicles for the benefit of road safety. And we can discuss later more about that. But there again, the General Safety Regulation gives us the possibility to approve automated vehicles in the EU. And that, I think we will be the first region actually worldwide to set rules for automated vehicles. A last point then in the context of the digitalization, where there is a lot of potential, is connected vehicles. In next year already, in 2030, it is expected that 70% of the new cars are connected vehicles. And there is a clear potential to improve road safety by sharing traffic information, all the data that is generated by the sensors on a vehicle, on the tires, that can give a lot of information about road quality, and of course open possibilities for new services like remote diagnostics, just to mention one that again can improve safety. And in that context, something we are looking at from the regulatory perspective is the flow of data. So we just very recently proposed a Data Act as a horizontal framework for data flows. We have the revision of the ITS directive, which encourages the flow of data from the road infrastructure. And currently we are looking at solutions, challenges when it comes to the flow of data from the vehicle. So there actually in the coming days, we will launch a public consultation on access to data, vehicle data, functions and resources, where also the aspect of safety is clearly one we are interested in. I'm hearing already a lot from, let's say, technical inspection authorities, road safety authorities, that actually they don't get the access to the data in the cars that they would need for road safety purposes. So to sum up, and there is a clear potential for technologies to improve road safety and go this further step towards the Vision Zero. And from our side, we are really, and our task is to make the regulatory framework fit for the future and allow these technologies actually to make use of for the purpose of improving safety, always taking into account, as Minister Hermann also said, the digital and the green transition that is really revolutionizing a bit the whole mobility ecosystem.
Certainly. Thank you very much, Mark. It's fantastic to have you here with us. I would like to now pass the floor to Adria Gomila, Director of Mobility Services at Barcelona City Council, who can tell us a little bit more about what experience has Barcelona in implementing or preparing for the implementation of automated vehicles.
Okay, thank you very much, and say thank you to the chance to make this speech to everybody and to learn about all of you. And okay, we can go through, please. The idea is to explain two main ideas. First of all, what's the situation in road safety in the city of Barcelona? And the second idea will be to share with you the project Autonomous Ready, that I think that fits with all the words we have listened just now. So the first point, what's the situation about road safety in the city of Barcelona? As just said before, in the last years, we have an important reduction. 2020 year was a very special year for the coronavirus situation. Last year was not a normal year, but it's near. It's not so different as 2020. So we have a reduction in the number of traffic accidents and person involved in accident with victims of accidents. We can go through, please. Here, the number of people deaths in our city. So there's an important reduction, as in the same of other situations. Is the same in other parts of Europe, but in the last 20 years, Spain as a country has had one of the biggest reduction about these figures, and also Barcelona is going this way. So it's important. It's marked that there's not a zero in the scale. Okay, at the end there's a 10, but it's necessary to go down. We can go through. But deaf people trying to know more about this situation, we can see that in purple color, their motorbikes are the one with more deaf people, and pedestrians is the blue. The blue line is going down, and we should be careful about electric scooters, because two persons died last year in Barcelona of driving an electric scooter. But we are going down. The vulnerable road users are most of the deaf people, 11 from 12, and it's necessary to continue working with this. We can go through. Now, the same, not about deaf people, now talking about serious injuries, also an important reduction. Take attention that we don't have a zero here in this graphic, so it's necessary to continue pushing down, and we can go through. And the same as before, from the 153 were vulnerable road users, about the 166. So most of them, we need to focus on the vulnerable users, because it's where we have mainly the problem. Here, it's more clearly differentiate that the purple one, motorbikes, are a very important part of the problems. Vulnerable, it doesn't mean only pedestrians or cyclists. It's also people driving a motorbike. It's the bigger part of the problem we have in the city. Please, can we go through? Thank you. And as the same in other parts of Europe, okay, countries, regions, cities, we have the zero vision objective, okay, and a way to reach. In the last years, we are following this way about these target reductions in the last years. Okay, we don't try to. We know that COVID scenario has been an important part of this, but it means that it's possible, and we have to push for it. Okay, and then going. This is not. Yes. Please. The other slide. Thank you. And this is the human factor. As said before, it's really important. But I think that this is a shared responsibility, and the challenge is everywhere. It's not only in the public authorities, also where we are going making any trip or any walking, driving any vehicle, it's important to respect the others, trying knowing that maybe one day the problem will be our problem. So we would like that the others can help us not to have the accident. So do the same when you're driving or walking. Think, respect the others, and think in the others. And now the second part of the presentation is to talk about. We can advance, please. Is about this project called Autonomous Ready. This is made with another important partner. DGT is the Spanish traffic agency, and the idea is to help different vehicle owners to install in their vehicle this gadget, okay, that helps to avoid the driver, help the driver to avoid accidents. And basically it works that is a lot of new vehicles have these systems, okay. The innovation is not in the equipment installed. In my opinion, the innovation are in 2 points. First of all, helping to install this equipment on board of vehicles that haven't this equipment. Okay, this is not for new vehicles. Is help people to install this. And when I say people, we are working basically with companies, big companies, small companies, helping them to install this. Help it means with a cheaper price, okay? Because we buy an important number of this equipment, and then it's possible for them to install in a cheaper price. This is, in my opinion, this is one of the key factors of this project. And the other is that we are it's compulsory for them to share the information with us. Okay, so we are trying to make a step forward in this connected vehicle, and so we can advance, go through. This is how it works. Okay, there's a cloud with information. I go through, and I think that we have two main benefits. In a short term, we have benefits in road safety. Okay, and in long term, we are helping to develop the way for the autonomous vehicle. Okay, so this is the name of the project, Autonomous Ready. We are one step in that long way, and with this step we have benefits in road safety, and basically in 3 aspects. Okay, I'm finishing now. 3 aspects. Sorry, 3 aspects of the benefit in the road safety. First of all, because there's some driver assistance for the driver in the immediately time to avoid accidents, because the driver has an alert of a possible accident to avoid this. This is the first short-term benefit. Second one is for the companies, because they can make a personalized action to each driver depending on their driving pattern. That maybe one driver has more chance to hit with a motorbike, maybe another one to hit with a pedestrian, or another one, I don't know. So it's possible for the companies to make a road safety actions personalized for each one of the driver of their fleet. This is the second one. And the third one, this is a benefit for us. Now, I work now in the city, okay, but for the administration, is that the system let us to have a map. We can advance the slide, please. The system let us to have these maps like this that near miss incidents, okay, and we can we have the information of the kind. Now here we can see the type of the near accident. This is pedestrians we can go through, and also we have an image from cyclists. So these three short-term benefits about road safety are to avoid accidents in the driver, helping them to improve the road safety actions in that big companies, and for us to improve the streets of the city, knowing where we have not only working just with accidents that has maybe bad consequences, also let us to work in advance. And of course, this we think that these projects could be useful not only for the city of Barcelona, also for other places. Thank you very much for the attention.
Thank you very much, Adria. That was fantastic presentation. I believe we can learn the most by doing, so there probably is a great lesson to learn from Barcelona by another cities. And now I will pass the floor to Pierre-Olivier Millet, Associate Director, Automated Driving Technical Policy from Intel. Very important voice from the industry, Pierre. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Dagmara. And it's a pleasure to be here today for me, as I think, as with many others, first time in 2 years that I can attend an event like this. And, you know, 2 years, yeah, that we spent working from home to a large extent, but still many things happened in the process, I believe. We find ourselves today in an interesting situation. As, for example, Mr. Hololei mentioned at the very beginning, and many other people, we are facing the implementation and the birth, if you will, of new forms of mobility, new means of transport. And that means in terms of safety, we have two angles to tackle, very generally speaking. What Adriana was talking about, which is the safety of existing vehicle types. We know that to a certain extent, in many parts of Europe, fatalities over the last couple of years have been stagnating. We have been seeing less improvement. Yet at the same time, we know that there is new technology, driver assistance technologies, for example, automated emergency braking and so on, that is starting to spread through the European fleet, thanks to the General Safety Regulation, the Commission's effort. So it will be interesting to quantify exactly the impact of these new technologies as they become more common. But so at the same time, then those forms, these new forms of mobility are marked in no small part by the rise of automation. Automation brings new possibilities in terms of safety. I think it has the potential to increase the level of safety. But at the same time, we have to make sure that automation, yes, works, number one, but that also that it works safely. Because ultimately, its success, the success of automation technologies, will depend on their safety. Depend on their safety because first, the safety, it's what will allow us to really reap many of the benefits of automation. And at the same time, even I think social acceptance, whether people will be willing to use automated vehicles, will depend on how safe they are. So now what we're seeing, and thanks to the Commission, I think the Commission has done a lot of pioneering work, really remarkable work that leads us to a delegated act that will be published relatively soon, I believe, that will finally allow automated vehicles to be on the road. But this is not the end of everything. There's still a lot of work being done at the UN in terms of global technical regulations. Europe is a big part of that discussion. And I think also the Commission keeps working on the topic. What we're seeing now is really the first wave of regulation in the field. And I think, to be frank also, I think that the industry has, of course, contributed to the discussion, but I think that the contribution from the industry might be a controversial opinion, but could be stronger still. In the sense that one of the most fundamental questions that we are facing now is what is safe vehicle behaviors? What are the boundaries or the limits to the behavior of an automated vehicle relative to other road users? And when it comes to this, I believe that industry is in the best position to provide policymakers with exactly what we need, with the kind of parameters, with the assumptions that we need to make to achieve safety. Now, at the same time, I think that authorities and governments worldwide are in the best position to decide exactly how much safety we want, which in technical terms means what are the values of those parameters that the industry brings, what exactly should we aim for? Because in the end, at the level of safety, that's a decision that it's a society that needs to make this decision, not the private industry. So I think that we need to work hand in hand still to achieve this. And again, the work is not done. There was mention earlier, there was some talk in earlier sessions about standards, and I am a firm believer in the value indeed of standards and how standards can also inform regulation. And one example I think I would like to bring perhaps to people's attention, because it's a fairly new standard. It's a standard that comes to us from the IEEE, which is an American organization, but what we're looking at here is truly a global effort that was led by some of my colleagues at Intel. They initiated the effort, but it involves car manufacturers, such as Volkswagen, Honda, suppliers like Valeo, tech companies like NVIDIA, ARM, and players from academia and so on. And the idea behind this standard is to provide this sort of guidebook to policymakers on what exactly are the factors that they need to look at to decide and help create requirements, concrete technical requirements to achieve vehicle safety. So, and I hope that we can continue as the industry to contribute to this discussion, and that will allow us to reap all the benefits of automation. And it's important, I think, also to have this kind of top-down approach, to start with those higher level of automation, because by defining requirements for these, I think that then we can see those requirements trickle down to lower forms of automation, and then that includes driver assistance equipment. And eventually that will benefit from this higher level of automation from these technologies. Because to be clear, I think from the point of view of much of the industry, automation in the near future is not about personal cars. It's not about reading the paper on your way to work. It's more about creating new forms of transport. That's really where the interest lies. Now, I'm not going to pretend that automation is the universal answer to road safety. There are other pillars. When it comes to safety, you talk about users, so drivers, for example, infrastructure, and vehicles. But there's tremendous potential, and I think that we must make sure to use the right tools and approaches to really take advantage of this potential and fulfill it.
Thank you very much, Pierre. I could see that Joost was very much agreeing with some points that you were sharing, but before to Joost, I will give the floor to Mohamed Saleh, Global Transportation Segment Expert from Nokia, who can provide us with the perspective of the network and its importance.
Okay. Thank you, Dagmara, and thank you all for joining us today. I know it's sunny outside, so you resisted the temptation to sit there and decided to sit with us instead. So we hope we will make it worth your time. So yeah, as Dagmara kindly introduced me, I work for Nokia. I'm based in Singapore. I'm part of a team in Nokia that is called Nokia Digital Industries. We work with a lot of different industries. Transportation is one of them, where we work with a lot of companies in roads, maritime, aviation, and railway. But let's focus on roads for today. This is the main theme, I believe. And yeah, I would like to start maybe with the idea that, imagine more than 20,000 fatalities per year. And unfortunately, you don't need to imagine that, because this is actually a reality of what's happening in Europe today. But the good news is, as Mark highlighted, this number is going down every year. And actually, this is even an achievement, considering that the global trend is still increasing every year. So I guess Vision Zero, we still have some work to do, all of us. It's collective effort. It's not one entity's responsibility after all. Part of that effort is investing in the infrastructure, and specifically in the digital infrastructure, by the road operators, by authorities, by municipalities, etc. And this is the part where we try to do our part as Nokia to contribute there, where we try to help starting from the new concepts around smart cities, the new innovative solutions, and typically this is where we work on a lot of European research projects. Our scientists in Bell Lab, they contribute to a lot of those projects. This is one thing. Another angle that we try to help with is bringing to the market different connectivity devices that allow the road operators to connect almost any device from the roadside back to the traffic control center, to be able to collect information, to be able to push information back to the road users. And one last angle is the 5G, which, as you can see, is rapidly getting deployed in different regions in Europe, and which we believe will play a critical role in new ways of doing things like automated driving, assisted driving. It will also, we believe that it will help not only in achieving these new ways of driving, but it will help in reducing emissions, because, let's put it in a very simple way, the more efficiently we commute, the less time we spend on the road, which means less pollution generated after all. I think it was mentioned earlier in one of the previous sessions. I mean, less emissions doesn't mean less commuting. It's just more efficient way of commuting. And one last thought I would like to leave you with before I hand back the microphone to you is, imagine this idea like you are cycling one day in Brussels or anywhere else, going back home. It's at night, it's dark, it's raining, it's gray. Something never happens in Brussels, as we all know. And you're reaching an intersection, and you just wish if there is a car around the corner that you would know a little bit ahead in time. And this scenario will become real. We believe it will become reality in the near future, among many other scenarios, thanks to good cooperation between regulators, road operators, OEMs, innovative mobility as a service applications, and all of it hopefully will be powered by reliable connectivity, where it can be based on 5G or other technologies. And I just would like to leave you with that thought. Thank you, Dagmar.
Thank you very much, Mohammed. Thank you for traveling all the way from Singapore to Brussels. And now, finally, over to Joost van Tome, CEO of Ertico ITS Europe, who I hope will tell us more about the role of Ertico in the transition towards the future of transportation and how Ertico approaches the road safety. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Dagmar. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm very pleased not to wear a mask and to breathe normally. To see people, touch people is a bit different still, but at least see people. Good to see Mark again in the usual setting and not in the Bredel building. Allow me to share a couple of thoughts on this difficult question on safety. You can spend days on that, and actually Claire would do that, probably on all this. But first on Ertico, I used to work for ASEA, long time on smart mobility, with the road operator, for the road, I would say the vehicles, and a lot of synchronization with the whole ecosystem. What brought me to Ertico is the public-private element, and it's a partnership that we have. It started 30 years ago, so 3-0 with the European Commission, a bit after the LOR Commission, was it, where they said we have to put innovation on the roads. Road telematics at the time, actually Ertico stands for a very long abbreviation. Road telematics is in there. And it was about navigation systems, about putting things in the road, loops in the road, this physical hardware stuff, and so on. So it was showcasing ITS. ITS is actually intelligent transportation systems. So it's systems. It's not only a product or a service, it's a whole system and an ecosystem. So my group is 121 partners now of Ertico, bringing together the public and the private equation. Can be industry from traffic transport authorities, definitely the automotive OEMs, the road sector authorities, the users, the connectivity industry, the data cloud industry, and so on. So we all bring it together. It's not to do policy work in terms of lobbying amendments to the Parliament and Council. So Mark, no worry, we don't do that. Some others take care of your babies. However, we do advocacy on on most of these elements. Road safety and the 4 key elements that we work on with a lot of projects, EU-funded projects, and showcasing it at the ITS Congress. 4 things. First is CCAM. That's an easy one. It's a no-brainer, but it's mobility, not only vehicles. Yeah. Secondly, it's urban mobility and peri-urban mobility. So the big agenda of the Commission in December that has been launched is being watched. It's about SUMS, it's about synchronization of, I would say, cities across the globe. We just realized our moonshot exercise. We call it the city moonshot. So we interrogated 150 cities around the world, 150, across the policy and industrial areas. We just published the results yesterday. Go on your LinkedIn, etc. But we will blast this in the coming days with my comms team. We'll hold more conferences on that. But it's interesting what cities say about their priorities, their lead times, their investment cycles, and so on. So that's the second one. The third one is about clean mobility. Of course, you cannot avoid this one. Sustainability, clean and eco-mobility, so air pollution and climate change. And the fourth one, which I haven't heard yet today, is transport and logistics. It's about, actually, Lorian talked about this a bit. It's about transport and logistics. In the COVID times, remember, you were asking to be delivered with goods and services. So, goods. Somebody was bringing that to your home, the last mile and the first mile in the middle. These were trucks, these were warehouses, these were connected services through DTLF, for example, so the whole data chain. And that is something, it's immaterial, you don't see it except the truck in front of your door or the last mile deliverer. But it's a whole ecosystem on itself, which we are also partnering with as Artico. And we strongly believe in this. It's about ECMR, digitization of documents, and making things more fluid. Now, connected and automated is one thing. We didn't talk about cooperative. If we talk road safety, it's about sharing information and raw data, but also intelligence amongst each other. The more participants on the roads that share information, the more intelligence we will create. It's a bit like CITS at the end. And we should be sure that the interpreters of the information giving the same interpretation to the information. Because automated driving with all these nice people next to me that provide the sensors and the cameras and the equipment is all fine. And the mobility data space, it's all fine if it's interoperable. But what will an OEM do when he gets a data signal from the road authority or from somebody else saying that there is a slippery road, or that there's a road accident, or that there is a road blockage? What will this instrument, can be a vehicle, can be a train, can be a bus or a tram, what will this instrument do in practice? So how do we interpret these signals? It's a bit like ISA. It's very intelligent, but you need to have a synchronization with traffic signs and road signs. And we have the Vienna and the Geneva Convention, and we have all these nice interpretations. But I still see a lot of red lines, green lines, yellow lines, and all. I'm sure Steve will not agree, but there is a lot of synchronization still to do and interpretation. So that's another important aspect that we should think about. It's also about demystification. What is ADAS? What is automated driving? What is autonomous driving? Yeah? When I was at the recent ITS Congress in Hamburg and the next one in Toulouse, it's always talking to the users, to the drivers, and not only for cars, but also from other, I would say, transport elements. What is automated driving? How to use a shuttle? What will be the signal that a truck platooning? Last week, for example, we finalized the Ensemble event, which is about truck platooning. How will truck drivers and car drivers know that a platooning is being formed and is being active? Will it be an acoustic sign? Will it be a special light sign? How do we do when we mix automated and less automated vehicles in the same traffic line? So all these are questions that are still unanswered. If every OEM would do its own thing, I think we will have a big cacophony, and that's not the purpose. Yeah. The same for the HD maps. We should not copy-paste all the HD maps. At least the basic layer of the smart city information, of the smart infrastructure information, should ideally be the same for everybody. Yeah? And then we can build upon a common specificity for each of the users of the HD maps. Talking about technology, technology is definitely an enabler. That's why we have Artico for innovation. I'll give you one example, is eCall. We worked on that in my recent past, with the Commission quite heavily. eCall has been introduced as a mandate, and since, I think, April 2018, we have around 7 million vehicles equipped with eCall. Guess what? This eCall system that is sending a minimum set of data has to contact the 112, the emergency. eCall does not work with 4G. eCall does not work with 5G and will not work with 6G. Explain me this to the citizens. So we did this thing in Article 3-4 years ago. We started this thing 10 years ago. And now we're really stuck with a technology not neutral legislation. Not neutral. Meaning that we still have to produce vehicles with a technology that is not able to talk to the other side of the road or the Ministry of Interior. You cannot explain this to the Parliament. You cannot explain this to the transport ministers, no. So we need to rethink this whole technology neutrality or unneutrality in the future, especially in the ITS directive. Because there's a whole chapter on technology in the annex, and we need to rediscuss this in the future, that it should be neutral at the service level, but not, at the basic layer, I would say, but the service level should be interoperable. We should talk to each other with interoperable data sets and technologies. And it's not about the new technology will capture and will hijack the previous one. No, it's about how to work together. Easier said than done. We're not yet there. And that's why we work on that with Ertico and various projects. Traffic management is another one. We haven't touched upon that. A lot of Ertico members doing traffic management. Easier said than done. What is traffic management? It is, of course, safety is key. But what is the minimum level of and the maximum level of safety? We touched upon this. And the traffic rules have an important play there. What is an automated vehicle? There will be a type approval European system very soon, end of this year, let's see, the implementing act. That's fine. But what about the traffic rules? They will not allow these vehicles to be commercialized because you cannot use them. Because you're not allowed to use them in a level 4, you still have to be in the steering wheel to watch the traffic and you cannot do other things, or conditionally. Traffic management is there to increase safety, but also you need the real-time information that is correct information, correct from the authentic source, and not information that has been in the course of the transmission manipulated or having malware or even cyber attacks on that one. A key, if you want your device, like a vehicle, automated vehicle, to be dependent on information it gets from the outside, information from algorithms, information from the outside digital twins, then the authentic source should be realistic and should be reliable. Otherwise, we all have a problem in terms of interpretation. The data economy, we are very much in favor, and we are building this mobility data space. We have the data for OT, road safety mobility data space, that we are hosting, that actually is getting data from vehicles, from road authorities, from service providers, and many others, to build intelligence, from raw data to intelligence. Now, the big challenge will be in the MDS, the mobility data space, to make it interoperable. If you one example, we host the Mass Alliance within Ertico, 115 companies and institutions. What our goal is to have open APIs and interoperability amongst all these systems. It will make us safer, but also more fluid and more sustainable. We're not yet there, not yet. So there are a lot of things to do in terms of making things operability for each other. And I think with this, I said the main things. Just one thing, end of May, we are having the European ITS Congress. It's about multimodality, connectivity, automation, live. You will see it live. You can touch and feel it. Test case it. Toulouse, 3 full days, 29, 30, and 1st of June. Be there, go on the website, it's very easy, and I hope to see you there. Thank you very much. See you, back to you.
Thank you, Jos. That was very interesting, and I do very much agree with what you said about the freight transportation that is being not only under research, but also very often undermined in the role it plays in the overall transportation system. I would like to come back to what you said about the eCall and its compatibility with the future network technologies. That was one of the questions that I wanted to ask you. How can we ensure the backward compatibility for the vehicles that are being operational now for 10, 15 years and more to come?
But if you put yourself in the shoes of the manufacturer, it can be a vehicle, it can be a smart device, it can be a smart meter for electricity. You cannot look 20 years ahead. You have to make a decision at the stage. With OEMs, it's a decision cycle of at least 2-3 years, if not longer, to decide, from the drawing plan to decide. And then you have to produce them, which means another 3 years, at least. I cannot foresee what the new technology will be in 5 years. Actually, everything is speeding up even more even quicker than now. So we have to make a decision at some stage. That's what I did, most of them. Yeah. And it's not about the one against the other. It's making some are quicker than others, yeah? Also with piloting systems and automated pilot systems. But that's where you are if you have the analog TV and the digital TV. Yeah? My mother, very old, digital TV, she doesn't want it, but there is no coax cable anymore. She has to get the signal from the internet. She doesn't have internet, and she doesn't want it, so she's cut off the television. Another example. And that's the whole thing we have with not only digital skills, but also digital gaps. If people do not want to get connected or automated, will they have an alternative that is affordable and workable? Question mark, I don't know.
Yeah, actually, this is a very interesting when you think about the older generations that are not very much familiar with the digital technologies. When I think about my grandparents that are like in the 80s, barely using their smartphones, how are we going to make sure that they are still being included in the future of the transport system, that the future of the transport system is inclusive for all road users and not only those that are catching up with the latest developments? Mark?
Well, there from the, let's say, industrial and single market perspective, I cannot really offer you a solution, but it's from the own experience, I can fully share that in a way, the interface in cars, which is more and more like an iPhone interface, is completely intuitive for my sons, but much less so for my parents, absolutely. But that's, yeah, a trend in society for all the devices, and from banking to retail to a certain extent, where the older generation is really challenged. So unfortunately, I don't have a solution here from the type approval framework or general safety framework, but it is something that we have to take into account in terms of inclusiveness.
Great. And so this is one of the challenges, but I imagine that there are many other challenges related to the large-scale implementation. Pierre, how does it look like from the perspective of the industry? Which main obstacles do you see on the way now that are preventing us from the large-scale deployment?
Well, to be frank, I think obstacle number one is being addressed at the moment, is simply allowing those technologies on the road, and now it's happening. So there's that. Beyond this, though, I mean, there's two aspects to operating mobility as a service, generally speaking, if this is what we were talking about here. One is the vehicle itself, but the other one is the service. It's the licensing, is being able to put it on the road. And to this day, I think in Europe, it remains a matter of national authority. It's going to happen at a more national or regional or local level. What I'm hoping for, let's say, if I paint a picture of my ideal world, you know, is that this kind of licensing would happen at the highest possible level. Simply because, again, if we're going to fulfill the potential of these new forms of transport, you may look at vehicles that will go across cities, across regions, and so on. And also, we often tend to focus on cities and talk about our pods and last mile transport and so on, but let's not forget that there's pretty much half of the population of Europe that does not live in cities. So what I hope for is that we're going to see licensing schemes that will allow us that will be consistent at a regional or even hopefully at a national level. Now, I don't know if the Commission would have even some interest at some point in getting involved in this to at least help provide guidelines, a framework. But anything in this direction is going to be very helpful.
Is it the UN regulation on automated vehicles something that can influence?
Well, it will influence, but I think the UN is only looking really, again, at the vehicle itself, at type approval, because what we have now happening at the European level, type approval, is taking place really because there is no UN regulation that's ready for use. But eventually, when the UN publishes its own technical regulations, it will filter down to the European level. Now, this is supposed to happen in 2024. The concern that I think the industry always has is that the UN things sometimes take time. It involves so many stakeholders, so many parties that can be delayed. So I very much hope also that the Commission will continue working on this to provide an alternative should the UN not be ready on time. But of course, what happens at the UN, from my point of view, is of tremendous importance, because it's going to condition not only what we can do in Europe, but in much of the world, really.
Thank you, Pierre. If we switch the focus a little bit now from the vehicle to the cities, Adria, the project that you mentioned, the Autonomous Ready project, what are the main intakes that you have from that? What experience, the lessons that you learned, something that can be taken by authorities in other cities that would like to take the similar objectives? And I am particularly curious, how does it look like in the terms of road infrastructures? What are the key elements to make the infrastructure ready, and which challenges did you encounter on the way of implementing the project?
I think that in my opinion, the main benefit is to push in this collective commitment of we need to do a big sort of actions to reduce or to reach that zero vision. So that we are involving several stakeholders in this project, and well, that we need to convince people and companies that it will be useful for them, okay, because they are paying for the equipment. So and the second part of the questions well, this is one more element that we use for deciding how to change traffic lanes, traffic lights, and the design of the city. But I have to say that, in my opinion, this is not the main benefit, because we have a lot of information about real accidents. Okay, so this is a complementary information to our decisions, and of course we are using this. But I think that the main benefit is trying to increase the idea that it's necessary to work from different points of views, and I think everybody has something to do about road safety.
So if we take the point of view of the network, Mohammed, do you believe that the large-scale application of 5G is going to be the pivotal point in achieving the Vision Zero? I mean, what would 5G allow to implement that we cannot fully deploy at this point?
Absolutely. I mean, on one hand, yeah, the communication, the automated driving, the assisted driving, all the new trends of sharing information or exchanging information between road users, road operators, OEMs, etc. It requires new bandwidth, new speed, more real time, lower latency, assisted lane merging, and other use cases like this. This requires low latency. And we believe that 5G is the right approach, because it doesn't only allow the latency part, but it also allows new ways of using the network that was not a possibility in the past. Like, for example, one very simple example, slicing. And as the name suggests, it means that road operators could get their own layer of the mobile network that is deployed by mobile operators to use it for more critical application, and they can decide, like, okay, that layer I will use just for my own operational traffic, that layer I will use to exchange information with OEMs, with the mobility service providers, with road users, etc. So it definitely, we believe it has a more critical role, and it will have to do more than what is being done today and how it is used today.
It's definitely very, very important, but I wonder, Joost, maybe that would be the question for you. We are throwing here a lot of elements, a lot of puzzles of things that need to be somehow upgraded or implemented one way or another. And I wonder, like, are there any elements of this transition more important than the other to fast track? Something that we cannot really move on without?
That's a difficult question, also a political question, I think, but it's a question of readiness levels and investment appetite as well. Because you can invest into new technologies, okay, fine. But if you can do the use case with the current technology, why should you step over to a new one? So it's the push and pull issue as well. Because we as manufacturers and all my members, they're ready to push things, but the customer and the professional customer should also be ready. Which brings me to automated driving. I heard about UNEC. I was yesterday in a forum with the UNEC and the ITU together, so the automotive and the telecoms spectrum people. And it was about automated driving and HD maps and so on. And one thing what strikes me is that the testing and validation of automated driving ODDs and allowance is still a very national, even local one there. In Germany, we have a new law and also a new traffic law allowing even level 5 if we need automated driving. Same for France and the same for UK. We don't have it in all the others. Yeah? Let's still work ahead. But at least we'll have a European automated type approval, but not for conventional vehicles. It will only be for robotaxis, for AVP, so automated valet parking, in some confined areas as well, but not for the normal vehicles that you and I drive. Yeah. So are we going to continue with the national fragmentation with testing and validation? We did the Head Start project with Ertico, and we found out that indeed a lot of these things are scattered around, which does not give appetite for the investors to go for that, because they say, well, if I have to go for a licensing in 27 different countries, it's not really scalable, to be honest. Yeah? And also the vehicle will probably stop at the border, technically, because it cannot interpret the signals of the country next door, which is a bit of a shame for the EU single market, to be honest. And one thing we have not touched is the driving license. Everybody has a driver license, at least. As from the 18 years, you're eligible to have it. I tried to convince my daughters to get one, but they're not interested. They don't want the car to ownership, so they just want to be driven from point A to point B. But the driver license today and the whole directive behind is still basically how to use these manual things in the car. Today it's about digital touch, literally touch and feel, and not turning on the knobs anymore. How to interpret signals, acoustic signals you get. How to go for a minimum risk maneuver if you go on level 4 in the future automated driving. How to explain this to the driver, these digital ecosystem combined. So there is no one size fits all, and it's not against the one against the other. It's a marriage like eCall. We have to have somebody at the other side to listen to the eCall messages and the other way around. Yeah. So it's cooperative.
Yeah, that harmonization is something that is coming back in the discussion very regularly. So maybe this is the right opportunity to discuss a little bit the EU automated vehicle type approval and how is the roadmap towards that looking like? Where are we standing specifically about the higher levels of autonomy?
Yeah, and there it is, in principle, of course, as also already mentioned, harmonization on a global level beyond Europe is a good option, and that's why we're working with international partners in the World Forum in Geneva on automation level 2 and 3. And now on level 4, there is not much activity in Geneva, so we've done that on our own with this, the rules that should be published. Either they are already published or they will be published in the coming days for kind of public consultation before then adoption in July this year. So this is something that will apply then later this year, but it's true that it's, of course, not for all the vehicles, but for limited vehicles. And on the other hand, of course, we are far from really having these automated, fully automated vehicles on the road. So in a way, we have at the moment national law for the prototypes on the road. And then we will have this EU regulation for these fully automated vehicles specific cases. And what we are discussing actually with member states is what is in between. To get there a harmonized approach, then really, and they also have the possibilities for approvals under exemptions under the EU regime. It hasn't been used so far because there is no market introduction, no real commercial sales beyond such specific cases like the robotaxis. But I think in time for those autonomous vehicles to come on the market, we will be able to agree with the member states then also to avoid fragmentation and have a more harmonized approach on that.
Great. And I also think maybe it's a little bit of a simplification, but harmonization has a lot to do with replicability. So I wonder, Adria, the experience that you had from Barcelona, to which extent do you believe that the specification of different cities will play the role in the large-scale deployment? Like, do you believe that the results from Barcelona are actually applicable to other Spanish cities and to cities in Europe in general?
I think it's interesting as a use case, but maybe we just have worked with one provider of equipment. So I think it could be more interesting to extend this to other cities or regions or countries. I think it's important, as we are saying, the standardization of the system, of sharing data, of as said before, the how to the interpretation of data. Okay, is very important. It's not only sharing data, also that how we read that data, the decision taken with this data, and well, I continue maybe with the same idea as before. I think that technology in the short term, I think that must be the tool, another tool to continue the way of accidents and victims reduction due to human factor, human behavior. So I think that what it's more exportable to other cities or regions is trying to make actions that drivers take the idea of that they are responsible of a lot of things, and that technology will help us, will help the driver, will help them to avoid accidents, but also technology will, let me say, control their behavior. Okay, for me, there's an important application of technology to road safety is that the registration of the car parameters before an accident. So when you are driving, and you will know in the very near future that if you have an accident, someone will know if you were driving in a properly way, or you were with a speed limit or something like this. So in my opinion, the main thing to export, to apply to other parts, is try to make projects that drivers take fully conscience that there's a responsible, you're responsible when you're driving a vehicle, and it's important to adapt your behavior to this.
Great. Thank you, Adria. We will soon move to the part with the questions from the public. But before that, I would like to take the opportunity and ask the last question to Pierre. A little bit more practical one, to give us the sneak peek. You were mentioning something about the standardization coming to life on the quite impressive pace. But currently, how or the ADAS systems are being validated in terms of their safety and reliability? What is the process looking like?
If you look at ADAS systems, driver assistance specifically, I think validation is largely scenario based. So you're looking at a lot of track testing. With, for example, you're going to have a dummy that crosses the street that represents a pedestrian, and you see if the car stops. You know, that's a general idea around validation of ADAS systems, which is fine for these kind of systems because you're looking at systems that have a fairly narrow range of uses of conditions, you know, and also that never really drive the car, that are there to actually help the driver. And that's the notion. So the first line of defense remains the driver, and then you have those systems that in very specific conditions are going to help. But I think that if we look forward, first you're going to start to see other ways of validating these systems. I think there's simulation testing is going to play a part. I don't think it's the answer to everything either, but it will come in. But when you talk about higher levels of automation, that I don't think we can stick to specific scenarios like this anymore. Simply because there are too many things that can happen, too many scenarios. If you test 1 million scenarios, it's going to always be the millionth and one. So then how do you achieve safety? Well, it's a combination of things. It's a combination of different types of testing. Yes, track testing still, some simulation thrown in, some real-world validation. You have to make sure that the system works in the real world. And there's also an audit pillar that looks at the concept that how a certain system is designed. But to me, in the end, what it comes down to is really this notion of having clear boundaries for what's safe and what's not. And it's not the same thing as having mandatory vehicle behavior or anything like that. We're not saying that an automated vehicle should drive in this way or that way. That's still a differentiator. But I think what you're looking at is simply clear, transparent requirements that will benefit both users and the industry to know what's safe and what's not.
Great. Do we have questions from the audience? And if not, I would allow myself to ask questions a little bit from my main interest domain. As we are discussing a lot today, the technology and the vehicles, mostly cars. And I wonder and I ask myself, when we think about the cities for the future, in the light of everything that is said, are we designing them for the technology or for people?
Well, maybe I can take a shot at it. I'm sure others will have to add as well. But I think that we have to start somewhere. And even though infrastructure does play a role, it can help. And I think it plays a role, and not just in terms of communication, but even in very down-to-earth terms of how intersections are configured and so on, how it allows, how different kind of road users are kept safe in their own domains and so on. So that's one thing. But if you look at vehicle technology, I think it should adapt itself to the reality that we face, because it's not realistic to expect, at least coming from the industry, it's not realistic to expect all European cities to suddenly change, to adapt to a new technology. I think it has to be the other way around, really. As vehicle or equipment manufacturers, as providers of technology, you have to learn how to adapt to the environment and make the most of it.
That is very reassuring. I've seen that Joost also wanted to add something in that topic.
Well, it's a very interesting question, and two things. I invite everybody to go to the City Moonshot results that we published actually yesterday evening. Go to ertigo.com plus City Moonshot, and you will see the results of the 150 interviews. And it's only the start. We're going further now with the next steps. One of the things that came very apparent is what is the role of a city in managing the flows of people and goods. Yeah? What is the role of an urban vehicle access regulation or a city tolling or something else? And what are the externalities if you do that or if you don't do that? And you see a lot of different answers on that. Yeah? A bit to surprise sometimes. Huh? But some cities say we actually want to orchestrate the traffic flows, and we're going to dictate who can be where, when, with what kind of vehicle and what kind of good even. Yeah? That's one extreme. The other one is, of course, the total different extreme. And it will be, and that's what I said yesterday also in the conference, about playing music in an orchestra. And we need a conductor. Yeah? We all individual players. I'm playing the trumpet. That's live, by the way. Some others playing the clarinet, and some others, the one does the the other types of music. But we need a conductor who has a clear authority received and perceived as well of that. And we're not yet there, to be honest, on this. Yeah, we see some cities have a top-down approach on imposing rules without the necessary, I would say, appetite from the people to follow them. Some others have a different approach, and that's why I'm pleading with DG Move also to have these guidelines on urban vehicle access regulations, on the SUMs, on the Sustainable Urban Mobility Plans, where we have a lot of cooperation with Artico. It's like cooperated mobility. We need to have a forum to discuss this, and I think at the local level we're starting to do that. Yeah.
Thank you very much, everyone, for joining us. I believe that was very interesting discussion, and I invite everyone to continue this discussion during the short coffee break. We're gonna see each other back in 5 minutes, as we are running a little bit late, 10 minutes, a little bit behind the schedule, for the session number 4 about sustainable mobility and decarbonization in Europe. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The world is facing fundamental challenges. The planet under pressure, productivity stalling, opportunity stubbornly unequal. Technology is central to the answer. With our customers, we create the critical networks that bring together the world's people, machines, and devices, using and reusing the world's resources more efficiently to be more productive, inclusive, and open. Bringing digital to the world's heavy industries, connecting families and colleagues at unprecedented scale, enabling access to work, healthcare, markets, and education. Sensing and acting in real time, helping the world act together.
Hi all, can you all hear me? Everything good? Thank you so much for attending the last session of today's conference. A big thank you to the organizers, of course. During this session, we're going to discuss about sustainable mobility and decarbonization in Europe, a subject that I'm pretty sure interests the majority of the people in this room. We have so many updates, both on policy and on law. So I'm going to start with a brief overview of the themes of this session and then a bit the structure for you to prepare and have any questions for our speakers today. So among the themes that we're going to discuss, of course, will be the objectives set by the Green Deal by 2050 for the decarbonization and the reduction of greenhouse gases by 90%. Additionally to that, other themes that we are going to explore today will be the electric cars, the use of alternative fuels, and how they can address the objectives set by the European Green Deal, the milestone initiative by the European Commission. More to this, we are going to discuss more and explore opportunities and challenges that the industry stakeholders, policymakers, and lawmakers, they have seen and they haven't addressed so far. Additionally, we're going to see the progress on the deployment of infrastructure, on investment, and also as well any methods outlined in policy packages by the European Commission, namely the urban mobility framework, but not only that, the revision of the EU ETS system, the internal combustion engines, and also how we can create a separate scheme for the road transport to see how we can move towards climate neutrality. To this regard, following this, we're going to have a speech by Mr. Daniel Mays, which is member of the cabinet of Frans Timmermans, Commissioner for the Green Deal. Then we're going to move forward with the rest of our panel with Andreas Boschen, the head of department for SINEA, with Mr. William Todds, representative of the Transport and Environment Campaign Group, with Mr. John Cooper, representing Fuels Europe, and with Ms. Raluca Marianne, the director of the International Road Transport Union. Mr. Daniel Mays, the floor is yours.
Thanks a lot, and yeah, the mic is working, which is helpful. No, thanks a lot for inviting me, and I would actually like to start a bit with addressing the current situation that we're in, because I am, for one, very pleased that we can be here and have an open panel discussion, and a discussion that's inclusive, that has views from the different parts of the aisle. In the panel, there will be people who will disagree with some of what I'm going to say, but that is freedom and democracy at work, and just a few hours of flight away, people are literally fighting and dying for that freedom. So for me, this is important that we address it, and that this open debate is here, and that we have it. The people in Ukrainian, the Ukrainians, tremendously courageous. They need all of our solidarity and support. And it comes also from the transport sector, parts of the transport sector, all of them actually, if you think of it, are exactly doing that, from train companies who are transporting refugees for free from the border to safe places in Europe, the road freight sector that is bringing humanitarian supplies into Ukraine, a lot to be grateful for, also to the transport sector. But when you think of this and the freedom that we can now express all here, you realize that actually that freedom being jeopardized at the continent, the price that we're paying for this war situation and the freedom fights that we're seeing, because parts of the price that we're paying are the price that we're paying for fossil fuels coming from the Ukraine. We are actually funding the war machine that Putin is unleashing on the Ukraine. Every day we're sending every day before the crisis, we send billions of euros in fossil fuel subsidies and that as fossil fuel purchases to Russia, and that is absolutely something that we need to address. And that's exactly where sustainable transport comes in. Decarbonizing transport is no longer just only a climate policy, an environmental policy, an economic policy. It has become a security policy, a part of security in Europe. The shift to renewable energy and carbon-free transport isn't something, in our view, from the Commission, that you slow down because there is a security crisis. That is, in our view, a false contradiction. In fact, our aim to repower Europe, which is a name that we've put to the European Council just a few weeks ago, and to cut our reliance on Russian fossil fuels and fossil fuels from other parts of the world, is part of the commitment to return security and peace to Europe. It's part of our drive for freedom. It is freedom policy. And to the Commission, in the field of transport, sustainable transport, that means three things. We need the Fit for 55 package more than ever. We need to speed up the mobility transition that this package entails, so we actually need to speed it up. And of course, in the spirit of democracy, we need to support and the dialogue with the sector and our citizens to make this transition, which is formidable, fair and just. So let me start with Fit for 55. Together, looking at gas, where we started from, in terms of our policy towards Russia, our Fit for 55 proposals, as we put them on the table, would already enable us to reduce our gas demand by almost a quarter. And we're now making similar calculations, what our package entails for reducing our consumption of oil. With the EU Green Deal, we have the power to turn that upside down. And we have a plan to repower Europe, to break that dependency. And you can make that very concrete. A car that you charge with a solar panel on your rooftop doesn't come at the price of funding a war machine or funding somebody who uses energy as a weapon against us. There's no economic monopoly in using wind energy to produce electricity for road transport and e-fuels for aviation and shipping. Every kilowatt hour of electricity and energy that we produce from sun, wind, water, other renewables is 1 kilowatt hour less dependence from Russia. So if we want true security, if we want real freedom in Europe, and I believe that many people also in this room want that, then we must stop bankrolling Russia and other oligarchs with money for fossil fuels. We need 50-55. We need that ambitious deal in Parliament and Council on the CO2 standards for cars, on refuel aviation, on fuel maritime, all the other proposals. This is a project that helps to bring security back to Europe. So that is a call on the Parliament and the Council. And then moving on to the transition that we actually need to accelerate. Our plan to repower Europe, as we banded it when we went to the European Council, so the European leaders. Even at the highest speed possible, renewables will not be able to cover immediately all of our energy needs, including in transport. So we must be realistic in that sense. Part of cutting our dependence is also, at the start, diversifying our energy sources so that we get it from elsewhere. And part of that is also using the energy in a more smarter way, and solidarity in purchasing energy between the member states. All of that is part of what we need to do in order to counter this situation. But we must, of course, remain rational. We must keep our eye on the ball that whatever we do in terms of diversifying, it is immediately tied to our plans to accelerate the shift to renewables, the energy that we really need to bring freedom to Europe. So rationality is one, and we often hear that the transition, and that is true, of course, Fit 55 and all the proposals that we've made come with a cost. It's a cost of the transition, and that's undeniable. But compare that to the cost that we have been paying every time we fix a crisis with temporary relief. Compare that to the cost that we've been paying if you don't tackle climate action. The comparison with that, the non-cost of acting is enormous, and that makes this investment really, really worthwhile if we're rational in doing it. That means for the transport sector that in the Commission's view, now is really the time that each part of the transport sector has a decarbonization strategy. That strategy, decarbonization strategy, is a freedom strategy for each part of the transport sector. It makes you less dependent on things that you don't want to be dependent of. And we have different tools in our toolbox to make that realistic. Because whatever we do, it must be workable, of course. It starts with the recovery money, Next Generation EU, these billions of euros, hundreds of billions of euros even, in recovery money that's now already being put to use in projects that are getting off the ground pretty quickly. The biggest beneficiary of our recovery funds, by far, is the transport sector. And that is something to build on, also when we talk about this bigger transition. And if we go further, some of it is on the discussion now in the Commission. Some of it is at the start of the table. Solar energy, if you look at that, it has huge potential in Europe. It allows millions of Europeans to produce their own electricity. Solar rooftops on homes, production plants, businesses, farms could cover almost a quarter of Europe's electricity consumption. And with our upcoming Solar Roof initiative, we want to create a true value chain in Europe for solar energy. And why don't we immediately extend that to chargers for cars, for bikes, so that we can offer an integrated solution in every home and in every commercial building to have clean transport go together with the solar roof tops that we're promoting under this initiative. Similarly, we want to double down on our ambition for green hydrogen, including even with a green diplomacy initiative to make green hydrogen affordable for all countries that will take part, all European countries. We can extend that to e-fuels for aviation and shipping. So use the same tools that we have on, like the carbon contracts for difference to bridge the gap between the cost of these fuels and other fuels. We can put that good use for aviation and shipping too. So you can draw a line to transport there too. And even sectors that are a bit even more special than others because they are outside of our main climate policy instruments like inland waterways. Even they are now seriously working on a decarbonization strategy. And just a few days ago, the cabinet of Ms. Valean and me had a conversation with Chris Peters from the European Investment Bank to see how the European Investment Fund can be used to really bring a sectoral roadmap to make inland waterways even cleaner than they are today, truly clean. So even there we are looking. And then there are steps that we can take today. The International Energy Agency has identified 10 of them, and I'm sure that a lot of people has seen them. And it has lots of like these practical steps. Take the bike, walk, take the bus, instead of always taking the car. With many transport options, clean ones, and cities are experiencing, for instance, a biking revolution, with many of these options available, this also becomes convenient to make that choice. This is not a case of a hippie. I would never identify myself as a hippie. This is something that can offer this choice, and we can build on that. Similarly, driving slow with trucks and using combined transport, where you combine the truck and the train, can make a big difference in cutting some of our energy use for energy efficiency. Some of this, if we do that now, we can cement later on with our initiatives on cleaner mobility, which the moderator already mentioned, and multimodal transport, including digital multimodal transport to make combined transport, for instance, more attractive, smart, and intelligent. Now, there's one point before I conclude that I want to make quite strongly too. I started by talking about democracy and an open, inclusive debate. And that commitment to democracy must extend to when we talk about this formidable transition in our transport sector. We need the support of not only the sector, but also the citizens for this big transition. If we don't find solutions for the hugely increased energy prices, especially for vulnerable companies and populations, we will not have the political support to make this big transition. If we don't do this in a fair way, this transition will not happen. So it's completely logical that when we talk about the situation right now, we talk about short-term relief, but I think that this decarbonization roadmap for each transport sector must then come to the table as well, so that we do fix this truly for the long term. We need to work with the sectors for roadmaps that work for them, and we need to see how some of our funds, both in the European Union and the member states, can help in this cause. In Parliament, there's a discussion right now, for instance, on the Innovation Fund, which is a climate fund, a climate innovation fund funded by our receipts from emissions trading, which was also already mentioned. Now we only use that to really for projects that are breakthrough projects. In Parliament, there's now a discussion, whether we can use some of that money for technologies that you can scale up. So technologies that are there, but you just want to scale them up, like clean trucks. And I think we should have that discussion to see how we use the Innovation Fund in the smartest ways possible to help in this transition. Because I think that actually the vision that we can then project to our citizens for their sustainable transport can be a very compelling one, where Europe relies less on the will and whims of one person in the Kremlin, a Europe that is more autonomous, with solar rooftops that can charge your own car, a new business case for fuel industry to produce e-fuels, a new hydrogen economy, and of course, clean urban mobility, where we see more cycling, walking, and public transport. That is my start today. I'm really looking forward to this panel discussion because these are big themes that we're discussing. And I just want to conclude by saying, let's not make the mistake. Let's not make the mistake of putting the climate crisis against the security crisis. Let's not make the mistake in saying the Green Deal is opposite to what we want to achieve with security. Climate policy and the Green Deal is now about cutting our reliance on fuels that we don't want to be reliant upon anymore. It is part and parcel of Europe's security policy, and that's a start, because if we don't see that now, we really are in trouble in building a European continent that is safe and prosperous for us and the next generations. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mais. Thank you very much for this intervention, demonstrating exactly the current geopolitical risks that we are facing, the tools that the European Commission has available for decision-making, all the efforts for international cooperation, and the interoperability between several policy areas that actually they highlight the importance of the Green Deal and the energy autonomy of the EU, exactly in this kind of situation right now that we are all following. We have discussed it also today. Of course, all the initiatives under the Green Deal, they will always take form under the appropriate management of programs. This is the pulse of all the EU initiatives and programs, how they are implemented and how they become available for member states to apply. And to this regard, I would like to invite for introductory remarks Mr. Andreas Boschen, the Head of Department for Sustainable Networks and Investment of SINEA Agency. Mr. Andreas.
Thank you. It's good to be here and to be present with so many colleagues and stakeholders. Let me follow up on what Daniel just has opened. We are the Executive Agency for Climate, Infrastructure and the Environment, and we are very much implementing the Green Deal with our program and project management. We are having 58 billion euro to spend over these financial perspective. This is a lot of money, and my responsibilities in the area of sustainable mobility and sustainable infrastructure for transport and energy. And again, we have a lot of money. We have 23 billion from the previous period and 26 billion euro in this period, which basically, if you look at the triggering effect, this means roughly 100 billion euro. And we want to build a sustainable infrastructure network in Europe, and we need this. The needs of the sector, of the infrastructure sector across modes are huge. They are estimated at 50 billion euros per year. So our money is a bit more than a drop in the ocean. It's some drops in the ocean, but like Daniel was underlying, we need all workers, all actors coming together. What are we doing with the money? How are we achieving sustainable mobility, sustainable infrastructure? We are supporting more than 1,000 transport projects right now. And let me give you per mode a couple of indications. Road, so modal shift. This is also in the sustainable and smart mobility strategy highlight. We have to shift freight and passenger transport to the rail, and therefore 70% of our investments go into the rail sector. And we are really building and supporting big investments like the Brenner Base Tunnel, like Lyon-Turin, like Rail Baltica, and there are many more in the cohesion countries and elsewhere where we are really establishing a new high-speed network, a new quality network for passenger and freight rail. Road, it is mainly about alternative fuel infrastructure. We are supporting more than 22,000, difficult figure, 22,000 charging stations across Europe, the road network. It's mainly our TEN-T road network, allowing electric cars, mainly because most of these charging points will be for electric cars, to have their smooth journey across borders on the road network and not be afraid of where is my next charging station. We are also supporting maritime ports, maritime transport, short sea shipping. We are also supporting inland waterways. For example, Seine-Escaut is another project linking Paris, Ile-de-France with via the Seine and the Schelde, the Escaut River, to the seaports of Antwerp and Rotterdam, and get again modal shift, not any longer using the trucks, but using inland waterways on this area. And last but not least, when it comes to aviation, we are doing a lot about air traffic management, because our skies are less integrated and are less organized than you might think about. And we need a single European sky where flights are more efficient and becoming much more greener. Daniel, you also mentioned digitalization. I think, again, it's a twin revolution. It is sustainability and digitalization. So we need also a smart management of transport infrastructure and mobility. And a lot of our measures are going into traffic management, ITS, ERTMS. I don't want to overload you with jargon, but we are investing a lot also in digitalization of the transport industry. We are doing this together. We have really a partnership approach with member states, with beneficiaries, with research and innovation. Again, how can we bring innovation quicker to the market? Hydrogen and all these things also Daniel touched upon. It's good to research, it's good to have innovation, but how can we roll it out as quickly as possible? So and then also I would like to say we are working in coordination and in cooperation with other funds. The structural funds have a lot of money. The regions, the member states in Europe are investing a lot. The EIB, Daniel mentioned, they are also investing heavily in transport infrastructure and the different national plans under the Recovery and Resilience Facility. Daniel, I looked it up, 73 billion euro is the money, the price tag which will come from these plans as far as approved by the Commission into the sustainable mobility over the next years. This is really a very big amount. So to summarize two messages, we need sustainable infrastructure to get to sustainable mobility, and we need to invest massively, heavily in the infrastructure. And EU programs like mine, Connecting Europe Facility, like many others, are there to help, to partner with you to get this done. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your intervention. Moving on, of course, we mentioned the current situation that takes place between Ukraine and Russia, the war that is actually in progress, and we have seen how much this had showed challenges for the transport industry, both for the energy dependency of the EU, but also for disruptions in supply, not only in energy products, in materials. To this regard, I would like to invite for introductory remarks Mr. William Todds from the Transport and Environment Campaign Group.
Thank you so much. Thanks, and great to be here again, and wonderful to be here in person after such a long time. So yesterday I was at an action to support Ukraine and to protest against the war. It was an action at Schuman, and there were two young people that came from Ukraine. They fled Ukraine a couple of weeks ago. They went to Warsaw, where they now have an apartment, and they took the bus to Brussels to come and protest. And they were there together with Avaz, which is a campaign group, an online petition platform, and they had gathered 1 million signatures. And their call on Europe was, and they said that much more eloquently than I can do it, but they said, we need to stop Putin's oil. We need to stop Putin's oil, because it is this money that we're sending to Putin that is allowing him to continue bombard our cities and kill our fathers. So, for me, this whole crisis just underscores the cost of oil, and I agree with what you said there, Daniel. I think it's never more clear. There's a tremendous human cost to the exploration, distribution, and especially consumption, because that's what we do in Europe, the consumption of oil and fossil fuels at a massive scale. To put it in numbers, every day we send 250 million euros to Putin, even though we claim to stand with the Ukrainians. Over the course of a year, that is 100 billion euros. This is simply not acceptable, and I really profoundly hope that by the end of this week, heads of state will have agreed to action to do something about that transfer of money to buy oil from Russia. It is, of course, not sufficient to diversify oil supplies. It is going to be necessary if we stop buying oil from the Russians. Just like if you diversify gas, you need we can't change everything from one day to the next. But going from Russian oil to Saudi oil is not exactly a massive improvement. It's a slight improvement given the current situation, but it's not exactly the improvement we're looking for. Maybe some of you heard about the mass executions in Saudi Arabia a few weeks ago. Anyways, what we need to do is we need to structurally and completely reduce our dependence on imported oil. Since we don't produce any oil, we just need to get rid of oil. That's the bottom line. And I hate to break it to you, that's not what we're doing, because we have a very good long-term plan, the Green Deal, Fit for 55, 2030, 2035. But the reality is that as we exit COVID, that actually transport is picking up like crazy. Look at our roads. You know, if you come to Brussels or you go anywhere, you know, go to the airports, they're full again. Oil demand is picking up. So we have a situation of global lack of supply and demand that is picking up. That's why I'm really happy to hear Daniel say that the Commission is now actually going to look at how we can deal with the oil situation, how we can also reduce our demand for oil. And I think there's two ways we need to look at this. On the one hand, in the short term, if we talk about weeks and months, short-term demand, you need to look at demand. And fortunately, in the transport sector is not hyper efficient. People sit in cars with, on average, 1.5 person. Trucks are not always fully loaded. Last time I checked, it was 50%. So there is a lot of potential for efficiency improvements in the transport sector. Short-term, car-free days would be great if the Commission could call cities together and get this organized, because currently people are ridiculing this idea, but it's not a ridiculous idea. It's actually what we need to do in the current context. Second, we need to complement our long-term plan with a near-term plan for the next 3 years. And there's a lot we can do in the next 3 years to cut our oil demand. And I would think in particular about electrification. There's a proposal in Parliament. Jan Huytema has proposed to increase the demands on car makers to supply EVs into the EU market considerably by 2025. I think this situation confirms that this is the right approach. Secondly, we shouldn't just look at the number of electric vehicles. We should look at where we deploy them. Somebody having an electric car as a second car, using it once a week, twice a week, that is not as good as somebody using a company car on a daily basis. We need to focus electrification where it has the biggest impact, and that is in the high mileage segments of the market. That's company cars, that's fleets, that's it's taxi fleets, buses, vans. That's where we need to prioritize in the next 3 years. And then I'll say one final thing about what we shouldn't do. I've seen with great astonishment that over the last couple of weeks, the farm lobby and the biofuels industry has been saying that this crisis confirms that we need to have more biofuels. Well, I don't know if you probably know, but there's also a food crisis because Ukraine and Russia are major producers of food, major exporters of food. In that context, this is going to kill people in the Middle East, in Africa. In that context, you cannot burn more food. You should actually be suspending your policies where you turn perfectly good wheat into ethanol to then burn it in cars. So what I would say is, agreeing very much with the long-term plan, but urging the Commission to make sure that electricity, less demand for oil, more efficiency, and then e-fuels, hydrogen for aviation and shipping. Let's not wait until 2030. It needs to happen now. Thank you.
Thank you, William. So indeed, if we could number the consequences that we now see in Europe from the current energy crisis and the war that happens in the eastern border of Europe, including Ukraine, in this sense, is true. This type of crisis show exactly the need for a diversification of our energy supplies, but as well to see how we can use renewable and attainable fuels. To this regard, in this session is so important because actually we have representatives from the industry as well, important stakeholders, that with their insights and perspectives, they can give us a bit more of an overview of how we can shape our policies and what is the feedback brought from those sectors. To this regard, I would like to invite John and have a discussion about the strategy regarding all the renewables that we have available and how to make them sustainable. What proposals does the industry bring? John, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. So just a word, Fuels Europe is the association, it's a business association, and the members are actually all the fuel refiners in Europe. The major names that you'll no doubt know, Shell, BP, Total, Repsol, Eni, actually 40 companies. And of course, you may well think of those as brands in the fuel stations that you'll see. They're also actually major investors in a lot of different renewable technologies, including wind and solar, many hydrogen projects, projects with carbon capture and storage. One of the key members of the Battery Alliance is one of our members. So they are very significant investors in delivering the Green Deal, actually. But let's just take stock where we are today. Almost everything that moves in Europe is powered with our products, with the important exceptions, of course, of electric rail and the growing number of electric cars on the road. And we've been very clear with our members. You know, we've come out publicly and we've supported the Green Deal. It's absolutely the right thing that we must do. And we've been very clear that that means for our industry a trajectory for the use of petroleum fuels in Europe that goes towards zero. And we've together worked through what does that mean. And we all understand that that actually means that there's a huge role for electrification of everything that can be electrified, because we have to recognize that whereas 100 years ago we thought petroleum was a great gift, and it has been in delivering a lot of development of society across the world, now we need to see wind and solar as the great gifts of renewable energy, and we maximize their use. But there are also some limits and some practical challenges there, and we now realize also that hydrogen will play a major strategy, molecular energy is key, and also liquid fuels of different forms. There will be some role for them. And we have set out in our association to explore and to define what we can do, and now what we believe what we should do in developing renewable liquid fuels. And interesting, there are several points of agreement actually that I've noted already in the comments from Daniel and also from William here, that clearly aviation and maritime will need liquid fuels. And actually our strategy sees very much the long-term destination that we can deliver everything that aviation and maritime needs in a renewable form. Where we see a point of difference is that we also believe that there's a role for some of these fuels in some road transport. And we think it makes an important contribution to go there as well. We see some risks to delivery if we have an electrification-only strategy in Europe. I mean, to quote an article from the Financial Times earlier this week, just since the crisis in Ukraine has kicked off, the metals costs for an electric vehicle have already risen by $7,000 per vehicle. And whereas we have had real concerns about dependency on oil in Europe, there are 60 countries in the world that provide oil, whereas the materials we need for the energy transition typically come from a far smaller number of countries. Look, we absolutely must do electrification, but we are simply saying we also need a wider range of technologies. We also think that if we only have an electrification strategy, there are some social friction risks as well. The cars are simply more expensive, and that gap seems to be widening. And if we look at what car makers are doing, they're removing the lowest cost cars from their range, and the cost of the cars are going up. Already, half of Europe can't afford a new car. And so if we go through with this strategy, it seems to indicate for a while we'll have an us and them situation. Those that have the electric car and receive the many benefits of doing that, and those that will be locked out for some time. We supply millions of customers every day with fuels. Many of our customers turn up with a car that's second, third, fourth hand, may only be worth €1,000. Those customers will not have access to an electric car for some time. We're saying we really do need a strategy for liquids to do this as well. One thing that you said, William, that I thought was a really important thing and development in some of your positioning on this is that instead of just thinking about cars, we think about how you get the best out of the electric vehicles that go on the market. It makes a great deal of sense to have the subsidies that we're putting in place to go into a vehicle that is used 6, 8, 10, 12 hours a day rather than 1 hour a day. And so actually vans, buses, short-term delivery vehicles arguably deliver a better focus for electrification. And plug-in hybrids with renewable fuels could be a solution for other sectors. I'll leave it there. I'm sure there's lots of questions to come. Thank you.
Thank you so much, John. It has been, yes, a very useful insight on the current debates as well, and shows how EU through crisis, it can move forward, how we can evolve, but also how to learn from our past experience, but also from our previous methods, and how we can move forward with new ways and new solutions proposed from all stakeholders implicated. To this regard, I would like to invite our next speaker, Ms. Raluca Marian. She's the Director of the EU Advocacy and General Delegate of the International Road Transport Union. And it will be very useful for us to have a discussion with you about the building blocks or the swift of decarbonization in the road transport, how we deal with the access and the availability that we have in alternative fuels, broad infrastructure, but also cars that they can sustain the new alternative fuels. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Christina, and good afternoon, everybody. International Road Transport Union stands for the road transport operators or commercial road transport operators. So we are the voice of the trucks on the road. We heard about trucks already today, and also buses, coaches, and taxis. So collective means of mobility. I think the advantage of being, sorry, I cannot look at everybody and see everybody. The advantage of being at the end of the panel is that basically most of your job has been done. So now I can just capitalize a little bit on what my panel colleagues have already said. So there is something very good which I can pick up from what everybody said. So from Daniel, for example, definitely we fully agree that decarbonization is key. And I would say also that decarbonization of commercial road transport is absolutely a must. Also because, coming back also to what Alexandre was saying about where to focus our resources and investments, if we look at goods transport, we represent 70% on the goods transport inland. So 70% is trucks. So even if we shift a big percentage to rail, we have seen over decades that this shift won't be material. And we hope to see this shift because there is also a very substantial increase in demand, which is being foreseen. I think the Commission's figures are 60% by 2050. So quite a lot of increase in demand of goods transport. So definitely we need rail. We are the first ones to see. So combined transport, yes, please. But 30%, no, 70% investment in rail, some investment in, coming back now to something good you said, some investment in inland waterways, and a little bit of investment in rail may not be the right equation, let's say, in order to achieve decarbonization of the 70% of inland transport. So a bit more money for road transport would be very much welcome and necessary. Then coming to what William is saying, definitely electrification is one of the ways forward, a very necessary way forward. As transport operators, we need options. And we also look, even now, with the technologies we have today, at the various segments and the best technologies for the various segments of the market. And fully agreed, for urban transport and regional transport, so short distance transport, we already have enough mature electric technology, so more uptake of this technology and support for the uptake is very much welcome. Long distance transport, heavy duty vehicles, 40 tons truck or 75 tons truck in the north, well, there is still a way to go there, but will electricity come? Yes, most likely it will come there too. Will it be everything? We don't believe that. So we are looking at options. And if we look at options, we look at hydrogen as well, but why not? Also coming back to what John says, biofuels. In the end, we want carbon neutrality. If we get carbon neutrality, who cares how we decarbonize? Should it be tailpipe or not? Carbon neutrality, and the best use for the best segment is what we are looking at. And now building blocks. You mentioned the building blocks. So we are looking at the decarbonization, let's say, goal, and definitely we need legislative intervention. If the market is just left alone, it will be very difficult. So Fit for 55 can be an opportunity. And the first part of the building block, and that's part of it is in Fit for 55, is the availability at the same time, so in synchronicity, of three main elements. One element is availability of vehicles in sufficient numbers. Second element, availability of infrastructure for alternative fuel vehicles. And the third one is availability of fuels. And by fuels, we also mean electricity in the grid. So availability of fuels and electricity. That's the first building block. Once all of these are available, then we look at how to intensify and how to incentivize our sector, so road transport sector, to decarbonize. And again, looking at Fit for 55, we see energy taxation and we see ETS, which could be also opportunities for the road transport sector. But unfortunately, at least in our view, not in the form that they were submitted to the Parliament. So unless these are a little bit amended, and just to give you some examples, for us, one of the, again, commercial road transport, and in particular heavy-duty vehicles, 7 million of them on the roads. What is very important is right timing. So increase of the cost base could be a good measure to push the sector to embrace something else, but it has to come at the right time. And 2025 is definitely way too early, or even earlier. If we look at energy taxation, 2023, ETS, now we see a proposal from the rapporteur, 2024. So these are dates which are obviously, when we look at ASEA, and we hear that they forecast 70,000 electric trucks being placed in circulation in 2025, compared to the 7 million heavy-duty vehicles. So the figures are just not matching to substantiate such a massive increase in such a short time. So the right timing is key. And also right, or let's say intelligent taxation, as opposed to the multiple taxation, because now we see carbon being taxed pretty much everywhere on a national level, various names to various taxes, ETS national, but also various other taxes. How can we do it in an intelligent way? It can be the ETS, it can be something else, but it must be intelligent taxation and not penalizing the sector because it's too early and we do not have other options to embrace, or let's say in a chaotic way, which just adds on taxes in a manner which is not optimal for everyone. So that's...
Thank you so much, Raluca. This kind of perspective is really what makes valuable panels like this. We hear different ideas, different opinions, different perspectives. We also have the official response and perspectives from the policy and lawmakers. So it's very important to hear a speech like this. To this regard, I would like to ask the audience to prepare any questions, exactly because this is almost one of the first times that we start having in-person meetings instead of virtual ones. I would like to give the first question to the audience, so we can take a couple of minutes. I will do my best to try to track all questions with my side vision. Can't guarantee 100% results, but I'm going to give my best. To this regard, I would like to invite our virtual audience to also send questions. This is an amazing opportunity to ask anything to a broad variety of participants, so don't miss it. With Raluca, we close the round of introductory remarks. So to this point, I would like just to present myself. I'm Christina Kouremenou. I'm senior consultant for de Havilland Information Monitoring Services. As part of the daily work of our EU team is indeed to monitor transport updates. And what I have seen from this panel is that we have made the right choice to always grasp not only transport policies, but see how interlinked they are with other policies, such as energy, financial matters, trade, transport, mitigation of risks. So it's very, very important to see exactly the interlink between all the policies and the facts that our speakers they have brought today. To this regard, I would like to open the floor for questions from our audience. So is there any volunteer? Yes. Microphones to the gentleman. May I kindly ask you to state name, surname, and the affiliation that you have, please? And also the person that you would like to address your question, except if it goes to our whole panel.
Okay, Steve Phillips, Conference of European Directors of Roads. I guess in a way it's a way to the whole panel, although I think Raluca probably will hopefully agree with me. I recently attended a presentation and Norwegian Road Administration basically said in their carbon strategy, long distance road freight, forget it, because it's not going to make any difference. So it was kind of leave it alone because they were focusing in different areas. The question of logistics was mentioned earlier on, and we regularly hear quotes about 50% of the carbon footprint of things delivered to your home. 50% of that actually is what we call the last mile. Often it's the transport from the supermarket. So we have very inefficient last mile deliveries. Again, if we look at the European Commission's own statistics and we look at a fairly small percentage, it's less than 20%. Of all of the CO2, actually, it comes from long-distance transport. So, going back to the question we heard from the Commission, in terms of the investment that is going into the different areas and the modal shift, which we've been crying out for years as well, where are we actually going to get the biggest bang from the buck? Because actually, again, focusing on long-distance freight transport is not addressing the major decarbonisation issues. A lot of it is in the last mile. And that's where I was, appreciating William's comments where we talk about prioritization, because many of the supermarkets themselves, for examples, are saying, look, if we go to e-commerce and we deliver it to your front doorstep, okay, but then we save a lot of the carbon in that respect. But on the other hand, and this goes back, I guess, to Danielle, we also have the social dimension, because we also have to reflect that there is also a huge driver crisis. And many of the jobs, the training, the availability of the drivers is also affecting this sector, which is why we're also seeing a shift to smaller vans, which is, we talked about congestion earlier on, which is clogging up our cities. So my question is how do we address all of these complex issues? How do we keep the people on board and really identify where are the main carbon issues that we need to bring about in Europe, which is not, Raluca, it's not your members.
Who would like to respond to our first question from our panelists?
Since my name was mentioned, I think it is my members as well. I think it is a lot of my members for both segments that you mentioned. First of all, if we look at AFIR, so Alternative Fuel Infrastructure Regulation, because AFI is a different question, and we see it also in the TEN-T proposals, so Alternative Fuel Infrastructure Regulation, we see actually a missed opportunity in the fact that there is no more emphasis on electric infrastructure on urban nodes. So, and that's for both segments. So there are some provisions on infrastructure for heavy-duty trucks, and there is nothing on light commercial vehicles. Or talking about prioritization and what William was saying, that's a missed opportunity, because not there you have a segment where electrification can take place, and not everybody will have the means either to charge at depot because they can build this infrastructure with their own money, or at shippers because hopefully shippers will invest in this infrastructure and they will be able to charge there. So if this is not promoted also by policy, that's a missed opportunity. And on the heavy-duty trucks, as I already said, we need options. So we don't know. I mean, the progress, there is so much investment also in batteries. Definitely for us is not only electricity. It's electricity, hydrogen, and biofuels and renewable fuels. So 3 options. But why would we exclude electricity? And if the signal now from politicians is a wrong signal, so if we see a dilution in AFIR from the Council, pushing the deadlines for heavy-duty infrastructure to 2030 and beyond, then this will not happen, because we won't buy a truck if we don't have an infrastructure. The 70,000 trucks mentioned by ASEA, heavy-duty trucks, why would we buy them if we don't have where to charge them?
Thank you very much, Raluca. I would like to give the speech to William.
Thank you.
Perfect.
I do agree it's partially your members, actually. Because it's true, it depends on your definition of long haul, I guess, but it's true that only 20% of the road freight emissions come from trucks that do 1,000+ kilometers per day, not per day. But the vast part of the market, the vast part of the emissions comes from trucks that do 250 to 600 kilometers a day. That's no? Yes. That. Yeah, but I'm talking about trucks. I'm talking about trucks. Within the truck segment, the majority of the emissions comes from 250 to 600 kilometers a day. And that's the part of the market that you can actually decarbonize quite rapidly with electricity. That's perfectly doable with a battery electric truck. Perhaps not, not today, but in 2025 certainly. And the key question is supply. We need options for the truck drivers, for the haulage companies. And I think, if you take a step back, what is the challenge that we have in the truck manufacturing sector? This is a sector that has been producing diesel engines for the last 100 years, and they've been doing that very well, and they were very successful. And now they're being asked to transition very rapidly to something very different that is not their core business. They're only going to do that if there is a very strong commitment from governments and regulators to go in that direction. And building the infrastructure is part of that. Creating incentives for haulage companies, but also for the truck makers to go in that direction is also part of it. But you also need to force them so that they all move in the same direction, because these are huge investments, not just in new platforms, in new cab designs, but also in battery manufacturing or in supply chains. So, and that's where I think the proposal that the Commission is making at the end of the year for truck CO2 standards, I think is going to be critical. If we want more supply, more options, the Commission needs to step up.
Thank you, William. Daniel, would you like to respond?
Yeah, because this will allow me to move a bit in the middle between what was said, but then later on you can judge whether I was closer to the one to the other ultimately. But because these are all important points that are being made, and it's good that we devote some attention to road freight, because it's one of the, if not most complicated part of decarbonizing our transport mix. I think that picking up something that Raluca also said, I think that what our proposals should do, Fit 55, and also the part that comes later, is indeed set the right time horizons and the right targets to have the cleaner trucks really hitting our roads. I really see that as an innovation signal, like a signal like now innovate. And Raluca and our sector has indeed been in the slightly inconvenient position that the first proposals that came out in July 2021 were on the price, the carbon price for road transport, and they had to wait a bit for the follow-on, so the part deux, the part deux, which is really important, which is what William mentioned, the supply of these trucks. Now, I agree with Raluca that if you look at the signals that we're giving to start, indeed with the urban logistics, where indeed innovations are happening, and the market is doing this by themselves. That's not us. It's happening on the ground. It's absolutely right that in the Parliament also we get the proposals that we've made are the correct ones. I totally agree with her that there's scope to discuss whether on the urban nodes, and especially at the edges of the city centers, the targets can be a bit more specific in terms of like charging at depot, for instance, for trucks, where you can even work, if member states believe like, oh God, that is really complicated, you can even work with smart charging there because they're in the depot, and you can make sure that actually the charge takes right at the right place. I think that's an important discussion to have, because that is in reality where the innovations will start in city logistics. And then moving on to the long haul bit, which is the more complicated part. I agree with Raluca that this is part of the equation. But what we cannot do is say let's have that a free pass entirely, because especially because in this sector the lead times to invest are so long. You need to give the right signals now. And our proposal by the end of this year for new CO2 performance standards for new trucks will indeed be crucial, because these will set targets for truck manufacturers to comply with for the entire fleet of new truck sales to become cleaner and produce less emissions. And they need to be ambitious, because that's the only way where these trucks become affordable for the people who need them. I think that the technology race, and William will disagree with me on this, the technology race is a bit more open in trucking. So I'd also take the point of Raluca that this will be a proposal that where you have different technologies at play. So I think that we should also really continue the discussion on, like, it's the most complicated sector to come with a decarbonization roadmap, but we need to have that dialogue to make sure that also the demand side and the supply side come together in the right way so that we know how to target these investments properly. Something that Ruluka just mentioned in passing, but which will become important part of the proposal too, because we should not forget about them, are the buses, where we have some serious thinking in the Commission going on when we come with the CO2 performance standards for trucks to include the buses in there, so that also the bus makers get an incentive to produce more of them. And we actually are having serious discussions to go quite far in that sense, going closer to mandating a proportion of sales that needs to happen, especially in urban logistics, so that these things really come to the market really quickly. And on infrastructure, that's also a long game which we need to get right. The parking spaces where the trucks take their rest drives, their well-deserved rest, need to be the place where we need to have clear targets for charging, so that this becomes convenient for all. And once all of this comes together, starting with the shorter transport and then the longer transport over a slightly longer time horizon, then we can have a talk about the decarbonization roadmap, I think, once all these ingredients are on the table, because I think that our economy will need it. And we will get support, by the way, from corners that are quite promising also in the current situation, because nobody really talks about that a lot, but a country that really wants to be a leader in electric buses, for instance, is Poland. And they're really keen on that, on building manufacturing capacity. So it's really a way to combine different sources of energy going on. Poland will want to decarbonize, will want to cut reliance on Russian fossil fuels, and will want to build a serious industry and exporting industry on areas like electric buses. So let's work with them to make that happen.
Definitely. John is next,
Okay.
and afterwards...
But it's just a very quick reaction to Daniel, because in the collective passenger transport, buses and coaches are very different. So buses, you see a lot of electric ones already on the road. Coaches, they are behind trucks. So when we talk about the CO2 standards, this has to be kept in mind. In terms of development, not in terms of on the road, technological development.
Yeah, I'm fully aware of like how big vehicles these are, like literally. Yeah.
Thank you both. John.
I was just going to make a quick point that I think you made a good point about value for money, and actually businesses, everyone in business knows that metrics are absolutely key to delivering an objective. And outside of the ETS, where there's a great understanding of cost of carbon and what's covered and what's competitive with the ETS, our observation is that there's actually not a lot in the conversation in Brussels around what is value for money, what is being spent by society on each of these different sectors. We know that transport costs substantially more than industrial sources in terms of decarbonisation, and we think that if there was that better dialogue, it would actually help make the choices as to where you direct public subsidies towards electrification and other technologies.
Thank you, John. Andreas.
This is a good question where to focus on, what needs to be done where immediately. But I think we should think about transport as a system. And we should not say we do last mile, but we do not long haul. We do aviation, but we do not maritime. So I think this is something which transport is getting to think in a more multimodal and mobility as a service spirit. And that is also a game changer. We need modal shift to rail, but of course we will have trucks. Of course. So we are not in competition. The modes are not necessarily in any competition, and everybody, each segment has to contribute. And I would really like to see more this multimodality and this system approach happening in transport, and the different modes and the different actors working together. This is happening. We are certainly all doing our bit to make it happen, but I think this is also a kind of solution, and let's not oppose things which need to be together. That would be my small contribution.
Definitely. Thank you, Andreas.
Maybe?
William.
This is
it's
hard to resist. Two points. One, you said I would disagree on hydrogen also being an option, being an open technology race in the trucking sector. I don't disagree. I do actually agree that the race is not over. In Switzerland, there's Hyundai trucks running around on green hydrogen. That's very good. Let's have more of that, and let's set a zero emission target and let the best technology win. That's what I would say. Second point I would make is on costs. John, you said, I think by the way you're doing an admirable job of of portraying the oil industry as a big backer of the Green Deal. You said before that EVs are expensive. I think this is actually not true. EVs are expensive today because they are not produced at the same scale of internal combustion engines. EVs, electric cars, are actually quite simple as a technology, but they're not produced in in tens of millions. They're produced in low volumes. If you bring the volume up, the price is going to come down. And there's been several studies, including by Bloomberg New Energy Finance, that says that for electric cars, by 2025, 2026, the price should come down. Now, of course, if the material cost goes up, that might be later, but that is a question. It is a question of time. Second point on cost, I think you're implying that it would be better to have one ETS system or one carbon price, and then the market will figure out where you can get the lowest cost carbon reductions.
Didn't say that.
You didn't. No. You always make that point, but you never say what the conclusion is. I think the point is that we need to invest in transport decarbonization right now, even if that costs money, because if we postpone the investment, it's going to be more expensive in the long run. Yeah.
Let's cover the EV cost point, right? I mean, again, quoting Bloomberg just a few days ago, they make the point about Tesla. Tesla is now a global car manufacturer, just opened their 4th factory and producing many, many cars. They're a scale manufacturer. And some of us, or many of us, will remember when the Model 3 was announced with much fanfare, it was going to start at $35,000. The starting price, as according to Bloomberg from 2 days ago, the starting price is now $47,000 for the Model 3. All the other cheaper options have disappeared completely. It is simply not true that the EV is coming down in cost. I've been following this subject for over 10 years. We've been 2 years away from the tipping point every year, but it's a moving target. And actually today, the cost is going up substantially. And car makers, it's well evidenced in the market, car makers are taking the €10,000 ICE car off the market, which is going to exclude a lot of people from having a newer car. I'm sorry, but you're out of date with that point, William.
I would propose to move to the next question, a final one from our audience, and I would like to give the speech to the European Cyclist Federation that you made the note. But thank you all for your input on this question.
Thank you very much, and thank you to the panel for a very interesting discussion. And you will not agree on everything, and I don't agree on everything. Because to my taste, you have been talking a bit too much about what we put into the engines of our vehicles. Oil from different sources, like Saudi instead of Russia, gas, electricity, solar PV, wind perhaps, biofuels, etc. But it's still about what we are putting into the engines. And Andreas was hinting at it, and Daniel all in the beginning as well. I would like to have heard a bit more about the modal shift, about public transport, about shared transport, about active mobility, about intermodality, because that's going to be at least as huge a part of the solution as what energy source we use to make our wheels turn. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Daniel, would you like to move forward?
Yeah, because this is what I also mentioned in the opening. This is really an area where the short-term actions that people can already do right now, you can really cement that with longer-term actions. Because I think that also looking in my own direct surroundings, there is a lot of discussion on, should I take the bike more than the car for each ride, because the fuel cost is going up as well now. Should I to take the bus more often? And that's things that the International Energy Agency said, like things you can do now, and that's absolutely what we need to cement. And didn't have the time to mention the speech because otherwise it was spoken for ages. But as Henk knows very well, the proposal that we made in December last year are actually really about that, about the modal shift, and they are pretty ambitious. Where we've proposed in our Trans-European Transport Network guidelines that all the cities above 100,000 inhabitants need to develop by 2025. So in the next 3 years, going back to short-term actions that William mentioned, a sustainable urban mobility plan, and that the sustainable urban mobility plan, amongst other things, need to do is increase the modal share of cycling, public transport, and then of course also the zero emission logistics, especially at the city centers, so that everything can come together in the right, well, you call it the systematic way, clean trucks at the city edges, and the use of other modes of transport, both for passengers but also for freight. Cargo bikes is booming in certain countries as well. So these proposals go in that direction. That's something that we need to continue on that path. And I think that the mission to have 100 climate neutral cities in Europe by 2030, a climate neutral city mission to me is a city that has this modal shift. So we need to devote the resources to that. But no matter how you turn it, there will be areas, an electric bike can go far and you can go drive many kilometers with it. But there will be areas, rural areas, where cars will remain important. And then I can slightly pick up on this cost point, because I think that on the cost and comparing the combustion engine car with whatever fuel you put in there, an electric car, the comparison needs to be fair. Because if my own father-in-law, who is not a fan of the European Green Deal, and actually he's German and votes mainly for the party that has many complaints about it, he did buy an electric car. And he bought it because he had solar panels on his roof with subsidies, and then he realized I can actually drive for a large extent for free. So the total cost of ownership basis of an electric car is quite big and significant. And I think that integrated solution is something that we need to work on to make sure it's affordable. Leasing probably needs to come in. I think we need to devote more attention to support for leasing arrangements for people, so that the electric car indeed becomes also more affordable for them. So that is important, that you make the right comparison, because also what you hear a lot is people that want to put e-fuels into combustion engines. And then when you look at the price of the e-fuels at the petrol pump, even the next decades, if you really are concerned about the social divide in Europe because of electric car prices, the upfront price, then you should also really be concerned about what you would ask from the average passenger in an e-fuel price at the petrol pump. And I'm not even talking about the fact that you would have to produce 7 times renewable energy from as many wind farms and solar plants as you need in order to produce them for the passenger cars in comparison to what you would need for a battery electric car. So also voices in the parliament that say that, these voices I know politically as realistic voices, in the sense of, I want to be realistic, and if you would really want to be realistic, you see that is really not on a cost comparison basis the way to go. It may be different in other areas of transport, but that is clearly something that needs to be put on the table when you talk about this issue. And it's the reason why I think the market is going where it's going. It's the reason why car makers are making the choices in their boardrooms. I'm not making these decisions for them. They're making these decisions themselves. So the momentum for that, I think, is growing, also with Germany taking its new position on the CO2 performance standards for cars, which it did.
Thank you, Daniel. I will just invite our 2 other speakers to provide any comments short, so you can have time to wrap up and say some key messages from this session. So Raluca, you can go next, and then John, and then we move with the key messages for today. Okay?
Yes, thank you, Christina. I just wanted to welcome the message which has just been placed, and I think that Daniel actually covered all these other areas which go beyond what the discussion was. The discussion was on the core of the problem. Where do you have to crack it, let's say? But of course, there are other ways to decarbonize, and we represent collective passenger transport, buses, coaches, taxis. So of course, this is one of the also very good tools for decarbonization. Daniel also mentioned the training of drivers. You said truck drivers driving slower. So definitely training of drivers for eco driving. So there are other tools as well, but here we really focused on the core of it.
Great. John?
Sure. So one of the first things I'd say, cycling. I'm a regular cyclist. I actually think cycling is an underused mode in cities, and I would be delighted to see more safety for cyclists, more dedicated roads, in London? Why can't we have more roads that are only for cycling? And also, if we didn't have to turn up in a suit and stuff like that, it would help to turn up in meetings. Intermodal, absolutely. I think we can do more there. But I do have to answer some questions on the cost of fuels. I don't understand why, William, your organization has turned this conversation only about e-fuels. E-fuels is something that will make sense in the longer term when we can produce huge amounts of renewable electricity from areas, for example, North Africa, where you can put huge photovoltaic installations, but there is not an electricity demand nearby. In that case, the quantity of electricity becomes less of an issue. That's our future resource for hydrogen and a joined-up hydrogen strategy, including taking it to methanol, ammonia, and other liquids. So e-fuels will play a role, and there's a lot of work done that shows that actually the cost there can get very close to the cost of petroleum if you do that longer term. In the medium term, or even shorter term, don't understand why you're completely pushing out the idea of advanced biofuels. We have very significant quantities of waste and residue feedstocks in Europe. Going in that direction will create jobs in rural areas. It creates new income streams. The technologies are there. The feedstocks are already there because they're produced alongside food and feed crops. And so it seems strange to us that you always go to the e-fuels, which is the example that gives you the numbers you need for your headline. Whereas actually, if we had a proper system change cost analysis, we can show that this route is competitive in every way, GHG and cost, compared with electrification for several of the modes, in particular heavy duty and some road transport as well. Thank you.
Thank you, John. And thank you, I hope you can hear me. And thank you to our audience with their questions that they really launched a very good debate among our speakers. So for the last 3 minutes that we have of this amazing panel for today, I would like to ask our speaker to just mention 3 key messages that they take from this session. I can start first. I would say for sure, diversification of energy, always find ways to have energy supply that doesn't let EU to be subject of political manipulation, and building further infrastructure allowing EU to become innovator, pioneer, and also remain competitive in the global sector of infrastructure. Raluca, would you like to mention the key messages that you got from this session?
The key messages that I got, or the key messages that
you would like to share? You're free on that.
Because if we say the key messages that we got, where we all agree, let's do that. Yes. We all agree on the urgency of decarbonization. We all agree, even William, yes, on options. Yes, that there should be some options, perhaps not on all options, but that there should be some options. And we all agree on an incentive or a smart incentive system which can support this transition. Thank you.
Thank you, Raluca. John?
Well, not everybody agreed with everything I've said. But I mean, the closing points that I would say is simply that actually our members, our industry, very keen to make more investments in renewables and renewable liquids, along with the other technologies that they're working to bring forward. Slightly baffling that we sometimes have a civil society group arguing against what we're trying to do in renewables. We believe there's great potential there, and we'd like to further the conversation with the Commission to get a joined-up strategy to do that. Thanks.
Thank you, John. William?
Yeah, thank you. So it's hard to resist the temptation to reply to some of the things that have been said here. First, but no, okay, you know, one thing we all agree on, even the oil industry, is that we need to get rid of oil. Zero petroleum, that's the direction of travel. We need to stop making the wrong people rich. So I think that's good that we all agree on that. 2, not everybody agrees on that, but we should avoid false solutions. I think the problem with biofuels, and you're probably talking about biofuels, is that waste and residues are limited. So the idea that we're going to pick up all the straw and pick up all the forest residues and then turn that into massive quantities of advanced biofuels, I think there's some issues with that proposition. Yes, there's limited quantities, and let's focus them on aviation. We're okay with that, but the idea that you can power significant parts of our massive transport system with straw and forest residues and used cooking oil. Sorry, that just doesn't add up. And if yeah, sure, yeah. I'm sure you gotta study on that. So, and the alternative to that is that you use food and feed, and I think we can all agree that in the context of a global food crisis, it is not wise to burn vegetable oils and to burn wheat and corn, to burn them in our cars. I don't think that's a good idea. So let's focus on the one thing that we can do at scale and we can do fast in Europe, and that is renewables-based electrification.
Thank you, William. And maybe some key messages from the European Commission. Daniel, Andreas, whoever would like to go.
Okay, I read on the screen future of transport. I think for me it's clear the future transport system has to be more efficient, and the mobility, and I stress the word mobility system of the future, will have less individual cars. I think also in our discussion here, we were still too much on individual cars, and that's not the future of transport. We have to be more mobility as a service and more multimodality, car sharing, micro-mobility, active mobility, whatever it is. We cannot replace our current individual cars by electric individual cars and so on. So I think this is, for me, I got a confirmation from this panel that we have to be less individual car owners.
Thank you, Andreas. Thank you to all our speakers today for their contribution. Yes, please, Daniel. I thought it was a message like from the European Commission as a whole.
We are both the,
yes.
At least today, the Commission. No, but I think that what was good from the panel is that when you're talking about the future of transport conference, that there was here at least consensus that we want the transport to be free, in the sense of free of fossil fuels and free of the dependence, so that the future is free for all of us is really good. And for me, what the panel discussion, also the questions from the audience really also showed is the tremendous importance that this transition that we are going to ask from our citizens, let's face it, we're asking that of the citizens, that it's really a fair one, that they have the feeling that they can get along. And I don't want to belabor now, because now I'm going to talk about my parents, and I talked about my parents-in-law already, but my parents live in a social housing environment, so very different from where my parents-in-law live. But even there, the new social housing project that they're going to move into has solar panels on the roof, and they're now also thinking about via leasing construction to get an electric car to charge it with that. And these type of integrated solutions, that I think is what we need to think of to make sure that we don't just ask this transition from citizens, but that we show to them concretely how it can work. The same also for innovation. For my part, I am really serious about avoiding the result that Raluca mentioned, that you only put a carbon price and don't work on the alternative, the clean alternative that people want to, that you want people to move to. So the innovation is very important, and very happy to also work on things like e-fuels in aviation and shipping, because that could be a true global leadership industry for Europe if we get that right. And then building from these small steps that you already mentioned, of course, the multimodal nature is important. More people are already taking to cycling, and public transport will get the support that we need, because that is also part of the freedom of transport.
That's great. It's really great remarks, and we're very happy and honored for all of you to be here as well today. And to this point, I would like to invite and thank actually Forum Europe for the organization of this event, and all of you for being here today in this last session. So I would like to invite on the floor Mr. James Wilmot from Forum Europe.
Okay, so thank you, Christina, and to our panelists. I really enjoyed that session, and much appreciated for everyone here attending in person, and again attending online. So the 300 or so people are also following us online. Thank you all for being with us today. I'm not going to stand in your way much longer when there are drinks and networking conversation to be had. Just generally speaking, to all the speakers who've attended throughout the day, we don't underestimate the amount of time that you put into preparing your intervention. So thank you once again, and to all the sponsors and partners who you can see up here. Thank you for your support, without whom we wouldn't have been able to do this. And finally, as well, to my wonderful colleagues, who've worked very hard to bring this conference together, along with the technical team from GSF. Thank you very much. So, Christina, do you plan to say anything?
I would like to thank all participants for here today, and also, of course, to invite you all to our cocktail reception that's going to take place right after this session. Before that, I would like to provide you with a brief speech of what the Haviland EU does, our services, our clients, how our services, they can benefit you, and after that, we can all kick off for, I think, the most relaxed part.
Yeah, okay, so I'll leave that to you then, but yeah, thanks again. I'll hand over to Christina in a second, but yeah, once Christina's finished, we'd like to invite you all up for a drink before you leave. So thank you from Forum Europe, Christina.
Thank you all so much. Thank you, our speakers. You can say, yeah. Some last logistics. So I will try to be brief, but also concise. So thank you all so much for remaining here. It's the last hour of the day. I understand that the weather is super sunny in Brussels, so it's the best way to celebrate the end of this very successful conference. Congratulations again to Forum Europe for the organization and the support so far. So what does the Haviland do, and what is that person here says to you? Who is this person, and who is the Haviland, and why do you care? So I'm Christina Kouremenou. I'm the senior consultant of our the Haviland EU team. What do we do? I have an experience that crosses across public affairs, communication, and legal services, including specialization on EU legal and policy research. To this regard, in the Haviland, I monitor the services of our team, which expand across financial services, digitalization, environment, energy, transport, health, areas that I'm pretty sure that a lot of people in Brussels, they are currently very active. So, who is the Haviland? For those of you that you might know as yet, the Haviland is the leading provider of political insight and political intelligence, both from EU and from UK. To this way, what we do is that we monitor information and we assist public affairs professionals like yourselves to provide them with tailor-made information about the topics of the areas of their interest. Our information services, they help our clients to conceptualize information, deliver their governmental policy, deliver their government policy strategy, their communication strategy. We always seek to understand the needs of our clients, which, by the way, they include major players in financial services, transport, technology, and digitalization. We're currently based in Brussels and in London, in the heart of two capitals where political affairs play a very major role. Our services, they are designed to help professionals like yourself to influence EU policies and governmental policies as general. So our work is practically to inform your strategy by anticipating change, help to mitigate the risk, make a risk assessment, do some feasibility reports, see how we can support you into planning and how you influence your governmental policy. We are a team of 50, but at the same time, we have policy experts and a commercial team that provides you a 360 overview of services to always make sure that we hear your needs and we translate them into quality services. So just a brief overview of what our services do. So we have a lot of products, but if I could sum them up, let's say in 4 points, it will be one. We have a People's Point, which is a database where we include contact details of staff from the European Commission and the European Parliament, also from the Council. That this allows clients to be able to do some stakeholder mapping and some horizon scanning. To this regard, we also have a legislation tracker to provide a snapshot of the legislation of the EU. We all know how the language and the format of the EU legislation can be, and for someone that is not very skillful to this or very useful to, or very used to it, to be more precise, it's very easy to get confused, but our services actually help you simplify and navigate through the world of EU politics and the tools that they use themselves. Another tool that we have is the forward planning. So we provide to you an overview of all the major events from the European Commission, from the European Parliament, and also of key stakeholders like the ones that we have heard here today. So you will be able to know what to attend, where to attend, and whom you can send there to speak. Additional service that we offer is reporting, alerting, coverage of European Parliament committees that you might be using on your own practice, member state coverage. We understand that you might be operating both to EU and to UK services, or you might have activities in several member states. We provide report on what member states do, what they transpose in their legal system, and how you could benefit from it for your advocacy strategy and for your governmental policy strategy to this request. Additionally, we provide reports that they are very tailor-made on your needs. They are bespoke and very customer tailor-made, meeting all the requirements that the clients they are setting. But who are those clients that you're hearing me saying so far? We have clients that they are operational in the transport, in the financial services, in energy and technology. Some examples that I can give will be the General Aviation Manufacturers Association, EasyJet, Airbus, Cummins, Continental and Honda, very big names in the EU area with strong advocacy efforts. We are there to assist them, and we can assist you as well. So what do? We are here on a transport conference, so you might be requesting, okay, how can the Havilland help me? But I might be focused in fuels, in transport, in maritime, in aviation. We always monitor the legislative and policy updates. We make sure that our clients, they understand the policy changes, how they can comply with the EU ambitious targets. We update all of our clients on different stages of the legislation, including the expansion of the emission trade system on the road sector, the proposal, as it was mentioned before in our on the conference on the intelligence transport system, the legislation on batteries and waste batteries. These are just examples that we use to better help our clients. We also take always a deep look on the impact of the cross-sector policies to the EU transport industry. Either this is aviation, road, rail, or maritime. Examples can be the European Data Framework, the recently published due diligence requirements, the new EU proposal on strategic autonomy of semiconductors, but not only that, the CO2 emission performance standards that the Commission is currently debating. To this request, we show exactly that we're always on the pulse of the EU politics. We are ready to hear from our clients. We are ready here to meet here and anticipate your needs. And this is something that we really take great pride. I would like to help you all for your attention for today. Me and our business development manager, Carol Kennedy, we're always open for questions for you. Again, once more, I would like to thank Forum Europe for hosting such a great event. We're looking forward to meet you all on the cocktail reception and enjoy the rest of your evening. Thank you.